My favorite number. Welcome to Rain. It's number 65.
Woo!
Sorry, that was me. I was typing something for the typing side of the chat. Enjoy that if you're watching the video. Hey, this is Rain. I already said the number of what session it is. It also should be in the description of the video or the Patreon place where you're clicking it. Hey, speaking of Patreon, by the way, this episode is brought to you by our patrons like Adam DeHart, Blacklist OG, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JDV9000, Kristai, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Ramen, and Sharvor. Thank you very much. Patrons, all of you, especially you. You know who you are. All right, okay. We begin. Sorry, I took a refreshing sip of water. Since it's been pushed way up now by all of our other bullshit we've been posting in the text channel, I will repeat out loud Lucky's joke from earlier that we're not the secret tabletop cabal, we're the secret tabletop sick word today.
I'm fighting my illness. I'm becoming more cognizant as time passes.
I'm
winning this fucking fight. I don't care.
I was just saying that like I'm a little wacky and loose, but I'm just gonna lay down, stretch it out, get horizontal for a second, and it'll be fine because it'll be just like the podcast, which again was 6.5 hours.
You'll be sweating like a fucking pig. I'm just gonna keep fighting this.
Sweat it out. It's a move. All right. Wait. Well, we're not going to begin with that. Because we're going to begin with something else. I think, actually, first of all, the point to start is that I believe earlier, Aren, you said that Konrad was working on some things.
Yes, he was just starting. He is intending. The two projects are. Well, one of them, the earlier one, won't be needed for another year. So.
But yes, you actually did. We're doing some stuff at Midsummer. We talked about that.
Yeah.
So.
Making some presents.
If you need to be rolling any of those.
No, neither of them would be complete yet. Not after one night.
Right. Okay. So that was me. Okay. All right. So we are, with that addressed then, we are somewhere in the first couple of days of Summer Court. It doesn't actually matter whether it's the first day or the second day unless you want to bring up that it matters. We just know that it is before the third day because the third day we're going to start with a... Well, actually, I don't know if you're going to start... Yeah, no, it'll be the Curia first, based on my notes. But you're gonna do your Fogveil addressing, so that happens on the third day. So with any time before that, you've got a few things to do. In that case, then though. Actually, since it probably won't be a super long sequence, since I already singled out Konrad, let's grab Konrad and have, because I mentioned last time, but we did not get to it, that definitely in these first couple days somewhere, youngest brother Huron would want to catch Konrad sometime without mother necessarily.
Yeah.
And just hang out.
Could definitely do that either of the days, so.
Sorry, I clicked the front of my mic there when I stood up to turn a fan on. Yeah, he would say that he definitely wants to see, even though it's ruined, Castle Sjorberg at some point, but I don't know at any point if you have any plans to go out. It's a few hours, so it's not like an easy trip.
We could maybe after.
Good.
I was thinking about doing that after the at least one visit out there after the Fogveil Curia. So maybe we can go do that after a little later in the week.
All right, he'll keep that in mind. You guys probably spend some time, talking about. He's also excited about the tournament. He'll ask you what you're planning. but also because I know how the tournament plan goes, we don't actually need to like discuss that part out loud.
Yeah.
Because
Sure.
it's me. But yes, Huron will ask Konrad, some questions about what the format, the plans are, and some of the other ideas and stuff. And he's also very excited for that one.
Anna is excited for it also. Yeah, Conrad will through talking to him, Conrad will check to make sure he's, doing all right. Like Conrad still has the duty to protect his brothers, and he can't be there all the time with her, and so he wants to definitely make sure that he's still doing okay.
Yeah, Huron's doing fine. He's how would he phrase it? Blood Shield training is very demanding, like even more so than lessons at home. Like even during the time skip when, I think we did kind of talk about that, like the mentality inside House Logi got very serious after Leofric was assassinated. So like I do not imagine, especially considering I gave you like what was it, fucking like 20 experience points or something to spend.
Yeah.
Like big chunk of time skip exp. Like
30.
You guys didn't have it on easy street, so like even compared to that, like being the blood shields is very serious. It's one of the highest areas, even though everybody knows that Huron's not being tapped for like one of the like regiments directly protecting the crown. It's still very important, very prestigious. But honestly, he kind of likes the challenge. No, I don't think I want you to roll empathy for this. I think I would just say that Konrad gets the sense that Huron appreciates the space to kind of not exactly be himself, because I think he could be himself perfectly fine in House Logi as the youngest child. He was perfectly fine being him. But it's more that like he actually gets a chance to kind of come out from everybody's shadow, a little, and kind of stand on his own, because obviously Leslok is Leslok. He's the Marquess. Yeah, he's not in the scene, so Huron will absolutely, if he ever had to say it, would be like, he's the smartest guy I know, that kind of thing. Never say it to his face.
I take moderate offense to that.
That's why I laugh. I know.
Huron would also not say that in front of Nicola. I think Huron doesn't think Nicola is the smartest person he knows, because Nicola does a lot of silly things. Even if you are the biggest knowledge pool.
Listen, people tie wisdom into intelligence.
That's very fair.
It's the stat is knowledge in this system, and I do think that while Nicola has more knowledginess.
No, if this was D&D, Nicola would 100% have like 22 and like 12 wisdom.
Yeah.
It'd be a negative wisdom, honestly.
No, he's not that silly.
I don't know. That Dallas has the wisdom buff.
Or like the default 10.
Nicola's definitely like +0 or something. Like he's perfectly neutral.
I think
Dallas is the one who has the wisdom debuff sometimes.
I think he'd be like +1.
Yeah, that's what I was estimating. It's like, because like, once again, Nicola hasn't done that much that has actively done harm to other people.
Well, no, I don't say it that way. It's because Nicola is willing to listen to reason and back down. He doesn't, stubbornly stick to whatever guns.
Yes,
that's true.
So, he does have negative stubbornness.
Huron's of the, like, obviously some of it's a little self-serving, but it's like, well, of course, my brother, the Marquess, he's cool, obviously. Otherwise, he wouldn't be there. Otherwise, perhaps my second brother would have beat him up and taken the position. Huron also doesn't say that out loud, but like I said, I'm not making you roll empathy. Like, Konrad's really, really skilled with the blade and other weapons, so you have a castle now. Even if Huron's only 15, so he doesn't care that your castle is a multi-100-year-old ruin that you're currently in the process of refurbishing, like
It's looking pretty good.
you got a castle. That's cool.
Yeah.
And obviously, like, out of the 4 Logi siblings, Aurelia is technically the weird one, but
He's also
she,
the one
you
that
know, she's an accomplished soul crafter, you know, and is studying magic and shit like that. Like, so everybody in the house kind of has their own thing. So Kieran's kind of glad that he gets to, you know, have some time to himself and find his own thing. And Konrad can probably see that again without even needing to make any rolls. And Kieran will actually, like, how would be the way? Yeah, I think I'll just state it as I've got in my notes there. It's like he wants to make sure he's on the loop on stuff. He asks Konrad if there's anything he needs to know. And also he says that, like, oh, while I'm down in the capital, is there anything you need me to keep an eye on? Again, the 15-year-old says this, but you guys don't go down to the capital a lot. He's going to be there at least until probably next spring, formally when the wedding happens.
Sorry.
So, he's a free
Leave it at your discretion if you hear anything that you think we need to know. I'm sure that your letters would probably arrive sooner than anything, any rumors that we might hear. So, and Konrad would probably kind of admit that when Hurin's kind of talking about, like, feeling in the shadow, that he'll kind of admit that he had to deal with that also. So, like, they both had to deal with some of the same things. So.
I'm sure that's not what Konrad's angling for, but I think Kieran does the classic, self-esteem kind of boost move and just being like, "Oh, really, you? No, it's great. It's great. There's so many things you've got going for you, brother." Point at your, the masterwork damascened sword, which is as big as you are. Doing stuff, doing things.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I don't really have any other specific points to raise. Just like I said, Kieran would want to touch base and like, again, just to prove that he is a part of this family. Again, he's 15. He's in training to become a royal guard, basically, and like he's out here asking, like, "Hey, bro, is there anything you need me to keep an eye on while I'm in the capital and you guys are up here, at home? Like, what's going on? I'm part of the house too. It's House Logi, the overwork house.
We are very overworked.
I like
the
the house of
hat being overworked.
I like to see the House of Invention, but I guess we haven't done that yet. Unfortunately, fuck. I can work harder.
I may at some point leave a note for Inos, see if there is actually anything he might want her to keep an eye on at the capital. But for now, yeah, just enjoy time with Hurin.
Kieran probably does mention, because I think this is one of those statements that I think I thought in my head, and I may have said off mic, but I haven't said on mic yet, which is just like he will bring up that, like, he kind of knows generally what's going on with the house because, well, quite frankly, Mother writes me too much. I don't need a letter every week, sort of a thing. But at the same time, it's through Lady Maja, so it's not like he's getting a perfect unbiased lettering.
Well, you would be the one that has to convince her to not send you a letter every week. Good luck with that.
Stare up at sky, groan.
That's a yacht stat.
I will say that I'll try and take up at least a little more of her attention than I have been in recent months. Though usually my attention is worrying her about, why am I so injured? Why do I have bandages? Why do I have a new scar?
Unfortunately, Huron is again. He's a 15-year-old boy. He is not the one to bring that problem to. He's just like,
Yeah.
who cares? He's just like, whatever. She worries too much, man.
Yeah, Conrad's more of like
Don't you
making
know?
sure that Curran's on
all the
his
girls
side.
in the capital, they love scars. Don't tell anyone I said that.
What?
Someone teaching you that?
Nothing. Brandon Drake somewhere.
I'm about to say Brandon.
You're lucky to say they were Leslok because he would
Drake
never
with
get
his
that.
dueling scar.
It's
Oh,
so
fuck
weird.
You're
Hearing
just
someone
just
with a
imagining
face
him, in his dueling jacket, just being like, it's the fucking flashback over Huron's head. He's just hand on his chin, just being like, yes, chicks dig scars.
This is the one where the fucking two swords kicked my ass by throwing a sword at my face.
This is how you pick up chicks in a tank.
I mean, no, he doesn't phrase it that way. He would say, "Well, you see this one? I got this scar fighting Moira Two Swords. I lived."
That is not
Did you win?
That's a true statement.
No, but that's okay. I'm still here.
There was no lie there.
The power of Spin Doctor.
Oh god, you can never say I've already supported Leslok. He will never forget if he wanted to keep it.
I think I did mention this, I think, before when I talked about Huron's updated stat block. I think he actually has like a point or two in Fascinate now. Yeah, he's actually Fascinate 3. He's still Charmed 2. He's not actually any more charismatic. He just knows how to actually like talk to people like a normal person. And never mind that I think his lie has gone up a little bit, a point or two.
Yeah. Well, I think I have to officially put the Thancred mask over Drake, so.
Punch Drake.
Which level of the tournament did Huron sign up for?
He's still like, I think he's only got like Sword 3. Does he have an expert dice? I'm pretty sure he's apprentice.
I think he has expert dice. From what you?
I think he's 180. He's only 15 though, so he's like very very low in the age bracket. So yeah, he'll be in the apprentice block.
All right. Well,
for the tournament, is it only sword or is it all bladed weapons?
It's any manner of sanctionable weapon, but they must be weapons.
Okay.
We've had this question before.
No,
You can't
that's
punch
fair.
your way through the tournament.
I was wondering if daggers counted.
Yeah, you should be able to dagger fight. Those can be blunted.
Yeah.
Can be secured.
Well, other than that, Connor will definitely offer to practice a bit before the tourney with Huron.
He'll take a chance to spar.
Yeah. But I think that is about it.
It's not me imitating the machine gun sounds. That's me trying to remember where the flip I'm going. First week. There we go.
Unfortunately, those sounds are coming from my controller, and I can't stop them.
Oh no.
It's a cutscene. It's rumble from a cutscene then.
So I wasn't going crazy.
No, it's definitely rumble from a cutscene. I know that. I know that noise.
Oh, I believe you start hallucinating. I think it's been more fantastical than that.
Okay. All right. Okay. There we go. Now we're in the correct zone. All right, but yes, Huron will spar and go about his business. Well, that means probably the best time is then to run to Nicola. Nicola's got some meetings.
Yes. So I was wanting to do a thing with this. I'm good with taking most of my meetings this soonish, but one I wanted to wait until next week until my head was a bit more clear and like flashback to it because I would have technically done it first.
Oh, excuse me.
Is that okay? I just need more time to consider what I'm gonna do in it. The one I was invited to, the lunch with Menos. I need more time to think of what my play is gonna be.
Okay. We can handle that then if you're still thinking about that.
Like I want that to have happened, but like in the past. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm looking at my block notes on that. And I'm like, yeah, he He is actually going
'Cause
to ask
he
you about stuff. 'Cause
sought
you sent
out
some letters
and
back and forth.
yes.
So
No, that one I need more time to consider because, like I said, I've been sick for the last week, and I've only just started feeling better this Saturday.
all right, yeah, we can say that does happen in the first couple days, and then we can
But
run it back. Okay.
let's do the ones I don't want to role play with first because those will be quick. I can kind of bang those out. You good with that?
Yeah, I know you had a little bit of a
Oh,
backlog
I
is the
have a
wrong word.
list.
You were scheduling a little bit of a list. So yeah, what you were
Fairy
kind of
Queen
out of
I don't
focus
want to
last
do
week because you
until
were
after
sick. So.
Thursday. Fairy Queen I don't want to do till after the 4th day, so I'll wait on that. Let's do pause first because I need to show her my nerd cave.
All right. Yes. Yes. Pause
Basically,
swirls around.
sometime over the week, I would have invited her to my home. Um, obviously, at times we probably would have talked over like lunch and stuff because
Yeah,
I
they're in
would
town
think
for that
she.
kind
I
of
think
thing.
she's arguably, other than the Martin twins who aren't here, she's probably the person I'm the closest to from out of our house. Probably. We
That
did
doesn't
spend
sound
like
like
6 months together, essentially, or however long college semesters are in time.
yeah. You spent some time studying. Yes.
Yeah. So I would want to bring her into my one of my corkboard room. Well, no, probably have just set up this specific corkboard in my room of showing her all of the notes on ancient pyromancy and whatnot we've managed to collect.
Yeah. She, kind of. You've been corresponding about this. Just, she's taking it all in.
Yeah.
She's been
But it's not the same as
doing her
seeing
best
the real thing.
to run study. And in fact,
Probably.
yeah, she's been doing her best to research. She does mention that the
Oh, sorry. I know because I know he came. I would have also extended an invitation in this manner to her attendant. I'm so bad with his name. I have it written down on my sheet, but yeah, I know. So I would have also extended because I know he is also an
Enos
alchemist.
wants to talk to him about something completely different.
Yeah,
Which
Yes.
may end up being the same because magic is freaky like that. What the is actually no, I remember what this was called. Yes, there it is. So I was looking for something in my notes. Yes, so he is also a technically his job description with the Desert Kith is like healer, but he is an alchemist, so he studies a few things. Yes, and based on your notes, the description I think you sent back and forth in a couple of letters to Paz, she's tried a little bit of the basic pyromancy, the smoke and mirrors technique you already know.
Yeah.
Like that one's real easy if you describe the process. And what I was going to say earlier was that she's been, running back and forth to the college a lot, and she's been trying to get in touch with the dean of the Department of Fire, but has not actually been able to get a hold of them. They are notoriously reclusive, apart from the other staff. And this is another thing I have mentioned before. I haven't hammered out exactly what descriptions are, but we've kind of talked about it. I imagine that as a college, the alchemical college is basically divided up into a department for every element, which kind of ascribes the things you would think, but also is more philosophical. Like the Department of Earth is probably about maintaining the physical structure of the college, but is also probably about stuff like, maintaining and transcribing their records, their general history, how they manage their kind of like raw resources and land rights, where they get, basic supplies from. Though some of that might also be, Department of Wood is probably the department associated with like gathering raw materials, herbs, ores, other stuff to work from, handling livestock, handling general daily sustenance, that kind of a thing. I think based on previous ideas, Nicola is probably most familiar with the Department of Water because that's probably the department that is both general like pharmacy, like actually making medicines, and also probably is generally the healing / surgery style department, though they actually work mostly through potions and poultices kind of a thing.
Yeah. I do actually, yeah. So I'll mark that
Fire
down.
would be the department associated with teaching, like actual research, teaching new subjects and various things, and so the Dean of Fire is quite often separated out. But yeah. But I will say that if Nicola doesn't have anything besides his, but you don't have anything you want to bring up besides your conspiracy board right now.
I mean, I'd probably just check in, share incidents in daily life, but nothing that I can think of that's dire urgency. But
Well, she will say, based on her researches of old text, she has discovered another technique, which is technically pyromancy. I've added it to the list just now, smokeless fire. So she'll probably pull out a little like plate of fired clay with alchemical symbols on it, and basically just you sprinkle a little tinder on top of it, and you touch it and chant, and it's a casting time of 5 minutes. But it physically produces light and heat like a campfire, but doesn't actually have fire. So it doesn't burn anything if you're touching it. It won't burn you unless you stay in prolonged contact with it. It's basically a magical hot plate.
Nice.
It will slowly boil water. It'll take a little while, but it will eventually reach boiling. You can cook food. It does generate light, so you can stay comfortable, but it's not as much as lighting an actual campfire. But yeah, it's a Paz basically explains it as it's an alchemical trick she found a reference for, but actually when she tried it conventionally, it didn't work as the text were, and so it's actually it was pyromancy all along.
Amazing.
It's an intensity 1 spell that lasts hours. Cast 5 minutes.
Yay.
So yeah, you guys probably spent some time. Sorry, once again, sometimes I stop myself when I'm about to say things. I was saying before I was going to be my first instinct was to say, so you do your little powing and wowing, and I'm like, no, you can just say powwow me. You can speak like a normal person.
No, you can't.
Oath of the WoW. What was that?
Pow to the wow. You're sick. You have an excuse. I'm just me.
Did you say your bow?
All right.
Okay. No, that was me. I said that. Never mind.
Anything else you want to bring up to Pazora right now?
Because I think I already passed on. Did I already pass on the Prima Aqua stuff to her? Because I would also show her that.
You discussed, some of that. She obviously not being a a wind witch at all is it's mostly hypothetical. I mean, she'll probably bring up especially because they're staying in your house, it's she knows you're not particularly close with her, but if you brought any of this up to Alarion Marin or even some of the other more experienced wind witches who are currently guests inside your house.
Well, Omega, I mean, if this meeting is done, that is a perfect transition because Alarion was next on my list.
I mean, I did debate even seeing if she would pop in with Paz, but I think because you invited Ramil, she would stick out of it. But Pazoro and Alarion Marin are in correspondence. Like I said, you guys have been building the quote unquote team girl squad of
I don't have
junior witch coven.
I mean, if she wants to invite in, I don't see a problem about basically inviting Alarion to share the Wind Witch stuff. If she wants to do that, I have no problem with that.
I mean, Paz Oro's definitely the kind of person who would be well, this isn't my specialty, so why don't we consult a specialist?
True. Yeah, no. So I would invite Alarion in and be like, "So there's this cool stuff my family and I found when we were digging in underground caves fighting fish people, the evil fish people, not the good fish people." Uh,
Sea devils, yar.
yeah, no, that was the egg shoot was weird. I'm not gonna mention any of that shit. That shit was traumatizing. Uh, but I will definitely mention the Prim Aqua to her. Because I don't believe I can learn any of those, because I think they are all only attuned.
Uh,
Oh, no, that they aren't. Okay.
yeah, there's some basic ones.
Yeah.
If you
Oh, no,
have,
I actually have one of them learned, so why the did I even think that?
oh, which
Yeah,
one did you bring
spoiler,
up?
I have Ritual Cleansing.
That's fair. That's fair. That one's a fucking that's intensity 1,
Like,
and it's
as a healer,
cause
why the
like
hell would I not take
nobody. That's another one. Literally, the description. Most people don't even realize that's like actually you magically clean. They just think that like But yeah, a couple drops of clear water, sprig of flowers,
I
and then you're just like
sterilized? Just like, yeah, no. No, I don't think
be
I
as
would
clean
have
as if they'd
learned.
taken a good scrub with soap and water.
I don't think there would have been any
Yes.
reason for me to learn future flows like water, but
Nicola doesn't really feel
definitely
like the
Ritual
prophecy kind
Cleansing.
of guy.
Yeah, I was about to say Nicola does not strike. I know you have smoke and
Uh-uh.
mirrors to test it out, but it does kind of seem like I don't know that like that was
No.
almost feels like that was more of an experiment. You've only cast it like once or twice, I think.
I think I've cast it twice.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Alarion definitely like. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just double checking. She's got a couple points in student religion. She is not a monastic, but has trained among them to be an attuned wind witch. By the way, to remind everybody.
Yeah. I know Alarion is attuned.
But
Yeah.
she would bring up yes that like basically give and probably technically repeat because I think Nicola's probably heard this statement before, but she would kind of repeat the party line that like it is known to the wind witches that the Mer have a different way they operate it because technically anima is the sorcery of wind and wave, but because Mer are constantly underwater, they lean much more heavily into the wave department than the wind part. And the wind witches have basically spent their entire history as an organization studying the wind half because really only they care about it. And so that means that some of the abilities on the wave side have kind of fallen to the wayside. If you describe something
Yeah.
like ritual cleansing, that's a kind of thing where it's like, you say that and she's just like, oh, that's a spell? That's interesting. I know some people, at the temple who do those kinds of like cleaning rituals.
Presentation to them.
Didn't even realize it was magic kind of a thing. The
Fascinating.
prognosticating theory is more of like that's interesting.
So
The wave riders and
what
stuff.
she's saying is basically if I'm to use my Dallas's brain, that Nicola would obviously have a similar ability to thing, but using my knowledge, so basically this spell became so ingrained in their culture and their practice as wind witches that it just became such a traditional thing to do to purify water because like I mean who doesn't need pure water or pure cleaning, like that's invaluable. It just they forgot it was a spell, but it's
Yeah,
just something they
basically
do.
like and to this day, you might realize that some people do the 1 minute worth of prep work and don't even cast a spell because they don't realize they have to like make a conscious decision to cast sorcery. Sorcery is a learned thing. So
Something that's so important and so ingrained into a daily routine, it has just almost become non-magic in a way.
yes. So yeah, by discovering this description of this explicitly in spell work, and honestly, that's probably similar to the trick Paz just showed you with smokeless fire and the smoke and mirrors. Is that like you've realized that some of these things are such old traditions in Troy Corone that the normal people, because information was was recorded differently. You technically, I think right now is like the best literacy has ever been in Troy Corone kind of a thing. Not that that's great, but it's like you are probably as high as your literacy rate has ever been as a country, sort of a thing. And other stuff like that. So like people just describe these things orally, you know, they did write them down, but probably wrote them down and then they had to get copied manually over and over again by scribes. So
But Trickroom isn't like it's not like China where literacy rates like skyrocket and then crash over time. It's steadily going
you're
up.
probably much more like European Western civilization where you're like that it's like a graph line slowly creeping up. Eventually, you know, your intellectual level will level out and you guys will become the European Union. But until then, you know, you're still running it up. Right now we're in the phase where like we've realized that the middle class exists. You know, there's this whole median level of people who produce stuff, but it's not quite to a level where you're still pre-industrial, so it's not like we're at a level where like we're automating a lot of things. So, you know,
clearly
Joe Schmo
Nicola
laborers and farmers still don't have time to kill reading yet.
Clearly Nicola needs to introduce the concept of legalism into Trickroom.
What?
It's one of the three principle. Oh god, it's an ancient Chinese rule system. It was belonged there with Confucianism and Taoism, I believe it was.
Yeah. Arguably, you can argue it's more progressive than Confucianism and Taoism because it believes there are two classes. There is the emperor, and then there is everyone that is not the emperor.
Yeah.
So just be there's the high king and then there's everyone else.
Nobles, eunuchs, everyone else, they're just as equal as civilians.
Oh, that's a downgrade to a lot of people, but that's an exception.
I mean, like I said, it's arguably more progressive. I'm not saying for sure it is. It's just, it's like you are either the emperor and you are a god, or you are just as worthwhile as every other citizen.
It's got a whole level of various revolutions to run through.
Yeah,
but we'll discuss your evolutionary theory later. But yeah, that's like Ilarion Marin's like short version of it is like, you know, you described some of the things you've learned about Primo Aqua, and she's like, you know, the same boilerplate stuff. You know, we all know that Mer do these things. Some of it is like their inherent abilities. There is a merfolk esoteric, which lets them do, among other things, like, you know, control the rain and stuff. You know, they have inherent connection to their deity, but they also, you know, are able to do things that wind witches don't, because they're, I mean, basically, you know, it's wind and wave, so they're basically opposites. A wind witch spends probably, you know, 90% of their time completely surrounded by air, whereas a Mer spends, you know, almost 100% of their time completely surrounded by water. There is some crossover. Yeah,
definitely ask
there is some crossover, but she doesn't actually. It's funny, she doesn't actually. Ilarion Marin does not actually have any of those type moves. Like, she doesn't have like walking on water or stuff like that.
I would definitely ask Ilarion, because she's probably interacted with the Mer even more than most of the other Marin people I've met. I assume, or am I incorrect?
Then the people you've met, probably, just because you haven't spoken to a lot of them. It's not super common, but you do know that. Actually, I don't know if you guys ever discussed this part consciously, but again, like you said, Nicola has the ability to add 2 + 2. The head of House Korb, Sapir, she brought her husband, Darian Korb. He is the head of the circle, the department of the Order of the Navigator, you know, the order that trains wind witches, that is responsible for foreign relations with the Mer. So, like, you know that.
Okay, so I probably need to talk to him about,
you know,
because what I was going to ask essentially is if the Mer would want these carvings returned to them. So I'll ask him at some point, because he is in my house currently.
It's true, he is staying there. Yeah, I don't know. I know that is. I don't know if Inos wanted that as like a big meet and greet, but I know that is something on Enos's list of things, is to ask about Mer communication.
Nicola probably won't go in depth, but probably just sometime over the week he will ask, like, we found these carvings. Would the Mer want them returned to them, I can have them sent back with him.
You don't have
Yes,
the
that's
authority
it.
for that, buddy.
Wait,
Well,
no, I'm just talking about the
Bring it
carvings
up
in
as
the
like casual
room.
conversation that like this guy is in his house, so I think it's not wrong for him to think that like he would ask like would they be
Wait.
interested in that?
What? Hold on. Also, why wouldn't I have the authority? I was under the impression that you guys gave me these carvings. I'm literally just talking about the carvings, nothing else.
I think the wax tablets or the clay tablets from the wax, like the myrrh writings and other artifacts you have are all in your pile of artifacts.
Yeah. Like, I don't remember you actually
guys haven't
specifically
established
saying,
the
hey,
formal
I want
authority.
these clay. I remember you saying, hey, are we going to take these with us? And we're like, yeah, because we got to translate them all.
Okay. Maybe I misinterpreted that.
Nicola did study them for
Yes,
sure.
I
but
know.
Well, actually, this is a great thing to talk about because Nicola does like live outside the castle now. So you guys do have a pile full of artifacts. I assume you guys don't take those home, right? Like, do we have the central artifact shop where we keep all of our various discovered items to look
Guys,
at
where's
later?
the guild storage chest?
Should I say it again?
Well, no, I'm like,
Guys,
I'm pretty
I
sure.
assumed I took them to my home. That is what I assume.
I definitely know
Is that
you didn't. I
incorrect?
definitely know you did
No.
not say that out loud. Whether like
I assumed I did. I may have not, but I thought I did.
I know for a fact I'm pretty like I know for a fact you said did not say you did not take you took them home. I do not know off the top of my head because it has been quite a while whether it's not you wanted the carvings or not. But I do know for a fact that those carvings are something that technically did not belong to us and we were thinking of returning. So I do not think like because I very remember we very specifically said, "Hey, we're taking like there was like what jewels there or cowrie shells." There was a couple
There was
things.
something there.
There was a couple things there that we said this is specifically ours now. It was like Logesh's spears, some of the jewels, and cowrie shells, and we just said the rest is all right. We're gonna take this back for
Cultural return.
well, not just to return, but for like study and like understanding and stuff. So I do not think.
Reservation.
Yeah, I do not think that we would have said, yeah, Nicola, you can take those home or let you claim ownership of them.
I can see
because
where
I
it's
have
coming
them written
from.
out in my inventory, so I will change that.
I can assume I can see where Dallas is coming from. Where like, oh, I'm studying them, so I'm probably studying them at his house.
At my
But, like,
house.
Yeah, no, I can
I can
understand that. Yeah.
I don't think
that's
Winter
what I
Love Light
said
were
before
his.
about, like, that's why we because we have clearly not established that policy. We need to have a conversation about the chain of custody on your cultural artifacts.
Yeah.
Like,
I invent
once again,
archaeology rapidly.
the only thing I took responsibility for was these tablets. They're the only thing from the demon fish cave that is on my character sheet list.
Well, like in hindsight, I don't think I would have actually if Dallas had said I want to keep these. I don't think I would have actually said no. Like
no, it's like I said, it's just one of those things where just kind of like we were just all operating.
Well,
with
also,
assumptions.
I wouldn't have said no if you said, because I had always intended to try and return them to the Mer in some way.
Well,
I just assumed they were at my house.
Well, that's the other half of it is we're already having a mission to return to the Mer cultural artifacts and even their location. So the fact that you're operating separately of that in your own way is what also is kind of like weird to me.
Okay, so if you want me to let you take, if you want Peter Piper pecked a pick of peppers.
You got it.
Anyway, if you want me to take, or if you want to take point on this, I will definitely pass on the mess. Rather than passing on that message, I'll pass on a message that. What's your last name again?
Rucklon.
I'm so sorry.
No, Ascalon. Excuse me.
That Inos Ascalon wants to take a meeting with him instead. Would that be acceptable?
Well, see, here's the thing. Enos already has a meeting for this. This is like, our Enos was the one who sent the letter to Lady Marin about finding out communication with the Mer, and that's why the South Wind is here. That's the only reason why the South Wind is here. It's because Enos is going to be taking him to Lorelei Rock and turning over the custody of the orb to him.
Okay,
or maybe not. I don't know. We haven't had that meeting yet, but.
Okay.
But
Gotcha.
that's why I'm confused, because we're already doing this Mer culture return, and you're over here doing another one.
Yeah,
I'm just
that's
like,
what I was
what?
thinking.
I must say-
earlier, like I
Yeah, I think that was
it
just
has been a
forgot that
while,
the
and
other thing was
there
happening.
there. It's one of those things of like, yeah, no, that
well,
this guy.
I don't think I forgot. I think you guys made this plan when I was conked out on cold medicine.
Yeah, that's possible.
So
I'm not
Well,
gonna.
that's
I'm
That's
not gonna.
those weeks,
So-
unfortunately.
This was, like the letters back and forth was also pre-Rogue Trader, so like it's entirely possible that you did forget. I will say
Oh, then
that.
no. If it's pre-road trader, then I just forgot.
Yeah.
Because that was pre me getting sick. Anyway, regardless, we got to figure it out. Okay, so that's 2 meetings off my list. The next one I also don't need to role play, but I wanted to probably at the morning of the 3rd day, because wait. Okay, so is the 3rd day the one with the important meeting?
Yes.
Is that
I
meeting
mean,
in the
depends-
morning or is
depends
it
on
the
what you're saying.
afternoon? Is that meeting in the morning or the afternoon?
Because there was the opening day, and then you have first day was the first proper day was the previous Privy Council and stuff, and then you've got the second day
okay.
after. So yeah.
Okay, so then this would be the morning of the 2nd day. I was considering the day when everyone got here to be the 1st day, but if that's not the 1st day,
It
then
was
I
kind of
meant
your
the 2nd
opening
day.
day, but it was like backlog.
Okay.
It was the start of the week, so
Then on the dawn of the 2nd day, I would invite Yvette and anyone she would want to accompany to get it, because she is the scoutmaster, right?
Scoutmaster.
Or
I don't know.
what's the term?
She's a yeoman.
I mean,
She's,
just open
she's
the
like a
persona.
member of a specific guild.
Just open the persona.
And yeah, I have the persona open. I was just trying to do it without looking at it.
It's what's there for, so you don't have to keep track of every day.
Well,
Yeah, but I'm trying to
everything
remember
that
the
I
important people to me.
I don't knock Dallas.
I
I try to remember people without looking at the Dramatists too.
I don't even
mean,
have the dramatist.
I mean, that's
you know,
fair, but if
I
it's
don't
someone
have-
you only mentioned like twice.
for
I would-
people-
written down.
I have mentioned her way more than twice. Maybe not out loud because there haven't been a lot of thing, but she has been on my sheet since the prologue. Because I specifically spent like 3 months with her in Ferretti
Oh shit.
during my I don't want to be a part of. I don't deserve to be a part of this family because I'm emo and I let Lothric Logi die phase.
That was.
I have to learn. It's like I have to learn Panacea.
Look, we all had an emo phase. I'm pretty sure. I don't think
Yep.
Konrad's left his.
I tried myself in work. I think it's a bit different.
Although I wouldn't call his phase emo, more Batman.
I'm Batman.
Borgman.
It's all trauma, baby. But
I
no,
still can't believe the content
Yvette
that made that.
Yeah.
she's a member of an ordo and you know a
Yeah.
chivalric order.
But yeah, I was going to invite her to a hunt in Norlon because, I mean, very different than hunting in Ferretti. Why did that take me so long? Forrester.
I mean, you can still do that if you want to spend an afternoon. God knows many of you are spending afternoons doing things, but you do have like a big planned hunt for the last week. You know, with the king, and I think everybody's going to be out
So
there.
when I say hunt, when I say hunt, maybe hunt's the wrong word, but like just like an outdoorsy expedition.
Go on a walk. Go like on a hike.
Yeah, just a hike. Hike.
Yeah, you can
Thank
go on a
you.
hike, yeah.
That is a normal human word. My dumbass brain can think of.
He's got it. He's got it. Yeah, no.
hike in the heel-
nature
go hike in the
walk, a
hills.
Hike, you know, walk.
Yeah,
around
like a
kind of
nature
thing.
hike.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, just to show her, because despite him being a bookworm, because Nicola's primary teacher is a crazy witch lady, a very nice crazy witch lady, he did learn as an outdoorsy kind of person. So he's an outdoorsy nerd.
I take offense to calling my mother crazy.
I've already met your witchcraft is crazy, not your mother. Look, your eyes glow in the dark. It's creepy.
It
is
You also
creepy.
you can make fucking lightning bombs.
It is literally eerie. That's true.
Look, all that happened with me is I changed my body to become my male model. That's completely
That's
normal.
completely
JoJo character. He did not fuck up
you
the
can-
role, so he's not unwholesome.
You can
Yeah, I
easily
did-
explain away
I did-
Dallas's alchemy because, in his own viewpoint, it is science. It is easily
Yeah, no,
understandable.
it is
Magic is.
and
What?
once again,
Oh, God, he was like Fabius Bio. Yeah.
Nicola is more of a scientist than a magister, despite the witchcraft he also knows.
You'd call yourself a chemist over an alchemist.
Yeah. I do also have knowledge chemistry, but
I fucked that one up.
Nerds are
No.
fighting over who's weirder.
I ain't in
No,
this fight.
I'm not. Whatever. I've colored Dallas out.
I'm literally
Bunch of
peanut gallery
sexy
right now
weird.
as I'm holding a fan to my mouth.
Enos is sexy
On.
weird.
Wow.
I don't.
Uh,
I
I'm
can't
not
get
going to
the
this.
fan noise that way, sadly.
I had a different thought when you said that, but I'm gonna go see if I can find the fucking image I thought of.
no. Nicola is weird here's the thing. Nicola is weird in spite of his spellcraft. You are weird because of your spellcraft.
That's
I
fair.
mean, from a certain sense, that is like literally correct. I think Leslok doesn't have anything about him that would be unusual if not for the fact that he is an attuned Veiler and he literally is capital E eerie.
The murderous thoughts are very normal anyway.
Very normal human thoughts.
That was meant to be out of pocket.
Alright. Anyway, no, I'm inviting
I
how
don't think anybody
how-
on the team can talk much about that, given there is so much threatening around the table.
once again, Nicola is probably the most pacifist member of the party, and he has still burned people alive.
Also, Nicola's problem is he attached to Dallas, who is at least on par argumentative, if not high argumentative.
I'm a pacifist.
Yeah.
The fire's the one killing them.
no,
I mean,
didn't.
no, it is the. I literally retold this story with Lucky on the podcast this week, but it is just the thing of like you think, oh, alchemist fire grenade, that's great, right? And then I describe, yeah, that guy burned to death
Skin
in
is
the water
melting.
because water doesn't
and
put
it's
that
like,
out.
ooh,
So it
new
was really
trauma.
bad. And then
New
Nicola
trauma
goes,
unlocked.
yeah, and Nicola goes, uh-oh, I think I'm developing a trauma. Let's not do that again.
Maybe I'll use it on ice giants, where it's like it feels morally fine to kill an ice giant.
Might work.
Hold on. Minus 20 reputation gain for Leslok to Nicola. The f-
No, I'm
that
saying-
thought?
I mean,
That thing's
honestly,
so-
though, that is, I will say that is a totally in-character conversation. I would absolutely imagine Leslok being like, with all of his various occult and arcane knowledge being like, maybe we can apply the alchemist fires to the frost giants. Those guys are
Nicola
our
just would be
ancestral
like,
enemies. And Nicola's just like, what?
Excuse me?
The
Do you not remember when I burned that guy alive? That sucked for him.
Yeah,
and
I know, but for an ice
Leslok's
giant,
just
that's like effective because it means it could probably like less effective
He
than the
went
ice
in the
bullshit.
water and was still burning.
I think.
That's
I mean, again, this is the golden
That's
tablets.
good.
If you must do destruction, you must do it cleanly. Setting someone on fire is not cleanly, no matter
Yeah.
who it is.
Yeah, that does remind me. I did that at the houses document under Alchemia. I described there is like a whole philosophical text that I did not write with Nicola in mind, but like my descriptions of it make a lot of sense for why Nicola is the way he is, of just like the alchemist kind of philosophy of like, so creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin, but what we should be doing, wisdom is preventing harm from occurring. Therefore, if we must destroy, we should try to figure out how to destroy while causing the least harm.
Humane death.
Sort of a thing.
It's why things like Azoth, even though they're fire, they're not fire. It's
just
spooky
heat.
ghost fire.
It's soul
It
heat.
burns stuff, but it doesn't cause burning.
Yeah.
It's heat
Once again,
blast.
but regardless, I want to go on a nature hike with the members of Yvette and whoever she wants to bring, but mostly just to catch up with Yvette, share all the crazy stuff we've learned.
Would Yvette
Probably be like, hey, the Fairy Queen showed up. That's fucking wild, man.
I assume you people knew about that very quickly.
They're gonna be like, no, we didn't. What the fuck?
I mean, Yvette would definitely
think
be
we
like,
control
yeah, no,
that?
that's very unexpected.
I did not control the raid.
She never does that. Like,
No, yeah. Once again, she's also like the normie of her family, kind of.
yes, she's non-magical. As far as you know, she doesn't have like any fairy boons or anything. You know, she is, as I said before, a yeoman, which is like a,
She is their Logesh, essentially.
in a sense, yeah.
Probably the cromulent member.
You know, she doesn't have any magic or anything. Her primary weapon is a quarterstaff, but yeah, she'll go for a walk, and she knows her way around the saying stuff about fairies, so like she'll be very careful about how she phrases it. But yes, there's kind of talking about how unusual it is. I think she would actually not invite anybody else, because the primary ones to invite would be like Egan Ferretti, and that's like, no, that's not
whatever she wants.
Out of character, much offense meant to Egan Ferretti. In character, Yvette wouldn't mean any offense to Egan Ferretti, but he's not really a nature hike kind of kid.
Yeah, like, once again, the reason I chose Yvette, I was like, this seems like such an unproblematic and normal friendship. I want to do that for one of these.
That's fair. It does seem.
I've picked enough of the weird ones.
No.
But yeah, she knows a few things about wilderness scouting. Actually, she's got a pretty good student wilderness score. So yeah, like it's
probably way
got a lot of
stuff
stuff to talk about.
I have some,
but
things, not a lot,
and discuss. I mean, I think it's kind of the reverse. She only has 1 point in student herbalism.
Yeah,
it has a lot in wilderness. So there's some different back and forth. You guys can talk about things but not be out there. I also think it's been a while since I described her. I do actually have my text box description of her. Yvette Forrest is supposed to be, a tall, willowy young woman with a medium skin tone. She has long brown hair down to her middle back. Sometimes she keeps flowers in her hair. We'll probably pick some local stuff. Her eyes are bright green, but she basically dresses in the clothing of a wood warder, which is a real medieval/Renaissance job role. Leather breeches, sturdy hiking boots, woolen shirt, cloak over it. She has a quarterstaff, basically, like, as a walking stick. Ugh. She does carry a sword and a longbow, because that's kind of like her traditional kit as a yeoman, a citizen of Forrester. But she has the disposition and training of, a person who minds, forests and public lands.
Yeah. Spoiler, she was the one who taught me how to use a bow.
Makes sense. She's pretty good at that.
Yep. It's a good bow. I'm a dork. Yeah, and then the last meeting I had technically involved another human person in our party, so I'd have to ask them if they're cool with starting that as kind of a roleplay thing.
Who is it?
It's Inos, because Alias wanted to meet Aurelia, me, and Inos. Alestra. Fuck! I almost got it. I was so good with A names today.
You've been trying your hardest, but it's tough. It's tough out here.
You just got to remember, Aurelia is technically your cousin, and then Alestra is your sister.
No,
yeah, but then there's also Alarion, Oster.
Those are the people you're trying to do the marriage ritual on. So
no. I'm not trying to marry a 12-year-old. The f you thinking?
Oh, no, I'm talking about the marriage ritual, which is a whole other thing, which is they were fucked up, actually.
Yeah, but no, Oster and my brain just died.
It's Oster.
Well, I can't remember her name.
Aquila, yeah, that's right.
Aquila.
Oster and Aquila is the one that's the game of using the marriage ritual.
Those are the ones I'm not trying to marry the 12-year-old. Please, no Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, that's not what I meant.
Well, also,
I know.
it's been the time skip. Valerion's like 15 or 16 now.
That's fair. Okay,
that would be.
It's still creepy, but it's less creepy.
Still be underage. That would be a little young in this setting, but it is not as wildly out of pocket. It would just be unfortunate.
No, regardless.
Social context.
I've got my A name straight.
Crown Prince wants
Crown Prince Alias wants to meet with me and Alestra and Inos as her sensei.
Yes, I like how. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but I like how you recorded that note down for Nicola, that it's like, oh, he wants to meet me and Alestra, whereas I think the way I pitched it was...
No, it's Alestra and me.
Yes. Well, yes, Alestra. He wants to meet Alestra with supervision, but it was definitely like... He wants to talk with Inos, but he's including Nicola because he understands, as an older brother, that Nicola would not be comfortable if he was not in this conversation with his sister and his
I don't think it would be not comfortable, but he would be sad.
That's probably a better way to say it.
He would be moping. He would not be uncomfortable because he trusts Inos with his life, and he trusts Alias pretty much a lot. But
he's gonna be the Hot King someday. You better trust him.
But like,
you better trust him, or
be
you guys
sad.
better start arranging
He'd
for
be
the
emo.
next guy in the line to take over now.
You mean Menace?
Yeah, I think the problem is you trust that guy less.
Yeah.
I trust Menace.
I mean,
Menace.
I don't just trust Alias. I just need to like hang out with him more, I guess.
Well, you got the Grand Tour coming up. You'll get it. Okay, but
and this is definitely a Dallas problem, less of a Nicola problem. I understand Menace arguably more than I understand Alias.
I just think we both have like barely actually had interactions with Menace directly.
You've had a few. I think Nicola's talked to him a couple times. Inos did a whole like several scenes of like trying to pick his brain, kind of a thing.
Yes, they did a sexy off
We did do a sexy off.
on a boat.
Right, yeah, this is full of the posing, the dramatic posing, and the fucking the sunset lighting.
It was a JoJo dialogue for sure, where like the characters were talking, but also they were voguing. Now we just need to get you guys involved into a horse race and vote.
I could say that Steel Run is my favorite of the parts.
But yes, Inos, are you okay to join Nicola for a moment, or do you still want us to run through a couple more scenes first?
Well, we haven't got through a scene for either Logesh or Leslok. And you know me, I will do a lot of talking. So personally, if Dallas is okay, I'd rather wait till we get a couple more.
I'm good. I was just doing mine in order, so I'm good breaking off here.
All right, we'll put a pin in that one. We had some Nicola talk. We had some back and forth. All right.
Thank you.
Well, then I will ask because, well, technically I think I've got some small stuff I could poke in with Leslok, but I do want to ask if Logesh or Leslok has any other plans to speak with people specifically.
I can't think in my head now.
Aren posted his, but to mention them out loud, Konrad's got some ideas that like showing Ren around Stonehearth, which can be kind of accomplished. We can acknowledge that it happens if there's nothing specific we need to say. Much like how last session, I believe,
not all of
we
them
brought
are
up
ones that need to actually have interaction and stuff.
I can't.
I was just comparing it to last week. We talked a lot about how like Leslok basically said that he would follow along with plans to basically whenever he has free time to be hanging out with Nerissa.
Unless something else comes up, because it's like I just maybe it's my own fault, but like I can't remember besides him having his his fiance and his like close friend, and then like I can't think of like and then his family, and then his associated connected family.
I mean I do actually think that like out of your peers, like the heirs and other noble houses around your own age, I do actually think Leslok has the smallest social circle. Like I feel like Leslok has been kind of forced into interacting with people older than him. Funny enough, for some reason.
I don't think that's it. I don't think I see that as a bad thing, but it's awkward of being like I just don't have like small talk scenes to do. Also, because I don't feel like doing a thing of Kep.
Kind of track.
I don't feel like I need to do like anything of Kepis because I feel like I have Konrad and I'll see Kepis another time.
Now I appreciate being given the chance to do some role play, but I'm not gonna lie, I am melting, so I don't know if I'm gonna be in the right kind of frame of mind to play.
That's okay.
I'm melting,
Logesh
dude.
also has a small. Well, you're melting inside. Loth's melting outside. I know, Loth, that I appreciate it, but you take extra effort when you're in role play mode. So that's
I
fair.
try.
I think the only like bullet point I had for you was something I mentioned last time, but to remind everybody was like you get introduced to Rodrigo's, assistant, his second, Jensaya, and he would probably make sure in the first night or two to have you go out, partying, quote unquote, see what the local nightlife is like, drinking, dancing, music, maybe a little fighting.
The first few day and night will be with Rodrigo, giving him some time to hang out, play, poking fun at him needing, quote unquote, a cavalier. And then after that will be Logesh, during the days, making sure that everything is running in order, people aren't fucking up kind of thing. in terms of the law. At night, though, he will be trying to spend more time now that she's here with Ainara. Because this is a rare moment.
Yes, I think. I mean, I will put it this way. I think if you want to call it dating, your dates are very awkward because I'm gonna be real with you, Logesh.
Oh yeah,
Ainara's not good at courtship either, but she is.
The attempt is made.
She is willing to, like, you know, you guys have been friends before now, and then you expressed a romantic interest, so she's like willing to, like, you know, hang out and do courtship stuff, but it's probably a little weird. Like, you know, you might go dancing. Honestly, it probably resembles your time spent out with Rodrigo, except that it's, you know, you're both trying awkwardly to flirt, whereas Rodrigo is like doesn't have to worry about that problem.
You know how I imagine it going? It's the awkward flirting, and then eventually one of us just goes, So you want to fight? Oh, thank God, yes.
Yeah,
I at least appreciate that,
no.
like, you're actually on the flirting stage instead of going literally backwards.
Yeah.
No, I will say this: like, I even I, as the omnipotent, omniscient author, don't know if Ainara has romantic feelings for Logesh yet. But I will say this for her: she is willing to explore that one. Like, you know, she doesn't hate Logesh's guts that she's,
likes
you know,
him.
so against the idea. They were friends before this, so she's like, okay, we'll try it out. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah. See if we
And
match.
she might occasionally get into snap fights with strangers. I guess I should say a little bit about like what you do with your time. I know you're, you know, one of the backstory things we will get to this session because that's after some of these moments.
Yeah.
We
And I
will
do
talk
apologize
about,
for
you know,
being
doing
that
some
guy
legal
who doesn't
research.
roleplay often, but
I mean, I did a whole lot of
Save up
not
your-
role playing today, so it's okay.
Save up your points. We'll get there.
yeah. It is also kind of the thing of I do enjoy just sitting back and just hearing the people who are good at it just go ham.
Hopefully, we'll summon some ham from you occasionally. We've had some good.
I mean,
scenes, but
the beam for the Loth bean is he's the perfect cromulent player.
he is. He's shaped just perfectly. That's okay though. We will at least get some Logesh special interest points today because, like I said, we're gonna make some law roll. So all right,
Yeah.
that's my Logesh check-in for now. We'll come back in a second to him.
Feel free to grab fly.
Right? Oh, right.
Oh,
There's
no,
no bug shield.
You got the screen. The flies are gonna get him. Shit. What was it?
Oh, it's
Right.
in now.
Yeah. Then. Well, like I said, I do actually have some small stuff going around. Is there anything else besides with Nerissa and you know occasionally Kefis that Leslok would want to catch up with anybody?
I was gonna get rid of that one, please.
Sorry, it popped into my brain when you said he's perfectly shaped.
That's fair, but like I have nightmares of that one.
That was a weird edit. I don't because was that the normal whatever. We won't worry about Amigara fault.
It just talked with me. Sorry. Ugh.
It's a creepy ass story.
Junji Ito's pretty good at what he does.
It's illogical, but it's meant to be scary as hell, not actually logical.
Most terrorists aren't, but yes, no. Sorry to refocus. Is there anybody Leslok would want to hit up while we're here? Or is he
Oh,
gonna be
God, I have
the. I keep wanting to say Wednesday, and I'm like, idiot. The literal reason why you made up fake names is you don't say Wednesday.
Yeah, what is the Wednesday?
Thursday.
What's the Wednesday equivalent, please?
Thursday's the middle day, I think.
It is
Say that again?
Wednesday, my dudes.
Wednesday
Yes,
is Thursday, yes.
It's Thursday, okay.
Soul's Day, Vern's Day, Open Day.
Do you-
Thursday,
does anyone have-
Beat me to it.
Wednesday.
Does anyone have suggestions on your end?
Well,
Me? Fuck no. Sorry.
Sorry, Axe, what are you asking
tried.
exactly?
I asked if there's any suggestions for like people I should go spend time with. Who should I use my free time with?
Well, like I said, you're spending time with Nerissa and Kefis, correct?
Kevin's been more sporadic, but it's just because I expect to hang out with him like when we're doing other things.
Okay. Mega is right. You do actually have a very small social circle. But you're actually in a very unfortunate position, Schultz standing one, because while you are still very young, you are also a fucking Marquess. It's
a weird situation.
Honestly, your best bet, like genuinely, might be Baron Oro.
That feels really weird after the deal we just made, but
well, like
maybe wait a few days on that. You know, you did just have a private meeting with him, but yeah, that's
like
that. I think you guys. Lucky is correct. I'll say Lucky instead of Inos because I think that was out of character question.
No, in character,
I think Lucky is correct in saying that like you are. Oro is probably the house you are the closest with besides Ech and the one you have the best personal relationship with. Like I don't. Countess Mule is kind of like your weird step aunt. Like I don't want to say it would be awkward for you guys to hang out. It's just like
I respect her, but I don't
have to like go out of your way to socialize with. She's like just kind of around.
Like there's mutual respect, but I don't really have any like social interest there.
Like honestly, like you should if we're talking like family relations, you should probably hang out with family, just in general. This is a festival time, goes out, so you should be spending time with Konrad, Huron, and your mother. I'm not gonna say you're gonna have to hang out with Lady Maja, because I said that might be a little weird, but you know your family, and as always, Aurelia. Spend time with them. Outside of that, Baron Oro, like he is still much older than us, but not as old as other people on the council, and we do have a pretty good relationship with him. If you also might want to use this opportunity to make new social connections. If there's like particular things of interest for you, you know, you can maybe talk to someone and get an introduction. Like I said, we're
guest list. Feel free to ask.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's like I don't think I dug up. What was like? Wait, this is also has to be a friend of Leslok. It just they don't talk as much because it's distance. But Rowena Forrest, but I don't think she's here. So
no, wrong Forrest sibling.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, but also if you wanted, like, you can also talk to maybe, because one thing that Leslok is very interested in is maybe finding, you know, maybe where that, sort of fireplace. So you might want to be talking to maybe some of the other houses under Baron Oro. Hang on, let me see.
That's fair. Because otherwise, I was thinking it's like go meet someone in House Cheval and actually just know someone there directly.
You know, Agave's
who did he bring
here?
Well, he brought.
I still think Nicola can't make direct eye contact with Agave.
I've talked to Agave before. It's do
you remember the last conversation Nicola had with Agave?
I remember. Yes, I just remember her laughing as much as being
it was incredibly personal.
I remember her laughing about her having a romance alias and thinking it was the most absurd thing ever.
Yes, no. Nicola asked her straight up if she was romantically tangled with She was just she had to laugh it off because her only other response would have been
it was kill me.
Yeah, so
it's like I either have to laugh or kill you.
It's like I have to get rid of you, or I have to laugh it off.
I will say another one might be because I know you've been talking about it. Not necessarily a house under Baron Oro, but remember the Lady Magister Bijou Oro is here.
Actually, yes, I could actually talk to her about
also, I don't know if I put that down in your version, Mattis, but she is a Magister of the Alchemical College, and I think she's the Dean of the Department of Metal.
Honestly, I don't talk to her about like our archaeological or I guess preservation efforts and like see how that goes.
Well, not necessarily our preservation efforts.
Talk to her about engineering. She is like the master engineer.
I do have
that is one of the subtitles of the Magister is the Royal Engineer.
Yeah,
I do engineering and cartography. So,
she may or may not have been one of the people who helped me get into engineering.
But like, you can speak about how you're interested in like maybe some. I don't want to just say ruins, but I also don't want to say archaeological sites because I feel like there's a word in between that I'm looking for and I can't figure it out.
Ancient history?
Digs? Archaeological digs?
Yes.
Architectural development?
like sites of antiquity in Celticy, and you could ask her if she knows of any in particular. Like I said, we don't have to wait until we actually set foot on Celticy sand before we start digging into where such locations may be.
That's fair. I'll just go do that then. See how
That's fair,
cooked
that's
my
fair.
brain is.
Listen, we're all in the zone. Yes.
I'm trying.
But yeah, no, the Lady Magister is happy to like take a tea or something in your study, or like go for a walk. As a reminder, she is escorted by her cavalier, Marquess, younger sibling of the. Actually, I think she's several, because she's like 15 years younger than the head of House Lumpago, House of the Sphinx. But they Lady Lioness, keeps up with the Lady Magister most places. But yes, Lady Bijou, is happy to discuss shop. And you ask about like we said, antiquity, sites of antiquity in there, and she does mention that it tells you sorry, I was going to say classic story is the wrong word, but obviously, she's one of the deans of the Alchemical College. She's a student there. She is the Lady Magister. The college is a pretty old site. It was it was known as the Temple of First Flame originally, and was a sacred site of the Desert Kith, and was expanded later because they've always been pretty free with sharing knowledge. The college part was founded by Nareen the Alchemist. That's a name you guys have heard before. That was eldest daughter of Oro the Strategist. She is the one who translated the Golden Tablet and stuff, which is supposed to be there. She would ask you if you've heard of it, this kind of, body of alchemical text. It is actually it is written on a large gold tablet that's probably, several meters on a side in an alchemical cipher. But the translated text is, very different. She will probably, because that seems like the kind of thing she would do, she would offer to get you one of the annotated translated copies they have lying around if you ever wanted to read it.
It'd be fascinating to have her in my library.
But Noreen the Alchemist, translated that kind of became the foundational text for teaching alchemia as a, well, not quite a science, but as a sorcery, and not just as like a religious observance of like, hey, we read the tablet, we cracked that information, and now we know how a lot of the basic ideas of like, mind, body, soul, and the 9 elements and the fundamental processes and stuff like that, so how they learned about the mechanics of alchemy in order to start learning and discovering and making new spells and techniques. And so like the college kind of like started as a temple based around that and sprawled into an entire campus that is basically like a small city at this point, like that, again, talking about like the history of universities as a concept. The Alchemical College is a very classical college campus in that sense, because it started as a site of religious worship and then religious education, and then just kind of kept sprawling until it is a, basically a college town of all manner of higher education.
I feel like just to like return the information in a way, Leslok will talk about what he's like experienced with the Silver Tower.
Yes, she would. She's the Lady Magister. She's probably visited there once or twice, or like requested records. But yes, it's a very, very striking thing. Yes. No, yeah, she's only in her 30s. Lady Oro, I think, would feel comfortable with Leslok making a joke about how like the Alchemical College does not have the sort of things that the Silver Tower has in their vaults. They do not collect lost objects. If something needs to be disposed of alchemically, they have different ways.
Have you ever, like, I guess, taken acid that was deemed too strong and put it in a box to be deemed to never be opened until the end of time itself?
Oh no, they have a they. I don't want to say they poured into the reservoir because that would imply that they're tainting their own wells, but no, they probably have like deep dark pits, and do have like sewers to drain underneath the college.
Hmm.
So yeah, if you accidentally make too much alkahest, we have a place for that.
I'm now just thinking about the weird mutant creatures that be in the sewers under the college, but I don't want to ask that.
Well, we don't need to talk about Talquin experiment. Even though, by the way, actually, it was after the time skip. We should remind everybody it was a month. So, Alestra now has a magical bear gifted by her brother. The bear grew.
I
Luckily,
forgot about that.
took place entirely before summer court started, so nobody had to ask questions about where the bear came from. He's just
Sorry,
now.
I thought you called it the Bear Grylls.
What?
No.
Okay.
Look,
It's just a
I
magical
heard
bear.
what I think I wanted to hear.
Exactly.
But what Lady Bijou would have to say is that she's fairly certain there are also other antique temple sites scattered throughout Celticy. Obviously, there are many historical fortifications. Castle Knight, for instance, is the seat of House Rearmouse. Is very, very old. The original foundation, like the original fortifications the castle are based on, are from pre-War of the Lost because they are captured imperial forts that were retaken during the war.
How dicey is the question to ask about, like, has there ever been study about, like, imperial alchemy or if anything equivalent even discovered?
I mean, she's the Lady Magister. That is technically all of her department is kind of like the sorceress, the magical, the interplay of that sort of stuff. You could ask her about imperial sorcery.
Any other records you have? Is there anything actually been about, like, what imperial, like, culture did for, like, sorcery or anything equivalent?
Well, there are legendary descriptions of their very advanced way of building boats and siege engines. Some called that, the word now would be magitechnology. But most of it was just, as we have discovered later, just simply very advanced engineering. They had very, very good records and very good grasps of the technical fields, mathematics, that sort of thing, physics, etc., natural philosophy. There are stories, which I'm sure you've heard just as much in Norlon as you do in Celticy, that there were agents of the Lost Empire, the Praetorian bodyguards of the Imperator, his most elite bodyguards, the Lictors, and even some of his spies, Frumentarius, who possessed an uncanny ability to defeat sorcery, to avoid magical harm or pierce magical defenses. It was very common in Celticy to use certain kinds of magic locks back then, sealed portals, that kind of thing, and at least according to our histories. So we must assume generally that they are correct, that the Frumentarius had tricks to get through these things. Hey, spoilers, this is literally an esoteric. I think it's the second point in Vanishing Frumentarius is a series of occult knacks.
You learn anti-magic.
An esoteric technique to pick a magic lock like a mundane lock.
To learn, basically, those untouched by sorcery can just make that magic is so different than the mundane when it matters.
But there's no explicit description of what we would consider sorcery. If you follow the theory that the philosophy or god the Imperials described as Logos is their name for the throne of the Builder, the brother of Sylvanas the Woodlord, it would be possible that they had access to a sorceress discipline. The problem is that none of the records we have of the Imperials that were taken and translated directly mention sorcery. They did not have formal schools, at least at the time that they encountered us, did not have formal schools of it or other processes. Most of our writings about the Imperials are related to, as I said, engineering, physical disciplines, maths, geometry. They're designs
How
for
strong is
boats
how
and
strong is the
boats.
theory that they were just blessed with that knowledge from I guess early creation?
Ah, you're speaking as if they had pre-calamitous knowledge. That is a serious historical question. We have to this day not solved it. The impression of imperial records is that they came to Troikaron from distant lands across the Lost Continent, possibly all the way from their forgotten and destroyed capital, which did fall in the calamity. Based on their descriptions of the Imperator, they make it sound like before the calamity or during the calamitous period, historians, young Marquess, are not exactly sure how long the period of calamity was. There are various different theories. Some like to think of them as happening very rapidly all at once, 40 days and 40 nights sort of a thing. Others prefer a long interval period where it is possible that decades or even centuries passed in the calamitous field. And unfortunately, none of our ancestors managed to keep clean enough records to suggest it. But
It might not have heavy evidence, but I've always went off the theory that it was different for where you were in the world, because some places probably could just have shelter. Others.
she kind of tilts her head a little and nods and says, "Ah, you are asking you are thinking the correct questions. Yes, it is entirely possible that since we understand that Mundi is round, that there were other areas that were more sheltered. It is admittedly hard to picture that a calamity of fire or thunder could strike a sturdy series of mountain islands, but they would be likely vulnerable to calamities of waters and earthquakes. It is certainly implied that the calamity of dragons spread forth across the globe, so there would be periods where there would not all match up all at the same time. It is very refreshing to see such astuteness for one so young. But to our original point, the Imperator was supposed to be a regional governor who massed their forces, both military and civilian, and came to Troikaron because it is the Garden of Thrones. It is the holy land that was preserved by the gods after the calamity, and all remaining tribes of men were supposed to be brought here. This is effectively how the Covenant tells it. Though I will admit, not to speak ill of the Lord of the Suns, King of Dragons, but at least as written down by Lady Veritas, some of his statements to High King Wyn were fairly plain and ambiguous. The High King, I'm sure, was a very valiant man, and he certainly had bravery and leadership skills. He did not have the mindset of a scholar, let us say. If I had an opportunity to speak with a throne god about the nature of the universe, I think I would have asked some very specific questions.
Probably
She kind of
learned what the universal rules of
idly,
reality are.
She kind of idly taps her prosthetic because she's got a lifeless limb. Across the table or countertop that's nearby. But yeah, she says that the Imperator came back here with his many legions. They settled first in the continent, building several fortified towns as is their way. They took over the culture known as the Boatmen. That tribe was either completely taken over or relocated to the Islas Viento. And then they began invading Celticy. So our records are mostly from those periods, and thus, as I said, are mostly logistical, historical, tactical in nature. They're about ways to build and maintain forts, ships, train their legions, and they did not appear to have combat sorcerers like we might think of as our orders now. You would not have a group of, or they did not, I should say, have an equivalent of circles of combat alchemists throwing alchemist fires and fulminating jars, nor the backline techniques of soul crafters enchanting and awakening blades. So we do not know truly if they possessed sorcery, or if it was simply that they had applications that we do not understand. There are
Enough time
several
passes.
records in the Imperial language scattered around, original sources. Most of them have been relocated to the library vaults of either the Alchemical College or under the Adamant Gate. There are some still in Lampclair if you wish to brave the hallowed halls of the Royal Librarian.
It'd be a nice reprieve.
Though, of course,
Though,
if you wish to speak about matters that are purely historical, I would say that Duke Verity is probably a greater expert than I.
I can look into that another time.
There are, of course, a few odd places in Keltacy. The whole of the Golden Desert is supposed to have been sacred to Lady Phonaxia, hence why the Desert Kith are there. There are a few others. I'm sure you've heard of what some call the Necropolis. The name in the Desert Kith is the Adamantine City.
Oh,
Great walls of iron and magicked pyramids, which are said to be hidden under the sands. Some say that it's just a legend. I have never seen it myself, but I do not believe that it is completely ahistorical.
I'm not sure if it's. I'm not sure if it's like a lesser known thing about Norland stuff, but there's also very deep Phonaxia for us too, though it's I guess less prominent nowadays.
Yes, I believe I've heard of it. Is it the Temple of 1,000 Candles?
Yes.
It is mentioned in some very early records at the college. I believe you are in possession of a statue, which is a copy of the very large one of Phonaxia that lies within the Alchemical College. This is a true fact. I told you this earlier. I'm doing it as you know.
That's sir. Leslok just agreeing.
Yes.
Apologies.
You're fine.
You drink tea a little too fast.
I was blowing my nose.
No, it's fair.
Not sure the word asking about other locations in Keltacy, but it was more of just like. I can see where this one's come up, but has there ever been an expedition into the Lost Continent in the last century or so?
The last century or so? No, not directly. The lands that are immediately visible are war blighted. They are salt flats, dried rivers. Where they are not dry, they are full of mud and debris from downstream that has never completely washed away. There are a few towns, ruined fortresses and ports along the... Forgive Omega, because there should be a proper noun for the name of the river. There's like two of them, but I don't remember them off the top of my head, and I don't want to dig for those specific sections in my notes. She would mention the rivers by name.
Okay.
They have been. She would say, "I'll stop doing an accent, so I have to think about that less." Lady Oro, the Lady Magister, would say that there have been no expeditions to those settlements lately because they have been pretty thoroughly explored, looted previously. Like, you guys have known about those cities since literally, your culture existed as a unified country. So anything of interest from then has basically been stripped bare, except for the flagstones, kind of a thing.
Has there ever been
there should be sites deeper into the continent. The problem is penetrating deeper because she describes it. She's seen it. It's not hospitable. There's basically, it's like the worst parts of the Golden Desert. It's like hard packed salt flats and hard pan desert.
Is it called the Pale or is it called the Dust? Like the giant white desert that's like in like the patch for like Stormblood.
The burn.
The burn, I think. The burn.
Yeah,
it's like that, where it's just like infinite like white sand dunes and caves.
Not quite that bad. There are parts of the Lost Continent there. The coastal areas are a little less than that, but yeah, no, it's pretty bad. It's like the full force of the 13 high houses as they were fought back. So like she describes it that like there are sections of like bare land that is you wouldn't call it a salt flat anymore. It's instead been burned black by dragon fire. The river is either basically dry or it's like so like muddy from debris upriver. Not to mention, there are horrible creatures in the river. Desert crocodile species. She describes to you the hippopotamus, but from a semi-mythical status. There are
Oh God,
quote unquote water horses, but they're
the tapestry
as big
accurate
as
giraffe.
they're as big as because Lagartia does have small species, but has species of rhinoceros.
Oh,
Like basically, a hippopotamus, a water horse is like it's like imagine a rhinoceros, but instead of a horn, it's got big jaws, but it's just as thickly hided.
It's like a walking siege
and
engine.
they're insane and aggressive.
A water demon.
No one's seen them in generations, but olifants were supposed to be from the Lost Continent. Which again, if you talk about like the description of a war elephant is like tusks the size of spear points, 2 stories tall. Kind of shit.
I'm now imaging like the Imperial is just like Garleans but Arabic.
I mean, they're Southern European, they're Italian. Or honestly, the Lost Empire was described as a little bit of a cosmopolitan alliance, so they would actually be very Roman in that sense because they would be like Italian, North African, Greek, Hispanic, like a little bit of Gallic, Southern France type stuff. But they were from all over. But yeah, their vibes are kind of a kitbash of a lot of
God, we're okay. Yeah, right. We're North Europe and Ireland.
I imagine like I don't know why I just get Haradrim vibes from them.
Certainly, some of your text would be like that. Like their military force was described as a legion. Highly organized, tower shield tactics. Shock tactics with javelins, very advanced siege engines. Hey, guess what? By the way, in the pre-covenant tribes of Troikaron didn't have siege engines. You guys weren't yet a castle culture.
Well, technically, the Haradrim had giant siege engines. They just bought them from Mordor.
True, but like the invention of fortification, like as a practice in Troikaron, was entirely due to a mixture of policing against Monstrum, and also because you guys were being invaded by this Imperial force. So, there's a few different tricks, but yeah,
One day.
the Lost Continent, the desolation down there is really bad. Like there are grasslands, but they're like, Lady Magister would basically describe them to use Leslok as like a remix of like the tundra at the far north of Norlon. Like, there's no permafrost, but it's like short scrub grasses and arid shrubs that like almost nothing can afford to eat.
Desert, many forms of desert land.
I don't think Leslok would have encountered a cactus before, but she will describe cacti species to you. It's like, oh yeah, no, they've got great thorny plants that can contract all their moisture inside, but also a lot of them are like toxic. Do not drink cactus juice.
I guess that's how you make a plant that survives in terrible conditions.
I mean, yeah, basically the only thing left living in the Lost Continent, again, at least in the regions that you can observe from Troikaron, that you have to go through to get anywhere, are like the hardiest things on Earth. So any attempts at penetrating deeper are very slow and have not gotten anywhere. And expeditions to coastal regions have been able to be done basically since written history. So there's not a lot left. If you wanted, she could easily arrange for it. Technically, the various offices of the crown are supposed to hold authorization, but there's nothing alive there, so nobody cares about the ancient prescriptions about going to the continent. It just sucks.
I hope that one day, though it'll probably be not my generation. One day we'd like someone to cartograph the whole star. Just see what is the whole scope of where we are.
You need very good ships and tools. If you leave the borders of our known oceans, well, the lands to the north of the Lost Continent are full of rocky shoals and trepidatious. To the south of the Grand Blue, it is said that the oceans get so deep that you cannot weigh anchor, and you are at whim of winds. If you go to the north, you reach the Icelands, of course, which is ice as far as they can see, and no ship hull can survive, even in high summer.
Maybe we need a ship that can
And
survive
it is my
that.
understanding that navigators who have attempted to go west of Norlon have either simply never returned or have found themselves turned back by the natural currents.
Wonder if I'll need a ship that could actually break through current, or I guess survive crashing with a shoal or an ice buildup.
It may be possible. I know that there have always been discussions about figuring out ways to better protect ship hulls. Currently, we do not have any good alloys that would keep the hull intact, but
We should probably stop here, just because I think everyone's like cooking.
this is your version of the bird meeting.
That's fair. I'm having a good time, but I also think everyone else is dying.
Oh, Logi's dying.
Well,
I
we
don't
got
know
a
about
little. I
everyone
mean,
else.
you did want to build social notes, but yeah, like you're asking questions. A lot of this, I think, is known to. I'm trying to think, there was something I was just about to bring up.
Sorry for interrupting, man.
No, it's fine. Honestly, I should, knowing you, I should not respond to every idle comment Leslok makes.
Yes.
Sorry.
But Leslok does make a lot of idle comments, and like,
That's my own fault.
I don't know how always to communicate to you that sometimes Leslok says shit that's crazy. Like, you're like, oh, I hope someday we could targetify the Scar. Well, that'd be pretty hard, you go in any direction, you don't come back. What was it? It was about something about the continent. I don't recall. If Lady Bijou remembered it, she could bring it back up to you.
You can just come back. You can get back to it later. It's fine.
But yeah, you ask about the desert. Also, once again, reminding you that Keltacy is not connected to the Lost Continent, so that was technically a separate conversation. But like I said, she's close by. She knows a few things. You should probably talk to the Royal Librarian about this sometime.
I will.
Because, that would be a whole thing. Well, I mean, there was a logic there. He started asking about exploring. But like I said, that was a sidetrack that Leslok did just get into exploring the whole wide world. Which is something that Leslok, I know, talks about, but is separate. That's why I was saying that, like, we got
out
of Keltacy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just didn't have Keltacy. I didn't have direct questions to ask. I just, at the time. Oh, I could barely hear my left ear. Sorry. I'm being stupid.
Yeah, it sounds like you're talking through a cotton ball. We're probably talking with a handkerchief in front of your face. Anyway. All right. Okay. Like I said, if something comes back that I remember what idle thing I wanted to say regarding that, I will bring it back up to you if I recall. If not, was there anything... Sorry, I should not say was. Is there anything else you would want to bring up to the Lady Magister that is suitable for an idle tea conversation?
I can't think of any at the moment right now, and I think I've already eaten a bunch too much enough time.
Feel free. You can, we have not hit 2 hours, so you haven't taken more than I took with Dallas. Let us take a break, though. Let's take an intermission. I'll go refill my water, and
My brain is unfucking because, like, I've just been... Never mind.
I'm pausing the recording.
Oh. All right. Well. Okay.
Ugh.
So we leave that meeting,
Yeah.
and then guess what? Oh, excuse me. Sorry, burped. It's still Leslok.
Gasp.
Oh boy.
As you are departing that meeting, you are, casually walking about. Not quite a meeting, but as you are casually walking about your the hallway, you are signaled, Leslok. Someone says, your lordship, a moment of your time. This voice is not known to you. You look over. But yes, there is a clearly a fae, but dressed as a she knight. He's wearing kind of like very deep green cloak over various Metagrease mail type stuff. Not doesn't have like a weapon or anything in his belt. He's dressed in probably what the she would think of as classy, but not trying. We're not aiming for fashionable. He's just in his work clothes. But he gives a little bow and introduces himself as. Grab the name so I can throw it in the Dramatis. That would be here. But he introduces himself as business casual, very casual. Well, I mean, you don't get a weekly assassin saboteur check. What do you want to do for a saboteur? Technically, I think you guys you automatically roll counter espionage if you're espionaged against. I would let you guys know.
Okay.
I think you might choose to roll it if you really want to make sure, but anyway. I'm sorry, I'm just saying, you've been joking about the weekly assassin saboteur check, and it's like, well,
I was joking about it less, but yeah, it's fair. It's like,
it's
fair.
not
I guess,
weekly.
I guess mechanically, it's a thing that just comes up if it's actually relevant. Okay.
I believe you should roll counter espionage against espionage if it matters, if you're doing something opposable. Anyway, let us recenter as you guys with your funny haha. He introduces himself. My lord, I am Paradel, titled. Oh, sorry, I noticed there was a typo in my list. Titled Knight of Courtesy.
Oh, Sir Knight with the new one.
That's not correct.
Oh, okay, think of something else. I was thinking of who's the knight that got replaced?
Manners.
Man,
No, don't listen to Loth. He doesn't know
sorry,
anything about this.
You're right.
world.
Why did I do that?
I speak only lies.
Night of
Speak
Fraternity
only
is
truth.
the other one.
Actually, if you only speak falsehoods, which is a bit different.
Yes, Fraternity is the one who got replaced.
Oh, all right then. My mistake.
You met her. She's Cambine. You actually did meet her. That's right. You were at the.
You're right, I did.
The small meeting.
It just kind of amalgamated my brain.
Fairies. There we go.
A lot of them. Kind of.
Too many of them.
There's a few. You've been meeting.
It's not. We're not going into that.
Actually, honestly, I assigned this guy a cord off the top of my rip, but actually, I don't think it's in my notes. I don't think it matters. We just know that he's the Knight of Courtesy.
Okay.
Figure that out later.
Then,
also, no, if you're going to ask, wasn't this something? No, you have never met this character, never seen the title before.
Oh, that's not what asking. I was just asked, it's like, Sir Knight, what would you like of my time?
All right, yes, sorry. We go there. And he just says that, yes. Well, I am indeed a knight of my lady's court. I am what some would say, in the terms of men, you might call me a scholar. Perhaps a priest, though our grasp of religion is somewhat different than the way men do business. But, my lord, I have heard tell of your interest in things magical. He makes sure to put the K in there. And he, gestures at you and does say that, and of course I can observe, your lordship, if you do not mind me saying so, your attunement to the forces of the Veil.
That's really something I can
When he
hide.
said that, by the way, the room gets like 2 notches darker for some reason, and it goes back to normal.
I don't know if Leslok noticed.
It.
I don't know if Leslok notices that just from like how his eyes work.
just like it's just we just have a weird effect when he says that. And I just wanted to extend an introduction, and of course, he kind of pauses and kind of like strokes his pointy fairy chin, kind of like smooths out the lines in his cloak and says, how should I say this? Not as a matter of gifts, you understand. Not as a matter of payment, but as a humble, fair exchange. That I might offer you some of this information in any inquiries and operations you have. But fair exchange, as I said, that I might ask for your information upon the affairs of men, as her ladyship has taken a certain interest of late in certain ongoings.
That could be arranged very easily.
Thank you, your lordship.
I'd be curious to hear about the findings you know about your own finding. But I have, I guess, enough
Well,
time.
findings is perhaps not quite the right word, but definitely body of knowledge. Things on the other side are different from things on the mortal one, and vice versa, if you will allow me the expression.
I'll just nod.
No, that's fair. All right. He takes that then as a line to be like, well, not without terms or conditions. This guy did say that he, fair exchange, that he might answer some of Leslok's questions.
Yeah,
If
so, like,
Leslok will answer some of his questions.
We'll probably discuss the terms at another date.
Well, that part is no. Lucky's not wrong about that. No, you
That's
just
fair, yeah.
discussed the terms.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
He said,
He
as
set
fair
terms.
exchange.
You did not.
Oh god, I shouldn't. Man, I suck at this.
It's
Oh,
this
fucking hell.
casual sort of voice I'm speaking. It's very non-threatening.
I also got the guy that
Very-
I would have picked your skin off to make a spooky book voice.
And you agreed?
It's a little.
Yeah, that made you comfortable.
Doesn't help.
Not Lucky is the one who was
very
dying.
bad when we all break out into laughter today.
Sorry, it's just like
You can
it's also
beat
the
him
voice
a
you
little bit.
did with like the weird Lovecraft character you did when the guy who black banned Delta Green. Voice you did for that
That's
guy.
actually probably right. Yes, that guy I think wasn't quite. As
Hello,
English.
it
I'm
is
trying to
me,
think-
obviously Twist Villain Man. Are you totally
I'm trying really
Villain,
hard to not go
you
all the
betrayed
way
us,
down
how?
there and do a Mr. Potter type voice, but no, like he's a little. He is,
See, you're-
he's an elf, so he's tall. He's probably as tall as Leslok. He's kind of thin. I say willowy a lot, but that is kind of like he's very skinny. He's not very muscular at all. Thin face, kind of like thin, sharp nose. His ears are probably slightly less pointy than, say, Lady White, but obviously, a little more distinguished and pronounced than some other like lower down fairies you've met. And he would basically, nod and say, "Yes, your lordship, if you are amenable to exchanging questions, then accept this." Again, not. He reaches into his cloak, he pauses, raises a finger, and says, "Not as a gift, but as a practical means to continue our fair exchange." Slow sage nod, slight wink, and he will reach in and he will produce a. Oh, would it be folding? No, I think it has to be folding. Yes.
God, the problem is right after he's like, Leslok doesn't see an immediate problem with this circumstance.
I was about to say, yeah, see, this is an absolute win.
Like, no, generally, Omega probably is not going to use this guy to try and wheedle out national secrets for, Fairy, because the Fairy Queen is very much like, I do not care about the affairs of men. They do not bother me. But it's
also
just one of
gets
those
more than I
things
think
of
on her
just,
own.
like, you heard, hey, I can give you information, and Leslok was like, yes!
I mean, hey, congratulations, Lucky. You could read the subtext.
It also
I've been doing this for a while.
It's almost like her court knows her better.
What's this? A vice I can exploit?
She says she's not interested in these humans, but we know better.
she likes what the humans call the hot goss.
Yeah, no, I'm like, no, I believe the Fairy Queen is all like, give me that juicy human gossip. It's much more interesting than what's happening
it's
on my
that thing
side.
of I'm not interested at all, but you see like the comically like her ear just expands.
She would have tune powers.
There it is.
If I was the two powers, would be terrifying.
By the way, did you check the room for butterflies?
Well, they're in a hallway, but no, we haven't actually looked around.
Is this a butterfly?
I mean, if you really want to look for butterflies, you can indeed roll sense plus sight.
Well, he probably won't see them anyway because multiple species of butterfly can perfectly camouflage.
I'm not sure if Fey butterflies can.
Also, Dallas inside a castle? You guys live in a big stone
I'm just
building?
fucking with. Technically, moths could, but moths aren't butterflies.
Yeah, well,
Moths are like
moths
Victor Court.
tend to adjust their like brightness or darkness based on their environments they're in.
Spotted moths do not land on tree trunks.
It also sucks to be moths.
But they're so fluffy.
Like some of them are even
but
born without mouths.
Ugh.
So are some butterflies. They don't have.
For some
mouthparts.
reason, you make me think about wasps, which are literally beings made of hatred.
Well, no, wasps deserve everything they get.
When the wasp themed people come in, that's when you know you're in trouble. When I give characters name like Vespa Aspertine or things like that, Cazador Cazadoria.
Cazadors.
Burn it, fire.
Ruler of the tarantula killing kingdom.
Fire,
this
fire,
week-
fire.
Oh god, I had an alliance because I feel like the
Nightmare.
Use those alcazars on those.
No, I've joked
If you
about this
meet a
multiple
giant
times.
shit! I should do monstrum stats.
I've joked about this multiple times. The thing that gave me the most nightmares as a child, and I was a child who watched a crap ton of horror movies way earlier than I should have. The two things that gave me the most nightmares were the first time I saw The Ring when I was 5, and a bunch of Animal Planet documentaries on insects.
Insects are terrifying.
Insects are fucked up at that small scale. But no, anyway, he was reaching into his cloak because he's going to proffer you it's a 2-piece folding mirror.
Oh.
And this is a device which he will say he'll inquire. He's polite. He will say, I would hope. No, actually, no. He would say, I would imagine that your lordship is familiar with the art of the sending way.
Of course.
As I said, not explicitly not as a gift, but I offer you this means of communication so that we might continue our fair exchange. I am in possession of the duplicate.
I think Leslok just kind of
One
feels like all his his various coins like in different pockets in his coat.
It's like a folding, like it's got 2 panels. It's kind of like a vanity mirror. It's the kind of thing you would throw on top of like a desk or a series of drawers, kind of a thing. But it's not quite it is portable, but it's not quite like a folding like hand mirror kind of a thing.
Gotcha. It's like I will consider this when I have the time, and as you can see, I'm hosting a lot of things currently, but I'll see when I can make time.
Of course, quite busy. Yes. We shall speak again. Remember, Paradel, Knight of Courtesy. He's just gonna step back into the alcove he popped out of, and if you go to look in that alcove, he's not there.
Oh, great. That was the face step, wasn't it? This is an internal thought.
So
Also,
do make sure to jot down you have a sending way mirror from a guy.
Yes, I'll do.
Can I officially get rid of my title of like made the most stupid deals yet?
This ain't necessarily the most stupid deal. Like,
It's
again,
sketchy, I guess.
Okay, no. Okay, the comma in there should be most. I may have made the stupidest, but I haven't made the most of them. Is what I mean.
I don't know.
I would call it
Quantity over
stupid.
quality? Is that what
I
I'm
would
going
just call
for
it
here?
like eyebrow
Yes.
raising, I guess.
Yes, the eyebrow raising is a good word.
Yeah, no,
Reckless. Reckless.
Maybe
Reckless.
Maybe
That's the word
reckless.
I'm looking for.
Maybe reckless. Yeah, I don't want to say this is like a bad deal. It's just
It's not necessarily bad. It could be bad, but it's not necessarily bad.
You just agreed to it like way too quickly, in my opinion.
That's fair. I said that way too quickly.
Well, again, this is one of those things where it's hard to sometimes to separate the character from the actor, but I do kind of feel like this has been a recurring point with Leslok, is that at one point you did have like so many fucking graces dice. Like, Axe has pretty consistently played Leslok as polite to a fault, literally to a fault. Like, I don't think I've seen Leslok be like his first instinct to be rude to anybody other than guys who are actively trying to stab him. Like, so this guy just being like, moment of your time. Hello, nice to meet you. Here's my name, my titles, blah, blah, blah. Would you like to engage in a formal exchange of the game of questions? And he's just
like you. Do you
yeah, sure, you're nice.
Like, I will return your courtesy.
But that courtesy comes. By the way, like, I could not help it. I know you were going for like the Severus Snape. What's his name? Alan
Rickman.
Alan Rickman voice.
Alan Rickman,
but I could.
I don't remember Thranduil's actor from the Hobbit movies.
I could not help but hearing fucking what's his name? The scientist. If you have to bake an apple pie from scratch. Do you know what I'm doing? Am I crazy here?
The quote.
I sound insane. I sound absolutely insane. It's not. It's not Jim Henson, but it's
the quote sounds familiar, but I can't place the.
Hold on, I need to look this name up, or I'm gonna kill myself. Oh wait, I'm saying that on YouTube. Never mind. YouTube, ignore me.
In rain.
In game.
In game.
YouTube cares about all that. They loosened like all the cussing and other restrictions.
Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan. That was the name I
wasn't aiming for a Sagan thing, but I could see it. Sorry. Also, I just looked at general. Hold on.
Sorry, I saw it. I had to. I had to put it.
That's such a meme. Jesus.
I started like it. Serious buddy.
So I will say I got to give those guys a ton of credit for just hitting their peak and being like, we're stopping now. We're done.
Yeah, it's like
right, okay.
next scene. I put in chat what I put down.
That's what I had with Leslok. All right. We've been going for a couple of hours now, 2:02 on my recording time with pausing and stopping and stuff.
Let's get to other things.
And I think everybody has had kind of every other player character's had a moment. So hopefully Inos doesn't mind running through that meeting before we jump to the Fogveil stuff, because I think that's the last bullet point I have for you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we do the Nicola Inos thing.
Yep.
Yeah, besides talking with Prince Menace, but like I said, Dallas wants to mentally prepare that.
Yeah, I want to do that next week because I mentioned earlier.
It'll be next session, but I've got.
I mean, it's the 28th, but yeah, that's fair. I don't know how busy you are.
Christmas is weird. I keep forgetting.
We're gonna be bundled full of relatives on the weekend. I'm pretty sure people won't have left by Sunday night, and so yelling and laughing and other stuff at 11 o'clock at night in a room full of or a house, I should say. They won't be in the room, but they'll be in the house full of nieces and nephews. Is a little discourteous on my part. All right. Okay. But yes, Nicola meeting version 1.
Well, technically a Lester meeting.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Actually, did I put this in my notes? Yeah, he said he would like a small team meeting. I don't know where where you guys would prefer. Like, I'm pretty sure. Well, I know Inos has an office. I'm pretty sure Nicola, as the court physician, has a space in the castle, and you probably have their various sitting and withdrawing and other rooms because it's a whole big castle thing.
We can do it in Enos' office. Enos takes guests there fairly often.
I believe we have described that you keep it not necessarily plush but comfortable.
Yes.
You have lots of social.
I'd say it probably is better because while Nicola definitely does have an office, and it is very clean. It also has a bunch of medical equipment in it.
Now, Enos' office is like
Yeah,
his
probably
desk,
pretty
his
sterile.
bookshelves. I think he has like a cabinet for refreshments, and then like several like I think like a couple chairs and like a couch. I believe it was something like that.
Yes. So, Alias will be there. Agave Cheval will be there. Very informal, he's probably... They're both probably dressed down to be like,
Yeah.
not so many extra layers. Definitely not great sashes full of ribbons and medals kind of a
Mhm.
thing, But, invite Alestra, there. And he would basically, talk about it and basically be like, I hope you don't mind taking your time out of your schedule, especially you, Inos.
Oh, no, it's no trouble at all. Well, admit I'm a little bit more busy than I was initially expecting, but nothing I can't handle. Also, we haven't had a time to chat in quite a while, so I relish the opportunity.
Yes. I believe, as they say in the Collegia Tactica, he gives a nod over to Agave. No plan survives contact with the enemy. But I wanted to have a small talk, but not... He kind of, like shrugs or shakes his shoulders, like, he probably is wearing like an overcoat or something, or like a cloak with like some epaulets that makes them jangle, kind of a thing. Without too much pomp and circumstance. I admit it is admittedly a very small personal interest, but, he nods towards Alestra, who is probably standing or sitting, very formally, but he'll acknowledge her up, and and be like, obviously, I have heard through the grapevine of couriers that the young lady Gridarvol has been displaying, well, multiple sorceress talents, but particularly aspects of dragon sorcery. And I believe that is what the matter that Inos, you and the rest of House Logi gave such cooperation to the Inquisitorius that the royal librarian did not see reason to chide you at the earlier Privy Council.
Enos will, just take a moment to think about his response and be like, yes, we were quite cooperative with the church. I will admit that in the past I had some reservations about them, but a few meetings with them, and I understood them a lot better, and I felt comfortable pushing that. Like I said, he'll like gesture to Alestra and be like, she wanted to explore what she can do, and I felt it best as her teacher to smooth the path, I would say. And rather than, being all hush-hush and having people spread rumor and hearsay and having the church basically dictate the terms on their side, well, I just decided to move first. If the result is that the church, has a bit of impression of it, all the better.
Yes, a very admirable tactic. I will admit there are some among the high houses who would either not have thought of it or who would prefer the rougher road to be traveled. But, as you say, diplomacy is good, and information does help breed understanding. As I said, I admit it's a small personal interest in matters of history, but I did want to inquire what sort of things you've discovered about it.
Well,
I actually, you kind of had there. What was your first thing to say?
when did I say heh? I'm sorry.
He said,
I-
I have a small interest in the history of it. And
Oh, yes. Inos, which was like, is like, yes. How did the royal family sorcery end up being practiced by someone who lives at basically the north end of the realm?
Something like that, yes. I'll admit, actually, I had intended to perhaps ask Menace into this inquiry as well, since he is now the new Minister of Antiquity, but he has been dodging my conversations today.
Only today.
I suspect he wants to squirrel away and ask about that in his own time.
Nicola will look extremely awkwardly in no particular direction, as he has just
Alias
talked about us
politely does
an
not
hour
notice.
ago.
Agave definitely is just like rotate.
The things I do for family.
Well, to put it succinctly, I don't have any definite evidence. It's more circumstance, rumor, and conjecture. But if you're willing to hear such things, I can give you an idea.
Kind of, sits down, steeples his fingers together and, gestures and says, I am the Lord Cursor. I am always available to hear matters of rumor, hearsay, and conjecture. Some might say that we hear too much of that in the Privy Council.
But Inos will gesture to Alestra. As you... God, was I about to actually say as you know? Yes, I was.
Yeah, you were going to as you know. Listen, there's a reason why it happens in dialogue.
Listen, it's a good way to start a phrase and throw people like punk on it all the time.
I know, but it is just one of those things of all it's like, I say that, here comes some exposition, guys!
It's like as you know, but it's also
it is a cliche for a reason.
It's a thing of being like, I'm gonna say something but I'm gonna add to it.
Yeah, it's like no, because if you really do think about it, there's not really a better way to say that.
It's really not.
I mean, yeah, if you don't say as you know at the front of it, then you say all that stuff, and then the other person goes, yeah, I knew that. And you're like, yeah, I knew you knew that, but I'm going somewhere with this.
As you know.
I'm explaining for the audience.
My cute student Alestra here comes from the House Gridarvol, whose ancestry can be traced all the way back to the House founders of... what was Gridarvol's first... Was it just Gridarvol?
Yeah, it's her given name is Gridarvol. Gridarvol the Wise.
Gridarvol the Wise, one of the children of Logi the Torchbearer. This was back in a time when these lands were a lot more chaotic. We were still doing battles with the Frost Giants at the time. Now, Gridarvol the Wise is actually quite well known for having never married, but still having a child. The child's father has never been known and never been written down. But there is also another story around the same time of a certain prince from the royal house who came through these lands, through the Silver Tower, and vanished into the north, never to be seen again.
Yeah, Alias is kind of nodding along, and he's like, you're talking about Icebreaker Norleaf. Yes, of course, we've heard the many stories.
Yes. While I have no definite proof, I do not even have necessarily any records, but the timing does... Inos makes a wibbly-wobbly gesture. Match up. And so my current theory is that the good prince and Gridarvol might have had a brief but fiery affair, a slow romance, or who knows, could have been something completely else, but, well, that child was the product of the union, which means that even though it may be quite thin at this point, that the House Gridarvol may be able to trace its bloodline back to the royal family, and as such may be able to inherit the power of it. Why did this power manifest specifically in Alestra at this time? I do not know. But thanks to learning about the Inquisition and the inquiry they did, we have been able to fairly decisively claim that this is not her power is not of divine intervention or based off her faith, which only leaves her blood.
Yes, it has been known to manifest in descendants of the royal house. As you say, many generations. It is uncommon but not unheard of for some of the cadet branches of the high houses to have gone this way. It's fairly normal for members to display some abilities. I dare say my own father could probably cause a small light to leap up, or perhaps fortify the hearts of men if he felt like it. No one has shown any dedicated sorceress talent in some generations, but it's not unheard of.
Well, unfortunately,
I do believe that if you believe all the legends, of course, each of the children of High King Wyn would also have been not only descendant of the man who was blood brothers with Hydrus, but also his own wife, Shining Eltonin, was said to be one of the great dragons, so their sorceress abilities were quite strong and distinct.
Yes.
He kind of pauses and strokes his chin a little.
Yes. Inos will use that opportunity to jump in. Yes, unfortunately, from my studies of dragon sorcery, you're probably not going to find any particularly strong practitioners of your family craft because, well, there's not a surplus of dragon hearts on the market, as it were.
No, that is indeed true. They've been, officially anyway, hunted in all corners of Roikaron. I do believe there are reports occasionally of lesser dragonkin, wyvern types in Lagartia and the Stone Shoals. I've always heard rumors that there are still some dragonkin in the very tallest parts of the Dragon Spike Mountains, but he kind of shrugs. They mostly sound like just stories.
Oh, many stories have kernels of truth to them, Your Highness. But
this is true.
Even if it's so, I do not. As like, Inos will get a little serious. As like, I am looking into potentially unlocking Alestra's full potential. We've been doing research into such matters, and unfortunately have not made a lot of headway. But there are still angles to consider. We are just not in the kind of, look out the window at, the clamor going outside. We're not in the most opportune time. I do believe...
No, we're all quite busy with quite many things. Again, I am a little... No, I won't chide him about it, but I'll maybe drop a note about it to Menace to bring it up. I'm kind of surprised. It would be much better to have him here, not just for his new position with this whole subject of antiquity, but the domains he's received from Father and Palais Claire Lune. I'm sure you know from, I would assume, studying Gridarvol's writings, that was formerly the base of the White Wardens, which were founded in her time as the Lady Magister to serve as the magical arm of the Blood Shields. That role was folded into the Inquisition after the Great Reformation several hundred years ago, and the purely defensive parts of it stay with the Blood Shields now. It's why the handful of Blood Shields that do practice sorcery are quite good at using it while also maintaining defensive formations. Almost like there's an esoteric about that.
Yes, I was hoping to make a trip to the Claire Paloon. Prince Menace did offer an invitation, and I did want to see if that's still good. But, again, we're very busy.
Yes.
But I do, like I said, if you're...
Sorry, this is just very funny.
Yeah. If you are interested in the subject and want me to keep you appraised, I can do that, Your Highness. Like I said, I am working currently on a theory that perhaps that it wasn't maybe it's not directly eating a dragon's heart that unlocks the power for of the dragon sorcery, but something more metaphorical or even metaphysical may do the trick. But unfortunately,
he kind of takes as you're trailing off, he kind of takes the conversation and says, "Well, I will admit that almost every young man in the Heart of Crown has studied the old legends, even myself. It is possible that it is not necessarily literal. The heart of the dragon, of a true dragon, is supposed to be the center of its etherical powers. I guess we would think of it as a great engine or furnace, which provides them with the power to do their inherent magics, like flying, breathing fire, other things. And thus, consuming it transforms the sorcerer's own source of power to be great enough that they can cast spells. Much like how, if I understand things correctly anyway, an alchemist who is attuned must align their own body with the mystical energies of the 9 elements in the higher houses. A soul crafter who is attuned must be experienced in the deep power beneath the earth in absolute darkness.
I feel like
The
my
Veilers must
tattoo.
cross over to the other side and experience it themselves and bring some of that power back with them so that they can access higher mysteries. The Wind Witches master the power of the breath so that they themselves can command winds for longer. Is there any sorcery I left out there in this analogy?
Rune crafting and summon craft, I believe.
Right, yeah. Those
Would
ones
he
are
even know summon crafting? Because isn't that the bad one?
It's more just the one that's like unchecked.
It's not bad. It's just that one of your enemies is definitely some summoner.
It's the easiest one you can be scummy with. Weirdly,
Definitely
It
had
is
a
true,
rock
actually.
thrown in
I
my
think
back.
I think there's some there's quite a few nasty things you can do with summon craft that are you don't even have to be attuned to do. Just gotta
I'm
do
just
it.
imagining now
it's
that
the easiest where you fall off the edge.
I'm just imagining that the freaking attunement works off of like lawyer logic, and if she wins the heart of a dragon, that technically counts.
Enos is probably a little closer with some sort of like actual
No,
transformation. Like
I
the
understand.
whole thing that Alias is saying is basically that like he could even mention rune crafting as well. The way you become attuned is you put the runes of power into your very body so that you can channel your aether into the correct shapes intrinsically. Basically the whole point of this speech, besides a very pointed reference to certain things, is that it seems to be that becoming attuned to sorcery is to kind of like permanently align or alter your own aether to be in step with the source of your sorcery.
Inos will nod with that, and is oh, I've no doubt. Like I said, but again, whether finding a live dragon heart or a live true dragon, well, that's the difficult one.
That one certainly, if you do manage, you should let me.
And so,
Among other arts, that is also another one that has since been lost to Crown. Though I'm certain that my younger siblings or cousins would be more interested in the application. But cavalry drakes was once a incredibly powerful force. Allowed us to sweep over the continent and many other things besides for years.
Inos, thinks about that one a little bit. Well, if I can wing Narissa a cavalry drake for a wedding gift, I think that'd be very good in my favor.
I think
Holy shit.
because you are having kind of an informal meeting. Like Alias does actually kind of like give a genuine kind of like smile and a small laugh. That'd be quite a sight.
Indeed.
The newly bride and groom flying off into the sunset to Dragonback, I'm sure.
Oh, the poet.
And of course, Narissa would think it would be quite dashing, but I'm sure they'd end up leaving behind all the wedding luggage.
That's how it is. Enos, takes a moment and thinks, and it's all like, actually, Your Highness, since you are here, May I inquire of your plans after summer court? Are you still conducting your grand tour?
Ah, yes. Where we last left the tour off, or I should say, though I will count Agave as well. We're moving on to Grassy, and then back through the regions of the Mare Cages into Crown, and on to Forester. It was in Shaded Bay I actually joined the royal party to arrive here. So yes, while Father has not formally announced it yet, he has made sure to arrange the schedule that I should be free to continue the tour through Norlon, starting in Teine, of course, since I will be right here when Summer Court ends, and moving on to Crag from there.
Inos nods. It's like, it might not be as impressive as a live true dragon, but I think there might be something you may be interested to see. I cannot speak of it. I cannot speak of it now. You will, but you, well, no, he's the Lord Curse.
Well, he knows.
He'll be in the
Yeah, he's
Also, he already knows.
Well, I do believe that the king did say that he consulted, but yeah,
there's like it's still a matter of you don't know who else
That's
may
right.
be listening. I don't know if there's someone hanging outside my window.
Is here, like that's you know that
You see a crow?
Listen, Agave Cheval and the prince are tight, but like technically she's not authorized to know anything about the Fogveil.
Yes, it's like some details will be what we're gonna say. Like we could probably say this is. Wait, check the calendar.
You could say forthcoming, yeah.
On the forthcoming Privy Council, we'll explain some of the details, but it may be a little bit of a detour, but I think you may want to see it.
That matter, yes. We shall speak of it later. I did wonder why Cousin Narissa brought along the head scrivener from Weirwind Keep.
Mm-hmm. Inos will just politely smile. But I think I have prattled on about me and my... Inos pauses for a second and just says, legend chasing, I suppose. I was like, was there anything you wish to speak
Simply
with?
doing what we all wish we could, alas. As you say, much work to be done.
Yes. Inos kind of, leans back in his chair and leans back in his chair and, looks a bit tired and is just like, oh, how do I want to put this? Just kind of, that kind of exasperated. It's all like, and Inos just goes, do you know that we have located 2 weapons of the Chalice Knights?
Kind of tilts his head and says, oh, interesting.
Yes. One, actually, Inos will, gesture to Alestra, was found by her party. We found a...
Oh, no, it's, she tries to, be like, oh, it's, no big thing, and then you're just like, nah.
No, it's a big thing.
Yeah, damn it, you beat me to it.
It's like, no, do not be humble on this, Alestra. Take credit when credit is due. And so, like, or did you not pick up a, Well, how big is Solaire?
Actually, it's a claymore type sword, so it's a great sword. It's 2-handed.
Oh, unless, did you not pick up a 200 grade sword and basically unleash the sun upon a, I don't want to actually say Mandracora, but upon a dragon made, upon a dragon-like creature made of root and hate.
Yes. Well, that when you say it like that, it resembles what happened. I admit I wasn't really thinking of it that way at the time.
Yes.
Ah, shit, you got me.
Inos just kind of turns back to Alias with just like, see? just that kind of flat expression, and is like, we've been doing a lot of things here, which many will become clear at the Privy Council, but Inos just kind of exhausted. It's all like, Inos is actually like a little frustrated right now. It's like, you ever get that feeling that every time you look for an answer to a question, you do not find an answer, only more questions?
All the time.
Alias kind of like nods very sagely. He's like, "No, I am all too familiar with that one. As you know, it's part of the Lord Curse's duties in order to ask the questions for the crown. And I will admit there are many matters in Troy Corone where, indeed, asking a question only gets you more questions."
Yes. But
On the subject of the young lady Gridarvol, I am happy at least that we seem to have found an answer and can leave it at that for now.
for now. Oh. But Anos will take a moment to take a drink of whatever beverage he has, and it's all like, well, Your Highness, was there anything else we wish to discuss with young not young Alestra, like, I'm just gonna call her Alestra. She's only like 3 years younger than me.
Yeah, only a few. You're her senior, but yeah.
Yeah, my kohai.
Probably a cooler
But yeah.
Iron Demon word for like your apprentice.
I mean, yeah,
Probably.
I promise we're not
Yeah,
We're not gonna make
there
fucking
probably
Eldar
is
words.
a junior sort of a versus senior sort of statement. But yes, he will say, well, on that subject at least, I would say that normally, even if it is the conventional form of Miyoko working, spontaneous sorcery would probably be a point of enough of an interest for some sort of crown patronage. However, obviously, he nods to both Alestra and Nicola. The Lady Gridarvol is going to be quite engaged with managing a house, which I know, not just from our conversation, but that certainly did not hurt, is going to be very important to the Marquess and all of Teine. So we will simply leave it that, he kind of, nods a little to Alestra and says that we should simply leave it that, though the prospective relation may be distant, the ear of the crown is available, and simply to let me know if there's anything you should. He kind of takes both. Actually, no, it would be all three of you in his gaze and says, if you wanted to assert the bloodline relation, that would be a slightly more complicated matter.
Just holds up a hand. It's all like, without any actual records or testimonies, I think it'd be a very hard thing to do. And frankly,
Unless Lady Gridarvol is still around here somewhere, I don't think there's going to be anything we can do to that.
Inos will kind of snort and just ask, Alestra, has Gridarvol's rod told you any juice of gossip about her?
No, the staff is quite quiet, if temperamental.
Well,
I only say that because would you honestly doubt that with all we've learned about her?
I mean, I would not be surprised if Lady Gridarvol maybe put a soul crystal with put an autobiography, like a secret autobiography, not the Codex Gridarvol.
Yeah, her double
somewhere.
secret knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was going to say, Alias was going to bring up, well, if she didn't say anything in the Codex Gridarvol, then yes, we're dealing with loose.
Like I said, and I do not wish. Oh, sorry, and I do not wish to speak for Alestra, but it is my understanding that she probably does not want to be embroiled in such a. Enos pauses for the word. Scheme? Plot?
Kerfuffle.
I don't know if I'd call it a scheme or a plot, but a complication for sure.
Yes.
The reason why I did bring it up is because Agave will actually step in to speak for him and just say, it'd be really bloody complicated. You're talking about basically taking a cadet branch of a high house and promoting to a cadet branch of a royal house while still being also directly descended from a high house, it's messy. I don't think there are any family lines in Troycrone which operate quite the same way.
I think at this point in time, it would be the best solution is to simply not think about it.
Alias kind of nods and says, "We'll file that one away for later."
Indeed.
And then, of course, kind of claps his hands on, the rest of the chair he's sitting. We say we file it away for later, and then simply never worry about it. And it gets buried under all the other things we put away for later.
Inos just, also nods sagely.
Yeah.
He'll probably ask, a few. I won't roleplay against myself, but he'll probably ask Alestra a few idle questions about, the Corbwood adventure, making sure not to pry too far. Like if Inos or Nicola wanted to expound on any of that stuff, feel free. Alestra will probably just give him very direct answers.
Oh, we got a report from Aurelia. I could offer to pass along the report. Because
Nicola's just happy to be here.
I don't think Aurelia put in her fucking other side adventure in the report. I don't feel like she would. I feel like she'd probably keep that one a little bit closer to the chest. I feel.
Yeah, I think. She would probably have spoken at brief about appears to have translocated herself through a short trip, but she did not describe the details unless you ask about it.
Yeah, so no, she would probably talk about finding the tree, finding the madmen, the Fae, and the battle with the Mandracora, and the battle with Helix Twinbo, and then all that stuff. So yeah, no, I will offer to pass along that report to Prince Aedis if he is interested in reading it.
It's
Making a play.
His comment would be that it seems like you're building up quite a generation of young people. He won't say young ladies because
Kieran's there too.
Emir. No, Hiran wasn't there. It was his friend. It was I forgot the Emir heir's first name. Thorin.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
It's because his name is tough because it's got an extra syllable in there that I put in there. It's me. I did it. Yeah, Thorin was there and some others, but yes, you're building quite a forceful batch, and I think that is, unless Inos or Nicola, and probably not because Nicola just said that he's happy to be here. It does have another point to raise to Alias. That's the name I'm looking for.
No, this is a serious meeting, so Nicola will not be shenaniganing.
No, I think that maybe after at this point, no. Maybe after the Privy Council, we might have to have another meeting talking about some stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But without being able to go into details about what's gonna happen at the Privy Council and what everyone's reaction to that.
He basically he absolutely caught on. I won't make you roll. We'll just to keep the role playing clear. He absolutely caught on that you're talking about the Fogveil question.
Mm-hmm.
That he knows that's upcoming on the docket, but also understands that even if everybody here was authorized to talk about it, again, that's a question of you ask yourself, does Agave Cheval know about it? That's going to be you on wondering about how tight Prince Alias plays things, because all of you know because you were there.
Yeah, I was like, we don't technically have authorization to know, but we were also all there, so
yes. So the matter of whether or not you could discuss it or not is open in there. But yeah, he is politely willing to put aside some more detailing question, and basically I think the point to be an end is that basically you get at some point as the meeting is winding down naturally, you'll get a knock at your door, Inos, and it'll actually be assuming you answer it to check. It's actually a funnily enough a small girl posse, because it's Aurelia with Paz and Ilarion in tow, who are actually wondering where Alestra is, because they've probably made plans to go hang out in the city and I don't know, eat ice creams, throw coins in wells.
Set something on fire.
I mean, I got creative fireworks. I got several crates of fireworks.
Listen, if you want to arm a gaggle of teenage girls with a crate of fireworks, but no, that's probably not the plan they're making.
Here, cause problems. Wait, no, don't actually.
Who's the responsible
Well,
one in the group? Is it probably Alestra? It's probably Alestra.
Yeah. I don't know if responsible is the phrase the others would use, but yeah, it's probably
Hesitant?
Alestra. Aurelia is the literally
It's
gung-ho
not
one.
Aurelia. Whoever it is, it's not Aurelia.
I'm sorry.
Hans
Omega, but
is, inquisitive. She's not shy's probably not the right word, but she is more, intellectual, but I don't know if she would necessarily be the responsible one. Alarion Marin is a wind witch and a Marin, so
No.
sorry,
Probably
Omega,
not.
they're probably gonna, sit on rooftops and eat sea salt ice cream and stare at the sunset
I'm sorry, Omega, but
dangerously. Why do those kids do that?
Omega, I am sorry for this, but I always image Aurelia has like the fucking Ruka Toy song in their head, but it's like the Gothic remix.
No, she just has a follow track of MCR, just playing with her all the time. If I ever need to summon Aurelia, I'll just play a G note really loud on a piano.
Well, dramatic piano playing would probably be it. But yeah, if that's, because at that point probably Alestra would be like, oh, look at the time kind of a thing and be excused. The only other point I do have is that I think the timeline works out there. That Prince Aelius does actually pass on his thanks to Aurelia because she actually gave him the location of a place. Because I have not mentioned it yet, but this is a good time to mention that she probably didn't bring it to this meeting, but you guys would have noticed previously, Agave Cheval does have a new cavalry pistol.
Okay.
Very fine make. Yes, you guys would, I'll let Nicola and Inos know without, like I said, role-playing against myself. Basically, it's like the information chain. You may recall previously that Aurelia asked Kephas where he shopped, because he's carrying a pepper box, and so Aelius happened to ask somebody, where's a good place to buy a pistol in Stonehearth, and Aurelia passed that along, because that's where she got her current new pepper boxes. And, Aurelia takes the compliment, and the girls probably go their way. What's our timer? Not even 3 hours. Okay. Let us take another, or let me anyway, take another brief bio break. Also, Loth is deaf and muted, so we need him next anyway.
Oh, is he dead?
Because we're going to go back in time a little and start setting up Fogveil stuff, I think.
Has he been taken by the
Fogveil
bees?
Get that done.
He's been taken by the bees, hasn't he?
The bees.
The wasps took him. Sorry, that's a 1%er. Anyway, pausing the recording. All right. I'm going to take a bio break. I'll be right back.
Anyway, recording on pause. We go.
Yeah, sorry. We had to wait for Loth to come back. He had an outside phone call. Okay. We're doing the planning to the Fogveil because you guys are trying to figure out some kind of thing about governancing, and you want to get your ducks in a row before the meeting. So, over the intervening month-ish, I believe the plan was mostly for Logesh and Inos, but any of you could be involved in this process. But basically to start researching history and the law to figure out some stuff. So I would like for anybody who is, and I mean this, because there's a problem in this house where I ask for a roll and people just roll it, and then I ask them, are you there? They go, oh, no. So if you are involved in this covert governor operation, to make me some rolls under student law or student history.
Well, I got that student history, so I'll roll that.
I have student history, but I didn't think I'm actually there.
So what are the options? Sorry, my people are yelling.
Student law, student history.
But
Okay.
are you involved in the governorship operation? Actually,
No, I'm not.
I can't
Okay.
even bullshit that I'm there because, I'm not
you are there.
the Cavalier anymore. I am?
Yes,
Yeah,
you're the
I
person.
You have
just
law.
call it Logesh and Inos.
My bad. I'm stupid.
Should I be there?
You're not even
You guys
gonna
think
be-
I'm
you
not?
want
I
to be
won't.
there.
Look, okay, here's the thing. I'm melted. I'm also dealing with
Christmas.
family logistics.
Post phone call stress.
Yeah. Stuff comes up.
Yeah, I
I
love
would-
my mom, but when she's constantly
PPS.
asking me about like, oh, what's this about your job? I'm like,
The old, dodge the conversation. Wow. Okay,
okay,
fine.
son, I don't understand what's wrong with your depression. Why can't you just do the thing? I'm like,
I will do this is history.
All right.
Anyway, enough trauma dumping.
8. There we go. All right.
You got 2s.
You got 4s and 8s. You gobble my dice. You don't
This is a
actually gobble my
cooperative-
dice, but
This is a cooperative adventure.
If it was a gobble, they would. But yes. So those on the history angle, go back in the archives and kind of you guys end up researching, and Leslok may have been able to recall some of this off the top of his head. I don't actually remember. I think you don't have to make rolls to recall what you read at this level, but I don't remember what skill previously you would roll. It's not actually your student skill,
Let's see.
though. But,
It would have been knowledge lore for documents.
Okay. So it's still knowledge related. But like I said, I don't think you actually have to roll at this stage because you're all the way in there. So basically, all that preamble to say, Leslok probably has read some about this before. Inos is, recalling or reading for the first time some of this stuff because, genuinely, I don't think you cared so much about the specific language of human government until recently.
it's true.
But basically, you guys go in the tank and about history, ask about, kind of, well, how did we get here? So
How did this happen?
the architects of the king's law and the development of the system of what became known as the peerage to the king was developed. I mean, it was with High King Wyn's input, but it was the body of text was developed by Mal Hammerhand and Vilter Irontusk.
Huh.
Remember that Mal Hammerhand was the first Lord Chancellor. And I believe Vilter Irontusk was the first one to take the place of the Lord Marquess, as the king's constable kind of a thing. So they developed a lot of your structure of legal heritage. And basically, when we were developing the system of peerage, they decided to do a ranked system based on the size and authority of the provinces under the high houses, which were defined as those held by the 12 founders who pledged their banners to High King Wyn. That stuff we're all familiar with. But when developing this, they did study several imperial government and historical documents that, the new Troy Corone had taken control of and studied. In the oldest imperial records, they had a position known as praetor or prefect. You can drop the extra A. The prefect was a combined military and civil governor who both was in charge of the local civil administration and commanded the local legions. Originally, you were only supposed to hold the position of prefect for a limited time, and it was also the name of for a officer of infantry, cavalry, or navalry. So the name stuck around a while. Vilter and Mal did not really know if prefects were still in use with the Imperator as kind of like a single executive leader. But basically, the concept of being both military governor and provincial governor, ruling a province that has strict geographic boundaries and being in charge of both civil and military matters is kind of how they modeled the powers of the peerage. But they decided on a slightly different system to, again, rank them kind of according to the relative size and authority. The word governor has multiple uses and comes from the dialect of the boatmen of Riviardu, which was the continental province before the Imperium pushed them out. and by the way, this is true in real life, the word governor originally meant the pilot or helmsman of a boat, but the language drift occurred. It also became to mean metaphorical steering, and now in modern Crownish, it's bled into the terms used to refer to the leader of a geographic location. So that's what you get out of the history side of it.
Okay.
So the law side, actually, like going back and studying the body of the king's law and how these kinds of things work. The term governor can refer to a couple of different things, including the leader or ruler of a specific area, usually a city, castle, or small region, which is considered a non-hereditary appointment.
Okay.
Sometimes for a limited term, much like how prefect it was, again, supposed to be a limited time position as a provincial governor. And the title of governor does not intrinsically come with a knighthood or a lordship. So a governor is not styled, sir or dame or, lord or lady. Now, Logesh, getting into the specific history of royal appointments, which I capital letters on, there's a couple of different legal precedents you guys can use for a structure. There have been some very rare but not unheard of cases where a high house has not yet had a valid heir. Either they had no immediate heirs or the legal heir would be too young. You guys almost ran into this situation, but Leslok was close enough that basically the existing Logi government could run stewardship until he was, old enough to be recognized at least by his own bannerman. But, for instance, hypothetically, to also make this Logesh-centric, if Leofric wasn't around and, and had heirs of his own, this would have been the situation with Logesh's parents when they died there would have to be someone appointed to manage the province. This is usually referred to as the position of viceroy, meaning assistant to the monarch. So, if there is a case of regency for a high house, the crown will appoint a viceroy to manage the province until either they age up an already known legal heir, or we find a new legally appropriate heir by going back in the tank and scanning the genealogy.
Yeah.
So that's viceroy. There have occasionally been discussions of a royally appointed governor, a case where the crown appointment would be for unheld territory. But most of these have not actually been, like, what's the phrase? Like, actually used. They're paper concepts. They're not. So there's legal precedent because people wrote about them, but they aren't practical. Nobody actually did them. First of all, there were discussion of appointing several governors who were supposed to recolonize the Lost Continent, which would have probably created a new province. No project lasted more than a few years. So no long-term ramifications of a governor of the continent has ever gone anywhere. But they did technically happen. It was discussed when the Cauldron was rediscovered shortly after the War of the 13 about appointing a royal governor to integrate it into Troikaron as a new province, but the clans of the Cauldron don't have a unified culture or government, so there was no framework to build a traditional house structure. So the matter was tabled, and basically it's been a historical curiosity since then. It's been something you win bar trivia with, but not out there. But the end result is, and this is all still off of Logesh's law check there, the end result is that you understand that there's precedent for a viceroy or a governor to be appointed by the crown to oversee a province that does not have a legal ruler. This person would represent crown interests. They would have access to crown officials and crown funding, but would also have their own ability to raise funds, make appointments, and perform normal duties of governments. Again, the idea is that while you do report to the crown because it is a crown appointment, the governor would have civil and military authority in the province. The position would probably likely be for a set term. Prefects, based on your historical findings, prefects were originally appointed for 1 year, but in terms of times of crisis, they could be extended longer for 3 or even 10 years. No matter what, the position of governor would be non-hereditary and confer no additional authority outside of the designated province. So no matter what, the authority of being declared the governor of the Fogveil would not extend anywhere outside of the Fogveil.
Yeah.
Inside the Fogveil, though,
Keep it local.
you have the authority. So this is where you guys get to make some interpretation. If you want to claim viceroyship, the person who gets appointed as viceroy would be a stand-in for the crown. They would be there to assist the crown. They would represent royal authority over the king's land until such time as he seems fit to restore normal authority or otherwise end the appointment. On the one hand, this means you report to nobody but the High King, but also means assuming more direct authority and responsibility. And also, while not explicit in the design, claiming the role of viceroy is implicit, that you would only be holding this position, or you would be establishing this position to hold it only until a legal ruler of the Fogveil could be discovered. So, you guys don't know where that project is at. A position that is proposed as a more ambiguous crown governor or high governor would probably infer that one represents the crown council, the high council of the king, and, basically reports of them as head of a project to rehabilitate, reintegrate, and possibly resettle the Fogveil. Basically, what's the word? Like, you're reporting to the High Council because you are a crown appointment, but you are part of the whole crown process, which on the one hand means that you'll get much broader access to, the various crown council members, but might also imply, less authority and a shorter term or a more indirect project. Sorry, clear my Discord notifications. I keep hearing people type and then my Discord lights up, but then nobody's actually posting anything over here. We're taking notes. What is next? Okay, yes. Yeah, I think we'll write all of this off of Logesh's roll. I don't want to make him roll again, but this is still in the legal precedent zone. But basically, I assume, you guys as follow-up would ask Logesh, like, okay, Logesh, what's the legal status of the Fogveil? How does that work?
Depends,
I mean,
I guess.
That is actually the answer. The legal role of the Fogveil is tricky. So, to kind of put a formal note on it, the way the Fallen Houses worked is that a royal decree was given and was signed on by all remaining peers, which officially and legally rescinded all titles, lands, and privileges and ended their family name from a legal standpoint. This also forced all banners to disband or swear fealty to a new house. So the result is, for instance, House Marai and House Roche, officially reorganized as new houses and swore fealty to Cheval, etc., and other things going on. But, does leave end. As far as you guys know, while that means that technically, as per royal decree, the banner houses of the Fogveil are supposed to disband, you're pretty sure that they did not formally do that. So, there's, I guess, some stuff in the can you could talk about. Now, hypothetically, because, the only thing that can match the decree is another royal decree, we could make a new royal decree that could basically reverse the effective results of the previous one, which would mean that we could, restore some or all lands, titles, and privileges to the name and house of Vilter. But this would require a legally recognizable heir, and
I don't want to put it on Fiona's shoulders.
Fiona might not
you don't
be.
know if she's a legally recognizable heir.
Yeah.
You don't know, actually.
Hmm.
Again, you guys have your thoughts and feelings, but we need, again, a legally recognizable heir. And also, Logesh would come back to you guys and would point out. So originally the houses were disbanded by royal decree and all the remaining peers signed on. This could imply that a royal decree to reverse part of that decree would also need all the other peers to sign on. It doesn't literally mean that, because legally it should just be that the royal decree can undo a royal decree. But the first one did have the peers sign on, so people are going to ask, oh, well, did we get all the other peers to sign on this again?
Can we do we can't do an amendment to the decree.
I mean, you could, but again, that would be that would definitely want the peers to sign on to the decree because they were part of it. So like I said, the precedent is very open-ended. The reorganizing the banners is a thing that is known, but also that legal process has been obscured by the winds of time. That said, dispensing the lands otherwise, breaking up the Fogveil and absorbing them into other precedents, is also kind of messy because the other territories were kind of individually moved. So, for instance, for House Medius, I should say in general, House Marai represented a decent chunk of the mare cages. They swore to Cheval. House Roche represented another block of the Medius Mountains. They swore to House Cheval in the Grass Sea, so their collected lands go under that house. Medius's southern territories had been occupied by crown forces already during the war, and so were divvied out to royal appointments. The western flank of Medius was granted to House Woodwoes because they had, as part of the war, been advancing and occupying that flank. All remaining territory in the Medius Mountains, formally ceded by the crown to the Harpuya. Any humans who are still living there were declared no longer crown citizens. That is technically a separate declaration to ending the House of Vilter. So this is a thing that I think the king brought up in his letter to Leslok. Technically, all of the Fogveil is still crown land, but the borders were officially declared closed. So it's kind of in a gray area because it could be similar to Medius, that we could declare closing the borders as saying that everybody living there is non-citizens, this territory is passed over. But because we didn't declare it went to anybody specifically, it's kind of like, that's something you guys are going to have to think of in your upcoming arguments. If I have some notes here. For the rest of the territories, the Venin territory was broken up into crown appointments, the remaining Venin territory, so it either ended up back in House Cheval or Marin by now, or the peninsula was formally granted to House Marin by petition. They petitioned the king to be like, hey, because House Venin doesn't exist anymore, you've got free lands, give us those. Nahal was basically seized roughly in totality by House Espada, who were granted the lands, through declaration by basically being like, well, we're here, we're holding it. House Oro did lay claim to several border towns, outlying islands, and coastal cities by right of marriage. They basically said that, well, before the High King removed all the legal rights of members of these houses, we were in the legal line of inheritance through marriage, so we should get those properties now, sort of a thing. They should move down the line to us. So none of that stuff was done with the Fogveil, so it's kind of open-ended. I will say, do I want to... No, I don't want you guys to roll for this. Actually, no. It's funnier. I think out of the 3 people we have in the powwow, Inos, you're the only one with no religion, right? Or student of religion, right?
Yes.
So you go ahead and roll that, because this refers to the spiritual fate of the Fogveil. And you have been making sure to study the Septiscript.
Yes.
I imagine that Inos now owns a very nice copy. Probably owns some commentaries by previous theologians as well.
Again with the twos. That's better than
Hey,
nothing.
it counts. I'm not putting any difficulty on this. This is a specialty skill. Inos, you digging through your commentaries and your understanding of like religious precepts, discover that so only one peer has ever been declared excommunicatio by the church. That's Guthrum One-Eye.
Oh, really?
Yes. The issues with House Caleri, House Venin, and House Medius were all considered basically like military, socio-political. When everything got like back up the grapevine, the church said, "Oh, Guthrum One-Eye of House Vilter, that was real fucked up." So as a result of allegations of heresy against him, trying to misappropriate possibly multiple sorceries, and in general, again, the claims of which there's nothing else to go on but witness testimony of, like engaging in illegal sorceress acts to like, use the rune of living death and shit. He was declared excommunicatio, so he is denied access to the church and all of its solemn protections and services. And also any spiritual authority or privileges he may have had are also rescinded. However, nobody really knows how that works for his legal heirs, because nobody's ever excommunicated a member of a high house before, or a peer, I should say, a ranked member of the high house. Individual members have probably been excommunicated, but if they were in lines of succession, they were already like legally moved around. So like I said, officially Guthrum One-Eye was excommunicated, denied access to the church and all those services, and any spiritual authority they considered him to have is gone. The Diocese of the Fogveil was formally disbanded when the king declared the borders of the Fogveil sealed. That is something that is going to need a separate arc to settle, because technically there should be a archbishop of the Fogveil, and possibly several smaller dioceses, and certainly it would be within the nominal rights of the church, because they never excommunicated the citizens of the Fogveil, to say, hey, if any of those guys are practicing, the covenant, if they remember the books of the Septascript, well, technically they are under the protection and shepherding of the church, the spiritual authority we have to minister. So we would have to get in there and establish some stuff. So, like I said, right now you guys are looking at a like I said, a kind of like divide in how you want to spin this, and that's something you guys should probably, because the whole point of doing this roll now is so that you guys have time to think about this in the weeks coming up to summer court and plan it out. What version of this do you want to propose to the High King and the Council? Do you want this to be more of a viceroyship and be like, Your Majesty, historically when a province has not had a ruler, you have appointed a viceroy to administer that position and hold it in such time until you decide to legally move that authority somewhere else, either to appoint a different, viceroy or royal governor, or to find a legal heir to the Fogveil? Or do you want to be like, well, we could create a position of crown governor, that's hypothetically when trying to resettle the lost continent, that's the thing that was done, was they were a crown governor, and so to lead this project until such time as you feel that the project is settled. But again, with that meaning different things to different people.
Honestly, personally, I want to go with the route of more direct control and involvement, which I believe, if I'm understanding this right, is the viceroy.
Yes.
Because while this is not just a simple matter of governing a land, this is also release effort and disaster recovery.
Yeah.
Which means there is going to be a lot of stuff happening. We are gonna have to get in there and solve things. We gotta stop the mountain from crying. We have to stop the very sad Fey woman for drinking all the water aether. We gotta stop the fucking. Maybe gotta go slap some ghosts in a town. We got raiders on there. It's like we are probably going to need like a lot of intervention on our part and maybe even the crown's part.
I also look at it as we also don't think the Fogveil's united enough to actually have a singular governor.
Well, no, they don't. But they do have a, quote unquote, they have a bunch of old folks in positions, and they do tradement between like what, their 5 settlements, I think it was.
Yeah, I think it's 5 total. They have a rough alliance of 5 settlements, 4 positions.
And if we're not gonna like assume like direct control of them, like it is probably best that we, work to figure out what noble lines remain and see what can happen there. So I think Viceroy would probably be our best bet. Like I said, also...
Yes, what I was going to say was, based on what you're saying, right, you guys are thinking that Viceroy... Lucky is proposing that Viceroy would be the better version. And I if your point is that, like... Basically, Viceroy means that you are stepping into a temporary leadership position of a province. A viceroyship is not supposed to be permanent, necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
It is supposed to be a stopgap, but it's a position which is basically like as we've said before, the province is still officially the king's land. It's not like the middle of Medius where the king has said, I don't claim to own this anymore. So that means that the people there are king's citizens, so they are entitled to certain protections under the king's law. Normally, those protections are supposed to be provided by the peers, but since there is no peer and there is no clearly defined line of inheritance currently that you can just dig up a legal... Like, you can't... At this stage, you guys cannot produce a legal heir to the Fog.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say that. You guys have theories about that sort of thing. You have lines of inquiry. You cannot produce a legal heir at this time.
No.
So that means that Viceroy is basically, you're going to take the role of what would normally be the historic role of a peer to govern that province, again, both militarily and civilly, until either, actually, no, I should phrase it as, until the king decides you're done, whether that is because you find a legal heir or because the king goes like, okay, the viceroy phase is over. We need to permanently settle this territory thing with another decree.
Yeah, no, I think Viceroy would be good for our immediate needs. Something that gives us...
Sorry.
No, go.
Considering how we like to play it and that we do want them to be, independent-ish, like we're not taking over. We're just like, okay, yeah, let's prop them up and help, the situation.
If there was a system for it, I feel like it'd be like, I want to be the provincial custodian of it, but that's
I mean, that is what Viceroy is. You are assistant to the Roy, which is the king.
Like I said, if for what reason the Fogveil is like, no, we like the cut of your jet, please just keep doing what we're doing. Maybe we can talk to the High King about doing a more permanent solution, but that's going to be something that is down the road.
Integration is a long-term project.
Yeah. We gotta unfuck them first.
What's the phrase I want to use? Being Viceroy is a temporary appointment, but it's an open-ended temporary appointment.
Yes.
Like it basically lasts until the High King thinks the project is done.
It's a questline title.
If you went for the crown government style, that would probably be like, okay, well, so here's our, 5-year, 10-year, etc. plan, oh, High Council, and they're going to ask you, like, hey, are you guys meeting your milestone goals? Like, is this project going on, or do we need to rethink this?
No.
You guys want the flexibility of the Viceroyship to basically be like, no, the only person I report to is the High King. I do the project how I think the project should be managed. Calling, the Fogveil a project, but I think that's fair. A quest also works, but, a project.
A process,
certainly, yes. And then the only person you owe any answers to is the High King. That does mean that you're going to have to keep the High King in the loop, and you're going to have to satisfy any questions he has, but it does mean you don't need to worry about the other council going in.
Guess we can tell him the prophecy.
We could tell him the prophecy. I don't know.
Well, we're probably going to have to tell him the prophecy anyway.
All right, so...
Maybe Neil can tell the prophecy.
Let us make sure that I am formally taking everybody's temperature. It sounds like well, I should say, Axe and Loth are positive. All else in favor of the Viceroy style plan? Are we okay with this? Do we understand the goal?
Yeah.
Dallas doesn't understand, but that's okay.
I don't
So
think
long
I
as he
get a
doesn't
say in
stub
this
his toe on the
anyway.
team
So.
anyway.
I mean, you can still say your opinion, I guess.
Well, so the reason why I bring this up is because unless Leslok's going to be a jerk and exclude a player character from the conversation, all of you are going to be at the Privy Council meeting to discuss this because you are the House's witnesses about what's going on in the Fogveil.
Yeah, you have to testify.
So,
No,
like, the whole point is to get
I'm
you guys
okay with
involved
that.
in this conversation.
I'm not gonna
so,
just
like,
keep. I'm not gonna just keep obstinating because of like that. I don't want to create that kind of environment. So Nicola will grin and bear it.
No, I want you to
You'll
actually explain.
think
want.
about your...
No, I want you to explain this. Why are you gonna grin and bear it?
It's just a similar reason.
Well, okay, then how do you? Then I want to hear your suggestion. How would you help get the Fogveil under the control?
Well, that's the thing. I don't have a better suggestion, so that's why I'm accepting it.
Okay.
Because I'm not just gonna oppose a plan if I don't have a better idea.
Okay.
That's very fair,
That-
yes.
That's just
Basically
not
saying it's
You're not
like-
sure you...
I don't like it, but I don't have a good reason to like say no. We're not doing this because I don't have a better suggestion.
Okay. No, I just wanted to get that.
It's
out.
that simple.
That's fair. That's
Yes.
I'm glad you can put it that way to be
Yes.
like
Listen,
Nicola is not necessarily 100% on board with this plan still, but he also doesn't have any better idea, so he will
Yes.
support for now.
Okay.
I get that.
I
'cause
will
I, just
lend
can't, I
my
can't think of anything
support,
else that's
and I
better
will-
to work in.
I will never publicly come out against it in front of people who are not just our house, because that's also just not cool.
We gotta be a united front, man, but behind closed
We have to
doors.
present a united front.
With a family.
Family. Yes.
Listen, we can't show
God damn
dissent
it.
because that's like that. That must be bad for all my competition. It's not. That's
Well,
not,
I mean,
Especially 'cause, like-
you're gonna see some stuff.
Let's be very real. There's no way we trust everyone on the council, right?
no.
Yeah, like okay, I'm just making sure we're all on
But
that.
like, I'm
that
neutral with
page.
most of them, so it's more just about.
Oh, I've
I need to
definitely.
look-
I literally have my list of people I trust, people I don't trust.
That's fair. It's just to me, I have to look more impressive than they are. It's more about that, really.
Actually, no. There's one person I have in neutral because I've literally barely interacted with her at all. And that's Lady Cheval. I literally think I've like heard her speak once.
Oh, excuse me.
But I don't know how hands-on we're gonna be at the viceroyship, but like we'll see how it goes because I think we got like a few months before we like get right back into Fogveil thing, or maybe until next year.
I think you're gonna at least poke it in the next months because remember the Ivory Island
Yeah,
is
we got-
technically there.
Yeah, we gotta go through to get to Ivory
That
Isles, so,
is
like,
technically part of the Fogveil, so you have some things you need to get a wheel.
Yeah,
on.
that's just a.
I don't think you're. I have no idea what your timeline for big building is. That'll be something to discuss with the king. Okay, all right. So, going for the viceroyship. We got the idea. All right. I hate to do it, but I want to be able to speedily move along this. So I'm going to take another bio break real quick. I will be right back again.
All right, I'm gonna
I guess we have
pause
yeah, we're gonna.
All right, we go.
I think it was both.
We're going. Okay.
A keys.
So we snap forward to the Stars Day.
Stars there.
There would be a. So the on the first day or the first time, the king had scheduled the Privy Council before the Curia. In order to kind of like set the tone and go through everything. In this case, the Curia is going to be first. The Privy Council will be later and longer, basically. Like, everybody clear your days. We got some real shit.
Mhm.
So again, if you guys put a note for later, if you have anything to bring up to the Curia, to a formal King's Council, you can do that, but I don't think you guys have any business you want to hit up there yet.
I have a question. I did not mean to interrupt. It's gonna be quick. If Inos
Yeah.
wanted to actually establish like a Harpuria auxiliary post diplomacy in Teine, would that be a matter brought up to the Curious Regia?
Yeah, unless you want Leslok to do it like behind closed doors for some reason, yes. That would probably be a formal proposal
Okay.
you would file.
Okay, well, I won't do it this time because I still got to like think about it, and I probably still want to talk to some of the
Honestly,
Harpuya.
you
Alright.
might just you probably could just go directly to Alias as the Lord Cursor as well. But if you want to make a formal request, then yeah, that would be at the King's Council.
Well,
That's
I guess,
what we
I
do.
guess I have to decide if I want to make it a formal request or see if fucking Prince Alias will get me on the back. Will slap me something in the back. Fuck.
Well, you've got a chance to think about that. So
Yeah, I will.
we assemble the Privy Council meeting. Leslok obviously is attending. All the PCs are coming. Airless A is set to up here because she went. Lady Cressida will be present because she is bringing young Neil over from Tharfield to have his testimony.
Yep.
Neil.
Yeah. That is the joke, but it's out there.
Old man, take a look at my life. She's married.
Technically, I think that would be. I think eye beams would probably be dragon sorcery, but you also get to shoot eye fire, which is kind of like eye beams with a 3-foot cap. Anyway, so Lady Cressida is coming. As Bishop Clemens's official proxy, Archbishop Ferdinand has been invited. If there's any NPCs you guys want to be present, besides Everhelm, obviously he's Leslok's Cavalier and a witness, so of course he'll be showing up. But if you wanted to bring in, Ike, Alestra, Aurelia, any of those guys, you can. Moira, but you don't have to. I think the 5 of you should be, plus Cressida should be fine.
I think Leslok would have beforehand would have asked about what they would bring up, just to note that for before this all happened.
I mean, I don't think they have anything specific to bring up. It's more just
Okay.
if you want them on hand to, corroborate anything. Technically, any more witness
No, I don't
testimony
think-
is better than less, but technically, Leslok is the highest ranked person here, so he carries the most weight. This is just
also,
a reason to get all the party members in the room.
realistically, also, it's not really helpful because they're also part of our motherfucker. I had this word in my head. No, not yes, but branch houses. So they would technically be viewed as an extension of House Logi.
It's true.
So it's not like we're getting new blood, but it's good that
And
Airless
that's
A is
why
here because
why
that's
Airless is showing up regardless because
yeah,
she's
that's important.
technically separate. All right. If you think of anybody, be sure to include them. But it sounds like we feel no additional space in there. So, as I said before, the Archbishop Ferdinand is standing in for Bishop Clemens. Lord Frederick is not here to stand in for Lord Ferretti, Count Ferretti. But as you guys are kind of filed into the council chamber, you do see that at the spot where the Lord Chamberlain would sit, there is a large, a strange-looking but large, full-length mirror-looking thing, glimmering of
Here we
hard
go.
silver with verdigris leaves and strange elven letters. And the Fairy Queen has brought this in, and she is working on it, basically. She is studying it closely. Does anybody wish to inquire about this device?
Yes.
Yeah, no, why not?
I can hear Lucky.
Why not? No, I'll ask because I feel
Third.
like I'm the least likely to get smoked.
No, I think you're more likely to get smoked, honestly.
I'm the most spendable.
I don't know about that. You're the
What?
best doctor in the area.
No,
Well, compared to Enos and King Biscuit.
King Biscuit?
I forgot his. I legit forgot his name for a second, so I just said.
He's dying a little. Okay, all right. Now, Enos, go.
That's like...
Sneeze there.
Inos will just, what would be the proper protocol to approach a queen?
Carefully.
Yeah. Who else is with her at the moment?
With her, probably nobody in particular. Maybe a couple of she knights in the background.
Yeah, then Inos will probably, approach, but not too close, and ask for permission to approach and address her.
Without kind of turning from where she's like studying the script on the mirror, she does gesture you to come a little closer.
Mm-hmm. So Inos will, of course, step closer, bow respectfully, and basically ask, Your Majesty, forgive my curiosity, but may I inquire what you are working on there?
Yes. This device, she gestures to the mirror without touching it, is a great looking glass. There are... She kind of like pauses and tilts her head, and like you can almost see her like counting some on her finger. I would say probably less than a dozen left in the world. Once upon a time, these great artifacts were granted to my kindred by the Woodlord when the world was much wider. These mirrors allow one to communicate instantly through both sight and speech with any other mirror, so long as you remember. And she kind of like pauses and like traces a couple of the elven letters. You see like, it's a faint like electric green glow, like where her fingers touch as she does it. The right address, I suppose. And she, touches a few letters. She briefly pauses to look aside at you, Inos, and says, "This is the other reason why we came, as it was requested to allow communication between our dear neighbors. I possess this looking glass, and House Ferretti possesses one of the other remaining artifacts, so that we might communicate most directly when required."
Oh!
So when asked for a way for Count Ferretti to appear, we offered a solution. She will, kind of pause in that conversation with Enos, turn to where the High King is getting his things together and says,
I'm just
Your Majesty,
Fairy Queen
we
is
are
flooded.
ready to begin.
With that, Enos will not say anymore, but bow his thanks for the explanation and just, slide backwards.
Yeah. And basically, once it's all prepared, she touches the top of the mirror where there's kind of like an engraving of like a flower, a sunflower. You don't know, but the mirror stops. And actually, I should say the mirror is like completely fogged over until she touches it. But she touches it, and it basically just kind of like resolves into an image, and it first reflects her, and then it kind of like ripples and then reflects Count Ferretti standing there, in not his Sunday best, but, in his, appropriate formal wear for a council meeting. Yes, he is the kind of guy who wears the full business suit on a Zoom call. And he just kind of says, yes, thank you, Your Majesties. I'm seeing and hearing you perfectly fine. I must admit, Your Majesty, though, he kind of like rotates his POV to look towards the High King. I don't know why you insisted on breaking out this museum piece. It is mostly intended for, normal communication between ourselves and our neighbors. Don't know what we couldn't have done. And the High King says, actually, right, what is Willoughby? That's right. I was like, what the fuck is Count Ferretti's first name? I'm like, the king kind of like sits up a little in his chair, but kind of leans back a little, steeples his fingers together and says, "Don't think too hard about it, Willoughby. It will all become clear in just a moment. I ask for you to, as usual, despite distance, retain your polite silence until we can speak about this. This is a matter, though, for the fullest counsel possible." The demonic backslide.
One thing I thought of real quick. We were going to explain the ley line stuff, right?
It depends
Yes.
on how this meeting goes, but if we want, we could do things section by section, or we could just do a giant-ass story of, how did we get here?
Okay.
You ask yourself,
like
how
Inos
did I
is
get
doing
here?
it.
that is actually the point we are at.
Yes.
After the discussion about the High Council, there's a line break, and then it's basically like, so you guys have been to the Fogveil twice. This is your official moment to, as PCs, get together and discuss everything to deliver any testimony. Neil is on tap as well to discuss things. So, he has his own kind of like bullet points. Again, you've had access to him for literally over a month. So, like any prep in what he's going to say you need to cover, you could cover. It did sound earlier when we were paused that it seems like you're going to give him a pretty free hand. So that said, I don't think he's hiding his speech notes as were. But this is your moment. Basically, the High King sets you up. He turns to Leslok and is like, "All right, the Crown's going to hear from agents of the Crown, Marquess, Leslok, Logi, about the situation of the Fogveil." And then everybody just kind of like gets a little quiet.
So
you guys
great
have the floor.
counselors and attended.
We should probably coordinate this before we start.
Well, I was going to start at the beginning.
Why were you going to start? Aren't you a wallflower?
I don't know. I have no idea. Because I'm sick and my head is full of mucus.
No, don't worry. If we like I said, normally I would like to lead the discussion, but he did address this to the agent of the Crown. So if Leslok wants to do the explanation, he can. But he is always free to pass the ball to my court. I actually have something in mind, but
I need to like. I'm sick enough. I don't want to say a long-winded thing because I think my face will shut down. Kind of.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, would you mind if
any bullet points you would want to say before passing it over to Inos? Otherwise, you can just be
I would probably
let
want
my
all
master
my
of ceremony take it
I'd
over.
probably want all of the people to testify to show up in the center of the council, but I'm not sure that works presentation-wise.
No, yeah. You guys are in your own council room, so you can basically be you can introduce everybody you're going to have speak today, basically. Mm-hmm. And that can be kind of like our lead up.
I would like to do that. I also would like to have Neil be in the middle or the end of this.
What do you mean in the middle of the end? Like in the middle of the group? Like are we around him or his
the middle of the narrative where we tell this of explaining this, in the middle point of us going through it all, or the end of it us going through.
Okay, so I will highlight my basically, we're going to explain why we decided to go to the Fogveil, because we decided to go to the Fogveil for two reasons. One, fucking pirates. Two, ley line issues. The ley line issue is gonna evolve us into explaining what's going on with the ley lines, which will probably start with the prophecy we heard in Loki's Labyrinth, the investigations we've done into that, picking up Aramita, getting the Aether Labe, and the incidents with the Lorelei Rock, Namath Nimlaw, and what weird freaky deaky shit we saw in the Fogveil.
Actually, good point. You reminded me of something I was going to bring up earlier because you guys moved your ley lines. Well, not moved, but you decided to put your ley lines point here.
Yes.
Do you want to also tap Aramita as an expert witness? Because she didn't go to the Fogveil, but she armed you with an Aether Labe.
Yes, actually.
And yes. You're foremost ley line expert.
Yes,
okay.
no.
She is the expert witness
in the crowd, ready to answer any questions.
Yes. But from there, we will go from the Italy question to our journey to the Shadow Pass and its passes, our initial foray into the Fogveil, in which we visit the port of... Does it start with an S?
Fardis?
Fardis, yeah.
Fardis, our battle with Bloody Brad, the arrival of the van, and our departure. And from there, we will go back into our second foray, in which we go into the wood, discover the problems with the Aether, and learn about the different cultures. At that point, that's where we tap young Neil, and we ask young Neil to say, yes, we live there. This is our lives. This is how many people in settlement. These are the dangers we face every day and whatnot. Basically, tell about their past and their present right now. After that, we would basically open the floor for questions at that point, because there's going to be questions, I believe. And then, turn to the High King and be like...
I have a long series of bullet points about everybody's opinion.
Yes.
And from there, turn to the High King and be like, we have a solution in mind, your royalness. Would you like to hear it?
In my mind, I see it as Leslok will introduce everyone that's a witness to this. and then let you guys start telling your story. I think Konrad should tell the story as Sardis, because I think he's also the most intimate dealing with Bloody Brad.
I will say, unless you guys really specifically need to like have something prepped that you want to say specifically, we can just have you guys just say that you jump in to tell specific parts, but we don't need to in the narrative jump back and forth. I appreciate the touch to like character moments, but I think kind of like just for the sake of like, because you guys are just, again, this is the as you know problem. You're explaining shit that you literally lived and did to other characters, and I don't necessarily care about the literal role playing text you're in. I want to know what you're saying when, and maybe make some rolls.
I think the thing that Nicola would focus on specifically, because it's kind of his area of expertise, would be the level of contamination, the level of environmental like stuff we didn't experience that we might have expected to, the general health of the area, like how everything kind of went down from a science level.
It's a little chaotic, but
like
it's
the
not
survey.
It's much less disease than he was expecting. Because you remember, Nicola was like, "We're all gonna die. We're gonna go here and we're gonna get poisoned by the air and we're going to die.
We're gonna get the death plague."
But no, but if like everyone's okay with that, like I said, Inos will start with basically our attack from Bloody Brad. Our return from there, investigation into the smuggling ring. From there, we discovered that Bloody Brad might be, I don't remember exactly where we discovered it. I think it might have been like in one of our small council meetings that we might have.
It's been a while.
Yes, yeah. I think it was when you asked for follow up on the problem, and I think it was actually Nicola's dad, Maximilian, who was like, "Well, there's always rumors about pirates in Svardis, the Blackport."
Yeah.
And the Mist Bay or whatever it's called.
Okay, so and that will be our reason for our first visit, and then the second half of it is the prophecy by Logi the Torchbearer, which I'm pretty sure we can get like an exact copy of what was said and recited.
Leslok can say it verbatim.
Yes, Leslok.
Yeah, I was about to say Leslok was there, so he can just recall it and write it down.
Recall it, and that led us into a thing about ley lines, due to concerns we're having in the land. And for that reason, we, patroned Miss Aramita Star, who created the Aetherlabe. At this point, Aramita will probably explain how it works and whatnot. And we will then go into examples of where else it might have worked, such as, again, the Lorelei Rock and the Tree of Namath Linlaw. And again, we'll go into our explanation of what we saw and did in the Fogveil in our second trip. And, from there, young Neil will come up and explain life and history of the Fogveil. Does that sound out of order for anyone else?
No, that sounds great.
No, that sounds good. I think this is the question segment at the end, but that's it.
All right, okay.
So,
all right. I've got the outline. Anything specific Inos would like to specifically say in there?
Let's see.
And of course, like we said, if there was any parts of the narrative you guys would like to chip in, and feel free. But
anything specific I want to bring up? Like I said, we're probably going to be talking about places of power and ley lines, and those are very much real things.
Yes.
That
I will say, just to keep it brief, because I don't have a specific bullet point for that.
Yeah.
I think, actually, let me double check, the Lady Magister. Yes, not specifically. But yeah, basically, when the early phase of the discussion comes to that, when you mention ley line theory and stuff, the king will nod towards the Lady Magister, and she can give a short version, but obviously she actually will defer to Aramita since she's present, because this is a theory that's much more heavily studied by the Astrologue Observatoire, as like the kind of like interplay between astrology and geomancy, basically, kind of like the flow of energy from astral to umbral kind of a thing. That's their sort of business. The alchemists are kind of like, they do have departments for that, but alchemy does not very easily wield powers of astral or umbral, They're much better at the much more materially, physically elements. There are still some spells in alchemy that relate to the astral and umbral, but it's not quite the same.
Matter and antimatter, and then I guess just like pure energy, the whole thing, yeah.
But
So yes, she'll basically explain, like I said, the pocket version of the theory is like, there is energy in the land and in the heavens above, kind of, fundament and firmament is the phrase that's used a lot. And this energy flows through the land. It interchanges between astral and umbral at certain points. There is a lot of discussion in the theory about, what these points, these nodes are, etc. Actually, I think Aramita mentioned it in passing, but the Lady Magister would bring up that like the alchemists know these theory by its very, very old name, where ley lines were originally called dragon veins, and then the ley line node would be a dragon's den. But the exact verbiage doesn't matter. But yeah, she gets everybody else up to speed on it. So yeah, you talk about the ley line stuff. Actually, I should say this. So I do want to say, you guys are laying out what you heard in Logi straight up. So you guys are like, so hey, the Covenant's great, but Logi warned us that, like, in the off chance that people are not following the Covenant exactly out there, there are mystical forces which could be unbalanced and become medical forces because we'll die. There are mystical forces that could become unbalanced by this process, and that means, basically, again, because we're out of charactering this part. Basically,
it's like medical
Logi
forces put to the planet.
Okay, so magical energy of the planet is a series of tubes. What you're going to need to do is take this pipe wrench and start working.
And then sometimes clean the
tube. So yes, that is as you've established. I just want to make sure we're laying all that on the line for the High Council.
Yes, and if anyone wants to start fighting, Inos will be able to spar. Verbally, I'm ready.
No, I don't think anybody wants to fight you on it. I'm just saying that is a decently big thing. So they're definitely gonna be thinking about this Fogveil thing with this in mind you.
I will make sure that I want to make. I would, and I assume everyone else is down with this kind of approach. Basically, assuring them we are being as open as possible.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that any of the witnesses want to chime in.
Project openness here, because I don't want to deal with any more fucking shadow conspiracies, man.
We're going to bring that part up, actually, because I think we're omitting the part involving we got the wind. Do we bring up the wind witch? Or we got her?
Yes.
Inos' version of the summary about pirates did not mention the syndicate part.
No, but I think we should.
No.
We Lady Martin did have giving us fucking side eye. Might even arched eyebrow.
Also, I think it's important that we know there's a group of people that are essentially mind controlling. Well, not mind controlling, but basically mind controlling people.
It's not really mind control, just very, very. It's sorceral entrapment. Sorceress entrapment.
But it's
a bad juju. It's a bad juju.
Yes, but
I will say once again to kind of because I wasn't sure if you were bringing up this part, with the syndicate, because we were still in flux on that. If you go so far as to describe straight up, we recruited Nitona. I forgot her first name, or maybe Nitona is her first name, and I forgot her last name. It rhymes. If you are going to mention the black manacle she had, I forget thorned manacle.
Thorn manacle.
Yeah, and describe that. There's definitely some comments. The Lady Magister looks, possibly upset about this. The Archbishop is kind of like very pensive about it.
Good. That it should be upsetting. It's very upsetting.
Also, in that same conversation, Inos will note that these people did control a monstrum.
Yeah, no, that's
Oh,
like
yeah,
that's
that
definitely,
too.
yeah, they summoned a crab.
Forgot that. Yeah,
No, like,
yeah, we need to mention this.
I won't remember Eno's response, but I'm not saying that part.
Yeah, no, Inos ain't saying that part too. They just think we killed
that
it.
crab was summoned, and
We shot it.
if you
We shot it into the
hadn't scared
turret.
that lady off, she would have jumped into the water and left you by summoning a monstrous frog to fight you to get away.
Oh Jesus!
She would have cast frog and then fled. So if you run into that lady
Cast
again, hey, summon magic, baby. That's what it is. So yeah, no, this definitely gets the crowd a muttering. Like if you go straight, because that is heretical, that is maleficarum, that is illegal magic.
Magical flavor.
Magister is like definitely like shake head. Espada is like he goes from like leaning back, kind of like tapping his fingers, to like leaning forward and like looking very sharply, kind of a thing. He's like he doesn't go so far as to be like accusatory, like, are you speaking the truth? He like looks everybody in the face and is like, you're all certain this is what happened? This is for realsies?
I cannot forget a single point.
Should we
I cannot
bring
forget.
When you mentioned the manacle,
side thing. Sorry. Should we bring in Nitona for this?
To
testify?
you could have her give testimony.
I think it would be good. I think it would help ingratiate her. I think so. Yes.
I think we put that to the question segment, because I think that's what
Well,
people
first ask her, obviously.
Yes, no,
but if
I would
she's
say
amenable,
ask Nitona if she would like to testify her experience.
we had weeks to ask her
Yes.
for that.
Yeah, she's okay bringing it up. You guys have, from what I understand, been fairly welcoming to her and have not really pressed her on the matter, so she can talk about it. I will simplify. She still doesn't really want to talk about anything she did while working for the syndicate, but she can be like, yeah, these guys are called the syndicate. She will. It's a private council, so she can, mea culpa a little and basically be like, I washed out of my final test. By the way, hey, I don't think you guys have asked, but I may or may not have mentioned it before, but she has flawed anima attunement.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that part. Okay.
So yeah, so she is attuned, but she has the flawed version. So like she does not have all the cool powers where you like can't strangle yourself and can hold your breath for like hours or whatever. It's like
but she's got the travel ones.
She can cast attuned spells, but she doesn't get any of the cool benefits, and also she still has a allergy to rock salt, basically. But yeah, so she technically washed out of her like final exam as a navigator. Like she did not correctly face attunement. Rather than deal with that, she decided to she was a legal adult, so she could leave town. It was allowed. She ended up fleeing to Lagartia. She fell in with a bad crowd while like trying to find work, and a person she only knows as Madame Marsh approached her from a group that she learned later was called the Syndicate, and hit her with the Thorn Manacle, and basically had. Well, she probably is more polite than to say had her nuts in a vice, but basically says had her by the short ones to be like, because it's very painful. I think the
Magic
Thorn
pain
Manacle
bracelet.
is the person who owns it can give you a shock damage in the location whenever they feel like.
That probably sucks to
basically,
keep doing it until you say
giving
yield.
you penalties. But what I was gonna say. The Fairy Queen does not leave because her magic mirror is in this, but she like goes to the back and tries to act disinterested. When the manacle comes up, who on the squad speaks Elvish?
Yo,
I do.
I have a master dice.
I do not have a master dice. I got rid of that.
I don't.
She says some very colorful and nasty things.
That's not good.
She's very unhappy about. Well, so I without making you roll, I will make you guys put it together. Fairies have a very interesting relationship with name magic. It's not their native form of sorcery, but because they have like a personal mythology very closely associated with true names, it's very interesting to them. You can use name magic, summon craft to have power over fairies, and fairies can learn it very easily, despite it not being their native sorcery.
Mm-hmm.
And also, what was that? Was the manacle made of iron?
It was made of a black iron, yes, but the reason why it's made that way is because the Thorn Manacle is the shitty bootleg copy of the Geisa. which
Oh.
Yeah.
Leslok knows
Oh,
about.
no.
That's summon crafters hang out with fairies and figured out about the Geasa, the Gias, and they made a shitty copy
that's-
of it using name magic. So
Yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's
the fairy queen's very nettled about this. Yes. I will not try and say exactly what she said translated, but it involves certain allusions about, the character of the summoners and their mothers and so on.
No, that's
Something
fair.
about like, something like may 1,000 vipers, spit in their eye kind of a thing. Like she's unhappy.
Yeah, they'd probably enjoy that.
The room
They seem to really
gets
like snakes.
noticeably very slightly colder. Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, that's,
Yeah.
that's
Dropped
fair.
like 1 degree.
I
Yep,
just
that makes
realized
sense.
it's like, oh, this sounds a lot like. I thought it was going to be something that was used to bind fairies.
Oh, it can be used that way, but no, it's also just like I said. It's
No, that makes sense.
bootleg
it's like
magic.
it's like an insulting ripoff. It's like, oh, this is a fucking Chilean ripoff of this fucking thing. Ugh.
It's the Chinese bootleg purse of binding magic. But yes, so again, the council is like very very visibly reacts to these very serious allegations, and the Lord Marshal will probably bring up that like they've heard names resembling the syndicate in passing. He will mention there was that incident where the one of the Logi families covered. There was a mansion that was a hideout for some kind of smuggling and illegal antiquities ring that may have been going by the name Syndicate. The use of, while the ringleader in that situation was a summoner, she didn't necessarily use any prescribed magics. She merely tried to kill one of you with a lightning bolt. I think it was Konrad? Or was
No,
it
it was-
Leslok? She hit Konrad with a rock.
No, she hit Leslok because Leslok had counterspelled it and he caught lightning.
Yes.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, very partially, yeah.
Yeah. So she hit Konrad with a rock. Neither of those are necessarily.
Rock.
The rock sucks.
Surprise rock.
Well, lightning is summon craft, but it's not like bad juju summon craft.
I remember now because
Oh,
we were
lightning.
joking about like, did she just throw a rock and said it was magic?
It was like a brick
No,
at the
no,
house,
no.
honestly.
It was a
She
brick.
did cast a spell because yes, it was a
No, it
brick
was-
from the house.
It's
But yeah.
literally a brick from the road or something that from behind.
Yeah, no, it's just the thing
Conrad.
is that the brick was
Hit
like
him in the back of the head.
hits automatically. I don't think there's like any mischance if the spell goes off. You don't block it. It's just
Oh no, yes,
No one
no.
expects
the
the brick.
description of sticks and stones is you cannot. It is not reduced by armor. You cannot dodge or parry it. Who expects stones to fly?
Like, randomly, yes.
Where's the lie?
You can counterspell it if you're aware, but it's the kind of a thing that's just like if they magically compel a stone to hit you in the face.
It is
what's
the
fucking
magical
gonna do about
equivalent. It feels like the magical equivalent of pocket sand in a way.
basically. But yeah, so like the Lord Marshal, which remember is the King's brother Russell, is like basically does say that they've heard the name Syndicate, hearing it associated with not just smuggling, but like
Summon crafters?
illegal magic.
Slavery.
Yes, not necessarily directly with slavery, but like working openly, supplying slavers is like that's new news and is very troubling. He's going to have to. Sorry, I'll phrase it my way. He's gonna have to go in the tank on this one. We're gonna need to think about this one long.
I would need
and
to
hard.
do some fucking. I need to up my game, up my boys here.
Well, hey, that is a little problematic because you were just told earlier in the last Privy Council that the Crown Constables are about at their limit for normal policing. He needs to
Yeah,
get assistance or hire more cops in order to do more work.
he might need to make it an Inquisitor division or something.
Well, the Inquisitorius is supposed to be responsible for that. Actually, I should say this, by the way. The Archbishop chimes in and says that he hasn't heard anything about any organized Karim. He is a personal acquaintance of the Witchfinder General and can bring it up to him if the Crown desires. But, he's a cardinal. He's supposed to be in on the Pontifex's big private meetings. They have not brought up any activities of this nature. And also, by the way, I mean, I could say he reminds everybody that slavery is not only illegal, but also extremely unethical, very uncool.
Is it against the Covenant?
Yes.
I don't know if it's like literally against the Covenant, but spiritually it's against the Covenant. The whole point is that in order to gain the protection of the Covenant from, calamities and misfortune and other bad juju. You are supposed to live harmoniously with the land, the people, and the gods. You have at least one god who is about freedom, liberation, removal of obstacles,
True.
bringer
So,
of
like,
mercy.
yeah.
No, Sylvanas would
It's
be
heretical.
Sylvanas would be very big sad.
Well, that too, but also Tempestus is the goddess of,
yeah,
like,
Tempestus as
justice,
well.
equity, fairness, bringer of mercy, kind of a thing.
No, well, Tempestus would
Which
be
also,
big
by the way,
mad.
that's why, by the way, using name magic that way is very heroic. Summoncraft is Tempestus sorcery.
Yeah.
It's a thing you can do but shouldn't do. So it's not literally against the covenant. Like Hydrus didn't say to High King Win. By the way, you shouldn't have slaves, but it's more like I said, the gods and the people, which includes all of the kindred, including mankind, are supposed to be in harmony, kind of a thing. So it's bad. Don't do that. But yeah, so like everybody's real zinged, like real wound up about your comments about, the ley lines, the mystical well-being, but also, by the way, maybe the reason why the ley lines are cooked, or it could just be why people are trying to kill us personally, is there's an international criminal conspiracy that is a front for illegal sorcerers who are working with pirates and slavers.
Yes.
In the Fogveil, which, by the way, we went to the Fogveil. It's bad there, but it's not hell on earth bad. So,
No.
and we kind of wind it back around.
Yeah,
Like,
so that's when we like have young Neil come in and you're like, young Neil, tell us your life. Tell us the history.
So young Neil starts by being like, he bows to the High King appropriately. He knows all of his forms of address, and Lady Cressida may have helped run him through some modern courtesies.
Yeah.
Because Neil is a bard type. I think I said before that his surname is like a clan of the bards, kind of a thing. Like he is from a group of
of course,
rememberers.
he's young Neil.
Young Neil.
I'm so
He's
glad
an
that
amazing
somebody
folk
did,
bard.
by the way.
Yeah. No.
But his knowledge of their graces, basically, their etiquette and protocols, about 500 years out of date. So, but he starts, formally with like, Your Majesty, lords and ladies, I must apologize, but before we begin, I will start by saying that I am honor bound on penalty of death to never name the location of the hidden valley from where I come. Like he starts with that. Honestly, I think it works though, because you guys have set up like, you guys went through this whole operation and then you met people in the Fogveil. Here's one of them right now. And he says, before I begin, I've got to let you know, if I tell you where the hidden valley is, I can never return home to the land I love. And, he's good at what he does. He's good at what it does. Actually, while I'm explaining what Neil has to say, Inos, make me a... Yeah, no, Grace is oration to a group. Make me a Grace's roll, which you make as a perform roll.
Yep.
At the pace,
but Neil explains basically the basics of their culture and role. The Hidden Valley was supposed to be the last refuge of House of Ylter, where all the people fled during the downfall of the Night of Fire. They have formed an alliance of the other 4 sanctuaries to 5 total: Verdenseppo, Lake Bastion, Frostvad, Irontown. And, they have nomadic settlers among them who wander back and forth between these. 8's delicious. Yeah, no. So I think you've set the tone very well. Actually, if you wish to use it, can't you use your?
Yeah, I can, but I have to pick the emotion that I want to have everyone feel, and I'm trying to I was actually thinking about this. I'm trying to think of what.
Okay, so you're thinking about it. All right, let me know then if you decide. I just remembered that's an ability.
No, I do have it.
You can pick your emotion.
I think personally, my suggestion would be hope with a healthy amount of fear. Hope towards the future, but fear for the syndicate.
That's not.
I don't know.
I don't think I can get that specific. It's more like
I think it does have to be one key emotion.
Yeah.
I think trust, but I think trust is more concept.
No, not trust, but
I would still go with hope. Then is my suggestion.
I would actually probably say concern. I want them to take this seriously.
Okay, that's fair.
Like genuinely serious.
Seriousness can be an emotion, yes. Concerned seriousness. I was gonna suggest, I don't know, it's not really an emotion, but like solemnness, solemnity, kind of like we're taking this very seriously.
Hang on 1 second. Someone's calling me.
Yes, that is appropriate music.
It's his phone call ringing. Let me see, where was I? Okay, I don't think Inos needs to chime in on this, so I will continue to speech. So,
Oh no. I was just.
and he, like you said, he talked about the alliance, so he talks about the purpose of the Vanguard. That they do have a warrior culture has survived to patrol the borders, keep them freer of ne'er-do-wells, and then he uses that as a chance to discuss their environmental hazards. They have corrupted regions that are severely damaged by the war and all the suffering that came after. Obviously, Mother's Tears still erupts to this day. There's the eternal winter at the heart of the Runewood. There are well, it's not everywhere. There are poison swamps, and there are desolate blast lands filled with volcanic ash and shit.
There is dangerous terrain.
All right, sorry about that.
The city of Torknok is supposed to be haunted, and of course, since Inos did set this pitch up for him, also the Ivory Islands are occupied by the Corsairs, by pirates and slavers and kinslayers.
May their name be spit on forever.
Kind of a thing. Like Neil is also good at his job and can definitely get across through just his oral recounting that, like, we're just guys, we're living here, we're trying to survive. It's tough, but we're doing our best. And you know who we really hate? We hate those sons of bitches down the road because they're the worst kind of guy. They're us, but they oppress us.
Oof.
You gotta hate when that happens. And so, you guys have already brought up the places of power in the ley line situation. So basically, Neil's not an expert in all that. He's not really a sorcerer by any means, but he's, been here listening, and he can basically say that, lords and ladies, I am by no means an expert in this ley line business, but it does sound to me like there is an etheric imbalance in my homeland, which has caused great issues which continue to spread further into the rest of Norlon unless corrected.
So there was hope. There was a prophecy.
Oh yeah, no, he can run it down. I'm working through the list. He, actually no, I think he would say the parts about like what they got going. He says that officially, as a group culture, they have not been keeping track of their original peerage, but they have long bloodlines to be remembered among some knights, nobles, priests, and sorcerers tracked in their Memoria blades. He will explain the Memoria blade practice, which you guys saw with Fiona. Basically, they do not take anything which is not given. They keep the blades of their ancestors because they're so hard to make, and they etch their names down in runes so that you may always remember.
Cool.
And one of the things they remember is, the prophecy. Yeah, if you want him to get it, he'll just belt it out. Where did I write that down? I think I wrote that down very early because you could have gotten it all the way back in Svartus.
I should have pinned it.
Yes.
I think we pinned it, actually. Yeah, we did.
White tree and burning tree, bloom over Torknok. Ghosts in the forest of bones are silent. Guthrum's bones are cast into the fire and Mother's tears are dried. The Lindworm's treasure is freed. The Lady of Thorns pays her misdeeds. On the eve of the Great Winters, return from clouded hills to sunny fields. So,
Everything first. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was fucking months ago I wrote that, but the Lindworm is a classic legend, so it works out pretty well.
The heart of regeneration. Yeah.
Hold on. Sorry, that was my bad. I went too far in my notes. But back to Neil. He does, mention some of the hardships facing them, not only environment against them, struggles to going back to a conventional authority. He will kind of like softball pitch up your plan for later to bring up. Because, he admits many of the free folk have poor literacy. Their ability to read and write is poorer in Crownish. When they do read and write, they mostly do it in Runic. The Hidden Valley works very closely with the Mountain Kin. I think I may have mentioned it before, but they literally have an Etir or clan of Mountain Kin living there who are the clan of the Hidden Valley.
I forgot about that part.
That's how it got their name. Yeah, no, they work very closely with those guys.
I remember.
They have no organized church. And all they're through with like they have basically lay priests, but they have no mechanism for performing what would be the normal way of ordaining priests, kind of a thing, right? So it's all technically informal. And he does say that they do remember the concept of the High King. We keep our founding myths about High King Win and Vilter Iron Tusk and so on. The concept of the High King is very distant to the average free folk of the Fogveil.
It has been 5 centuries.
So, it's out there. The High King, will ask, Neil all of this and being like, young Neil, if you can, tell us, what do your people of the Fogveil want? And, Neil will say the smart thing and say, well, it depends on the man you ask, but most simply wish to live free as any man does. To live without fear, to grow old in the land they love, their land to the next generation. Everybody just kind of like, yes. Like I said, Neil, you guys have been hanging out with Neil a decent amount. I suspect that probably out of you, Leslok, Inos, and Nicola, in that order, have been talking the most with him, but you've had a chance to hang out with him at all. You guys probably know that young Neil has his own opinions about how this process should go, kind of a thing, but he's smart enough and learned enough to realize what his best bet for the setup is, so he's playing it kind of cool.
I would like my land to be unfucked.
Yeah, basically. I mean, and I think he's not wrong when he says that's a pretty any free man would like this, to not live in fear, to grow old, and then, and in the place that you like, the place you're from, and then, have something to leave to the next guys after you. For those who come after, some might say.
Damn it. I was thinking that.
Still good.
Never mind that once again, I wrote a shitload of this before I played any amount of Expedition 33. Anyway.
I mean, the vibe carries over.
If you guys have anything else after the young Neil bit to go, we can go. Otherwise, I have, like I said, my long list of opinions to bring up before we pivot to
Let's do those. Let's have questions to come up.
Yes. Let's
I probably have to go in like 30
Well,
minutes.
let's get
we'll do our best. I can run through very directly, and as long as we too much back and forth, I think we can hit them all. Marquess Espada speaks first. He is respectful, but he says, "This is most troubling, Your Majesty, but I will say I am concerned about this business, but not for the reasons you might expect. This sounds like what we are talking about is a serious military undertaking. We will be removing monstrum, pirates, other cursed things, possibly those who would stand against the authority of the crown. And the logistics of this, regardless of where the troops come from," he makes sure to kind of like catch House Logi Group and the king in this glance.
Yeah, that's fair.
Basically be like, regardless of who you think these troops are coming from, the logistics of the campaign are going to be very difficult. And I must admit, I have a very pragmatic opinion. I have a very straight state that a force of the appropriate size to carry out this operation would appear to the local citizens like an invading army, especially if they were under the banners of Logi and Aren. If discipline is not maintained, it would be little, but that is a matter to discuss later. Even now, I am wondering how I might keep my own lands under control when news of this breaks, and it will break, mark my words, your lords. Not everyone in this room will keep silent about it forever, not to mention any of those outside this room who know. As you guys did describe how, you brought a gaggle full of guys.
Mm-hmm.
You sailed a boat in from nowhere into a remote fishing village in Gridarvol territory, like somebody somewhere is going to start figuring some shit out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he says,
I hate that I agree with him.
I'm
Not put the
wondering
vice
how to
thing
keep
up,
my
yeah.
own land under control. An untamed wilderness full of men and monsters to fight will call every sellsword from miles in Tempest.
Oh, it would. Fuck.
And I fear that the council and the young and quick-minded Marquess may not like this I haven't. Which would be, I would think that we should approach this diligently with focus and discipline. We should locate first, and then gather the best minds and fighters already in the Fogveil, and send them to Collegia Tactica. Train them in modern fighting techniques, drill them, and supply them with a well-paid force of volunteers.
And well, actually, is this floor open to rebuttal?
Yeah, you can feel free to jump in before somebody
And it's
else
like,
jumps in.
That is a excellent. I'm sorry.
This was Marquess strengthening.
It's like, it's like, that is an excellent idea, Marquess. About how long would that take?
He kind of like he has kind of like one of those thin smiles that like he's doing the thing with his lips, but he's clearly not smiling. He's like, that is what I said. I do not think we will like the proposal, but that is my mindset. That would be the best way to avoid external complications. But
Inos will shake his head. It's like
he like even before you shake your head, he kind of waves his arm like he knows it's not perfect, but he's also like he's a military-minded man. He's like he's thinking about like the amount of supplies you're gonna need to fund. Not even a what's the word? Not even a
depopulation campaign,
military operation, but like a like. Well,
Expedition.
I mean, actually, I'll let you speak your rebuttal, but like I will say this, I'll give Inos this free. The Marquess is thinking of this in like the maximal picture possible. Mm-hmm. He is assuming that you're gonna have to retake like every inch of land that some Fogveiler is not standing on in the Fogveil, based on how Neil pitched this.
Yes,
yeah, Crusader Kings. Yeah.
That may not be literally true, but he is already planning for a worst case scenario, basically.
Enos will speak up. It's like that would be quite beneficial for the Fogveil, but as you said, we will not be able to keep this under wraps, and as soon as people hear, people will move. So while your idea have merit, taking away valuable people from the Fogveil to sequester them for years possibly will just mean that everyone else has that much more time to run amok in the Fogveil as is.
He kind of, actually no, it's Lord Espada. He kind of gives you like a sign with his like how a fencer would signal in a duel, and basically be like, the Master of Ceremonies has the right of it. As I said, that is my preferred solution. But the problem is scale and discipline. I defer my time.
It's like Enos will speak up.
The next one to go.
Oh well, Enos will finish like, but I do think the merit of teaching the Fogveil something of our tactics and discipline is important. It's like maybe not bring them to the Tactic Collegia, but could we maybe bring the Tactic Collegia to them?
I think that's good because, hey, next in my notes is Duchess Cheval, the Tacticas in the Grass Sea, and she kind of nods and says, I must echo the Lord Chancellor's sentiments about practicality. We couldn't uproot the entire Collegia, but certainly I would... Well, it's not the same as every sellsword and tempest, but every tactician and historian and cartographer I know will be ready to go, raring at the bit. And it has indeed have efforts to be worthwhile. It's something we could consider. I could certainly send them along with what I admit is already on my mind. As you know, my house is known for its mark of chivalry, and I have no interest in seeing my fellow man suffer. And I admit I've already... She, gestures to like a piece of paper from her. I've already begun calculating how much percentage of this year's extra harvest could already be donated before winter. Certainly such a donation could come with tactical experts and teachers, if the people of the Fogveil will welcome it. Neil kind of just like politely nods, It's that thing of like Neil knows that he's not actually in the authority position to accept, but he is the only one standing here, so he's just okay. Fiona told me to go. I will generously accept on her behalf. Sure.
She will freak out about some of these, but I can't say no right now.
Yeah. But Lady Cheval continues. On regards to the bigger matter, well, I do believe that no challenge can't be overcome without a combination of metal and a solid foundation built on good food and warm beds. The Lord Chancellor is correct. Logistics is everything. So we'll have to go. Everything flows from that. Sorry. I threw my own pen at my mic on. It's the Ninja Soapstone pen. No. She says, everything flows from that point. Then she kind of pauses and drums her fingers and says, however, I will admit I felt the sting of ambition before, not the way that you'd think. I warn all present to be careful about being too greedy too fast. My own province is quite large. Its economy is massive as a result, but we pay the price in discipline, unity, and stretched manpower. And also literally in taxes, but I admit that that's probably should not be a primary concern for the Fogveil. And I do have concerned that my own notes will also be distressed, as any number of my chevaliers might also hear of a land in need of aid where heroic deeds are being performed and flock to the Norlon shores, which I'm sure will be just the repayment for the young Marquess and the Countess Eich for their aid in running this fair council.
Well, before I speak, does anyone else?
That's the end of Cheval's opinion.
I'm just having the thought of being like, man, I really thought we weren't like. For some reason, I thought it was just to be us, but handle it ourselves, and just everyone else to be like, okay, you handle it.
No. But this is why I've been saying we need to.
Like you.
Axe, this is why I chose not to argue with you, because I knew we would get arguments from other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, no, like people...
She's bringing up this stuff.
Yeah.
I think that Duchess Cheval and Spot have a very good point to remind you guys, which is basically, you guys have just told the King's Council that the Fogveil is not, like I said before, it's not hell on earth. It is, in fact, a high-level MMO zone, which means, guess what? The freaks are going to come.
Mm-hmm. The freaks.
Yep.
All those high-level people with nothing to do in every nation.
Yeah. The Loths of this world shall come forth to grind Bozja.
Oh god,
it's the next expansion.
Oh my god, this is just the Bozja of our world, but like,
yes, it is Bozja.
About war crimes though.
Critical engagement.
Yeah, the war crimes happen in the past.
I think it's greener than Bozja.
But as if anyone else has all like, well, sorry, but Inos will nod to the Duchess of Val, and it's all like it heartens me to hear that you're already planning on providing the Fogveil aid. And while there is concern about letting anyone with a sword or an idea into the Fogveil, it cannot be said that that the help will not be needed. The Fogveil, while it is not the largest territory on our island's Teine, right? No, our island's Norlon. Our island's Norlon.
No,
lower than the continent of Teine.
Yes. It is quite untamed. Did we explain the battle with the demon boar?
I feel like
you guys talked about you're going back and like finding out about like because you guys pitched it as like, all right, so we went to Spartus to fight pirates. By the way, there are pirates and witches. Also, though, we met some guys. So we came back later to talk to those guys. Here's what we learned. Here's neat. So yes, you guys explained that you guys went to a trip back and like.
I don't think we mentioned
you guys have fought Monstrum here. Like it's there.
Big Monstrum.
I don't think we fought brought the Fae Lord.
And so it's like, so if we do not wish to stretch the reserves of the High House's armed forces, we may have to rely on sell swords and people wishing to make a name for themselves. We would just have to find a way to. Inos pauses this and keep them corralled, I suppose.
Damn, I'm good. Hey, guess who's next in line? It's the Lord Marshal.
Like I
So
wrote this
if-
down just like this is my thought.
Yeah, good.
Are we need to make an adventurers
Licenses,
guild
yes.
for the Fogveil?
We can make a
Maybe.
license.
I mean, that might be a way to handle it. The Lord
The
Marshal
code approves of you hunting this monster.
kind of nods at you and says, "Well, your Majesty, lords and ladies, my primary concern is as always with my roles in law and order and security. Bad roads and the general disposition of the weather and the climate this year has stretched my men quite thin. Without needing to hire without hiring additional constables, there's no way that the Crown Constables could police an entire province in the wild without local support. And already it seems like the Crown Constable's focus should be on the secondary concerns to the Fogveil. So we will have to leave that out to other divisions. If the Crown desires to launch a crusade to liberate the Fogveil and drive bandits and monsters into the sea, it would be the position of the Lord Commander, the Lord Marshal, to serve as your Lord Commander under unified banners of the Crown, which should certainly disperse appearances of an invasion, but still has those same logistical concerns. However, he kind of strokes his beard a little, I suspect that some of the younger members of the council and their associates might have their own ideas and a more fresh perspective. If we have no comments on that,
I do not. I do not personally.
I'm good.
The Lord Chamberlain's going to speak up. He's through his mirror, on the Skype call. Maybe he does sound slightly tinny, just because.
Oh, there's like a
talking through
weird
a mirror.
echo effect.
Yeah, there's a weird mirror reverb for some reason. Count Ferretti says, "Well, as the Lord Chamberlain, I have no opinion on the Fogveil from that position, unless His Majesty the King is planning a state visit anytime soon.
That's entirely fair.
But, as the head of a high house, a peer, and a member of this council, I believe that the council is focusing on the wrong end of this problem. The people of the Fogveil have survived some 500 years when everyone else thought they were dead, and most of them will continue to survive with or without the council's aid. What we should be concerned with is ensuring that possibility thanks to the spiritual help and balance of the land. This may shock some of you to hear from me," he kind of pulls his lapels, "but my own kinsmen have worked in harmony with nature and the allied kindred for nearly a millennia. What we should be concerned about most swiftly is the issues of spiritual harm. The matter they discussed with appeasing the volcano, solving wandering dead, removing major monstrum outbreaks, build rapport with the local mountainkin. This curse on the runewood, whatever it is, and the corsairs, that should all be handled. Now, I admit, however, my lack of expertise is in how exactly to go about that most directly, as that is not my area of expertise, as I said. If the great sorceress orders were all assembled in council, the Veilers, the Silver Tower, the Navigators, the Adamant Gate, the Stone Heart. That's right, I was right. And there's one more? Yes. Summon crafting, by the way, they don't have a sword.
Yeah, it's kind of like the cowboy magic.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure they did have one.
Yeah, those. I mean, that's you would go to the witch fort in the depths of the mare cage to find if those guys are.
They probably are,
anyway.
but let's not ask.
Yes.
You go there, I'm not talking to
basically,
anyone.
Lord Ferretti's note is that if we assembled basically all of the magical know-how of, he's certain that they could come to some conclusion about how to swiftly address that.
Mm-hmm. Inos looks slightly nettled at this response. He's back at this. It's like,
it's very funny. Lord Ferretti thinks he's being very even-handed, but I'm sure some of you find him annoying.
Oh yeah. Oh no, he's being
I actually completely agree with him. So,
I appreciate the idea.
Well, Inos does not. It's all like,
well, not completely, but like, meh.
it's all like, it's like that is an interesting Lord Ferretti, but I personally find that helping the people and helping the land are one and the same. Like I said, we've already been talking about how people need. I've been talking about the covenant and some matters such to it. And I do not know about you, but you have been speaking about your people, living among harmony. But do your people have to live in trees and pull up all ladders so the monsters get out? Do your people have ways about not letting people stay out at night because they just will not come back? Yes, these people may survive in their land and have been doing so, but have been doing so in a very tenuous and dangerous way. If we wish, men are just as much as part of the spiritual balance as nature is.
Go ahead and roll me command plus intimidate, Enos.
Yep, bonus attack, Iron Demon. I forget.
Oh no,
No.
but
Okay.
Not intrinsically.
But shocking. Let me double check this. Yep. I got 9 dice in that.
Oh, okay. You're scary. 4s?
Only one? No, 4s at least. Okay. I
Four-
was saying,
4s and
no,
1s.
4s. Okay, that's pretty decent.
Damn. I'm sorry, Loth.
Sorry. Loth fucking poleaxed me. Lord Ferretti actually is kind of like not quite cowed, but he's kind of like he's surprised. Like I said, he thought he was being, fair and generous to the people of the Fogveil to be like, oh, I'm sure they're fine. They're strong. They've existed for this long. It's the thing that they can't fix on their own is going to be, hell volcano. And he kind of like strokes his beard a little and says, well, I must defer to the opinion of those who have been there. Much like Lord Espada, I acknowledge the point. We are awash in a field where we do not know. Actually, the analogy would be something like we are walking through a dark forest and we know not where the path lies. There are solutions to be there.
Enos will not.
He kind of trails off a little. Like I said, he's not cowed, but he definitely
was not expecting
you were
that
very
much
serious and very mean to him, and he's kind of like he's doing the am I out of touch kind of thing, and does not do the no, it's the kids are wrong. He's like, oh shit.
But
I kind of feel like that kind of like comment would kind of like prompt from the back the fairy queen to like lean forward a little and be like, just as a brief aside, just kind of be like, it has been many years since the kingdom of men was quite so distressed. It was once upon a time that was the way of things, to flit about, worrying for the night, hiding in your sacred spaces. But since the Covenant, it is not supposed to be so. Is it not? And then just kind of like...
Really want to ask the Fairy Queen about the Lady of Thorns, but I probably shouldn't.
Let's not. But
listen, she didn't comment on it already, so it's not important.
Yeah. But Inos will say, on the matter of the prophecy and the ills befalling the Fogveil, I do believe that. Oh god, how do I want to put this? Sorry, just bling. While gathering our greatest source mine is one solution. Often we might also find the solution in the people of the area as well. It's like, I do not necessarily think it is a coincidence that among many of these parts of the prophecies, a settlement is not brain, come on, is it because it's 2:30? Did I say 2:30?
9:30.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It is a little late. It's 1:30.
Sorry. But I believe.
Well, Dallas, I'm checking the back text at least. This list is pretty long, but also I can't really like leave it off in the middle.
Yeah, I have to.
I did say that it would go pretty smoothly if we did not necessarily.
Sorry.
have
Okay.
to back and forth
I'll
with
stop
everybody.
my point here. I think I've made my point. So we can.
Yeah, I think
just,
you got your way.
Yeah.
across.
Sorry. So I'll try to.
I just wonder.
You're open to the sorceress Avengers angle, but you got to do other shit basically.
Yeah.
I also think maybe we shouldn't put too many people in the Fogveil because then that kind of like disrupt the whole point of it.
I
Oh, Dallas might be typing it.
You can,
Yeah,
you can type his thoughts because he said that he kind of agrees with what Lord Ferretti says. But like I said, I think Inos raised a point about Lord Ferretti, which is basically just like, yeah, these guys are surviving, but I mean, as the Fairy Queen put it, they're surviving in the way that your ancestors had to survive pre-Covenant, which is not optimal.
They're not living.
Yeah,
They're surviving, man. Either get busy living or you get busy dying. Anyway, next to speak in the line is Baron Oro, and he is sitting there folded and says, "Well, unfortunately, the situation we have described is not good from my perspective for either the Lord Treasurer or the Barony of Akunar. To subsidize an entire province, even a barony like the Fogveil, would require a significant percentage of several years' planned and projected tax income. It would greatly impact the crown's other spending plans, and would likely breed resentment among the courtiers and bureaucrats minding the budget. It is not insurmountable, but it is a process that, as I said, would take some years to set up, and the less number of years, the more upset the accountants will be. And the merchant lords of Akunar will feel similarly. This much I will say, unlike some other provinces, others speak of an untamed land of adventure, but this means, to my constituents, a land without goods to trade except their labor and perhaps cultural artifacts. And I, for one, do not view myself as a ghoul to scavenge among such things.
I'm not a key
If the borders are reopened, I will direct my merchants to do what they do best, and coin will flow, but it will not be a rapid prospect." He kind of pauses and, rubs his chin a little and says, "On that matter, I am very interested in the concerning these corsairs in the Ivory Islands, but I think that has another concern that I must leave to the Lady Admiral to address." And he will gesture for her over, so if you guys don't mind letting them go back to back.
Made a point.
Yeah.
So then, Lady Marin stands up and she
I forgot I
says,
muted myself.
I didn't catch anything. She stands up and says, "All right, well, as the Lady Admiral, I'm concerned with the sea routes, which means that, personally, the issue of land in the Fogveil, well, the land's in Nolan, it's best left to the Nolish. As Lady Admiral, I'm concerned with sea routes and sea travel. As head of House Marin, I'm concerned with sea trade." This accent is not Lady Marin at all, but it's fucking 1:30 in the morning.
We're getting through this.
She's supposed to be a little more
Sorry.
Somerset, a little more Long John Silvery. Both of these right now have the same issue. The bloody Corsairs. Regardless of any other decision the council makes today, the Corsairs must be eliminated. She, does tap her knuckle on her table for emphasis. The main issue, of course, would be how and when. Summer would be the best season for it, but I'm already committed to patrols along the southern seas, both for the Pirate Brotherhood and the safety of the to and fro of the High King. Winter sailing would be incredibly difficult in uncharted northern waters, when I would want to dispatch experienced captains in appropriate hulls. A few frigates from the King's escort have been sent to patrol the Nolish coast, but it would probably be most efficient if houses Logi and A were positioned to make best use of their remaining letters of marque. And if I dispatch some of mine own houses, privateers, and merchant marines. She kind of says that one, with reluctance.
Mhm.
The first issue to Baron Aura, to the Lord Treasurer's point, yeah, she would say Lord Treasurer, is we need to secure a seaport where the ships can safely anchor and where supplies can be shipped in. I understand that House Logi has discussed the path by which they went, the land route they took, and its possibility of being opened, but that's simply not going to be bloody enough.
If she pauses for a breath, Enos will
I need to double check something, and she has a sub comment, but I don't remember my own context. So go ahead. I gotta check
on that matter, not too far, we did mention it, but there is a port that, well, was previously used by the pirates. It is in ruins, and there might be a giant wreck of a ship in the port now, but there was still quite a bit of dock space. I, of course, am speaking of Svarta's port. Most of the town is in ruin, but the keep seemed in fine repair, and may be a decent supply point. With the Fogveil, we are going to have to start investing in infrastructure regardless. I do believe that we may be considering renovating what was it, a way fort?
It was a border fort, yeah. It's right outside the pass, so yeah, a border fortification. Not a proper castle, but yes.
A border fortification for at least initial entry. And the closest settlement to said border fort from the Shadow Pass would be the port of Svartis. The problem with the port of Svartis is that it is not great for all boats. It's, to those who do not know it, there are many dangerous shoals in the water that boats can run aground on. But
I think Lady Marin will kind of nod that and then turn to Nitona and just basically be like, Nitona, you sailed this route? Nitona just kind of nods and I just imagine, not cracks her knuckles, but Lady Marin just kind of like rolls her shoulders and says, I can find a captain who can do it. Or 3.
Mm-hmm.
And on the subject of those islands, well... No, I stand by my earlier point. We must eliminate the Corsairs as soon as can possibly be arranged. I even will offer to move the Circle of Eurus, the East Wind. I almost said the West Wind. The East Wind in. So you haven't actually had a chance to sit down and talk to Darya Korb about the Order of the Navigator.
Yeah.
But to run it through, they have several circles. Oh, actually, I wrote it down wrong. I wrote it as the East Wind in my notes. It's the West Wind is the Circle of Eurus. Basically, they have 4 big orders, which are the cardinal directions. Boreas is north, Zephyrus is east, Notus is south, which you know, and Eurus is west. Of the 4 cardinal directions, there are smaller directions we can talk about later. But they are the smallest arm. They are the militant arm of the Order of the Navigator. They train self-defense. They protect Wind Witches in service. They provide training for Wind Witches who enter the King's Navy. And should the Ordo need to run a military operation, that is their specialty. But, the Lady Admiral is like, hey, guess what? She fucking hates pirates. And also... Well, the seat of the Islas Viento is known as Port Libertad, Port Liberty. So she also hates slavers. So she is offering to basically, let slip the winds of war, the witches of war, and anything to get that project rolling faster.
Mm-hmm. Inos will look to the Marquess before turning back to the Lady Admiral and be like, my Lord Marquess has also agrees with this assessment of dealing with the Ivy Raiders sooner rather than later. And we have been making some initial plans to try and build up our own naval power in order to protect our coast. So, to maybe take a little burden off of you. But if you're willing to assist us in this matter, we could probably set out as soon as early fall. Might not be the best opportunity, but it'd be far from the worst.
She kind of thinks about it, like, probably has, like, rolls of sea charts in front of her and opens them up and says, well, the weather won't be the best, but it won't be the worst. We'll need measurements. She kind of like, one eye looks at Inos and then Leslok and then Nitona and then back to Leslok and basically is like, all right. Well, I hope I don't have to make a formal demand for your what's the phrase? Your charts and maps, but we'll probably need to start charting the sea routes as soon as possible.
Yes, we will need to.
Kind of, she like casts a glance aside at House Verity, but doesn't bring it up because I mentioned the astrologers were supposed to have worked out a bunch of current charts and shit.
I wonder if that one's out of date.
But I think we can leave that point alone. Like we are like, yes, we will deal
that'll
with the
be
Raiders.
a future conversation about how to maximize your
We'll have
naval
this
power, 'cause I
talk
think
probably
you
in a
guys are
day or
planning
two.
Business meeting with Sapir Corp about like boats.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
She is also
this
a
is
heavy in the shipwrights guild and stuff.
we will get this done over the next few days.
Basically, this may surprise some of you, but the Lady Admiral is supportive in this angle, not necessarily of you as a house. She's basically like, the land shit is their problem. Pirates. That's literally my job description. So guess what?
I polish my sword of pirate blood.
I have to do everything in my power, or else. With that conversation, then I think just going down the line. Next to be speaking is the Lady Warden. Countess A. She will speak up and remind everyone that she has had more time to consider her position than the others, and has, as noted, keeping control of the flow of people, trade, and information will be vital. We cannot completely keep the borders sealed, but we should make sure that we understand who is coming and going and not allow them to run freely. I'm trying for like Icelandic, but I keep slipping and going a little too south.
Man, I still want to. I want to pitch my license thing. I feel like it might work. It's too much.
That would probably be the next stage of this plan. Is like
That's
if you get appointed viceroy, we run it. Let me see, where was I? First, I would like to reopen my own old border passes and sea routes, not only allowing people inside, but also something the other members of this council. She looks around at the rest of them. Does not include Team Logi in this because technically you have done it. But also to allow the Veil Men to come out so they can begin acclimating to the wider world on their own terms. Historically, despite my personal, or despite the political position in my lifetime, the Veil has been a stronger ally. So we should be able to build community there. From there, mutual understanding and economy can be developed to steer the course for the future. I admit, I have plenty of settlers and mountain men who could lease lands from the free folk for farming, ranging, anything. If they need starting capital, give them the coin. But the main problem we need is information. I'd like to start shipping parties of rangers under the crown's banners to begin surveying the old roads, updating maps and the like, so that the council can make the better informed decisions.
Unopposed.
Basically, she mentions the plan that Airless let you know that she would say, which is like she would prefer a slow roll of like building mutual alliance and like slowly supporting crossways, crisscross applesauce style.
I mean, like, offhand, it doesn't. I don't think there's any necessarily bad side about it. Like, open up the pass, update the roads, and that slowly survey the land. Like us, as even as
I think basically she's asking kind of like to a nod from you, right? Is
yes.
to like see if you guys are on board with that plan, like opening your side of the borders.
Yeah,
like, admittedly, you guys only know of one land route.
It's true.
Well, technically, you know of two. You've only seen one land route. Enos, I believe, did hear of a hidden stairwell from the Iron Demons, but did not ask too hard about your people's secret byways and highways.
Well, we keep secrets, but
it might come up with like the contingent later.
Yeah, Enos doesn't. Well, Enos will verbally say it's like, I believe me and the Marquess would agree that'd be a good idea. While we are pressed to take action, our action will not immediately immediately solve the problem of the Fogveil. So, no, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, she kind of nods and says that, and basically says, "I and your house already has a very good plan with the fort and possibly leasing it from the locals. As the Lord Treasurer did point out, the people of the Fogveil are not going to have any minted coins to spend, and certainly while we can continue to give them gifts, well, you know, our own laborers and craftspeople who produce these items will not be able to give them freely forever."
Inos just nods.
We need to develop a lend-lease program. Anyway,
this will take years.
Since she mentioned information, next in line is the royal librarian, who, despite also being very highly ranked, has been keeping quiet. But Duke Verity will speak up. He will, he's been very, very quietly, carefully writing written notes. He kind of shuffles his papers, adjusts his spectacles, and says, "Well, information is the primary domain of the royal librarian. My department is mostly focused on the past, so in that angle, I would like to make sure to update maps, ledgers, genealogies. That would be the most importance to a long-term stability of the Fogveil. And I admit, as a historian myself, I would love to move swiftly to preserve history and culture, to study these missing years. But I understand that that is not the Crown's highest priority, given the conditions. I will insist, in my position, that the Council keep it in mind. But I understand that we have to focus our efforts elsewhere."
Inos will, nod to Lord Verity and is like, "It is often found that said that in clues from the past, we can find answers to our future. While I do not think that we would make it a top priority to do so, I do think there is quite a lot of value in making an understanding the history and culture of the Fogveil. After all, understanding how they got to where they were will also help us decide how to proceed." Like I said,
I feel like Duke Verity kind of again, tilts his spectacles to look over them and readjusts them, and he's just like, "Are you quite certain you're happy in your current position, Master Inos? I am quite certain I could employ a member of the Royal Archives with both your adroitness at speaking and your opinions on history."
and so Anos Bound is like, I am honored, but I am quite happy where I am."
Very well, then I will speak now as the Duke of Trone. I will admit that it's not going to be just mercenaries and knight-errants who will be drawn to the land. I have halls filled with scholars, astrologers, and natural philosophers who will rush to the Vale to discover and write down some new insight. But we may be able to turn this bane into a boon. If they go there, and as I said, I dare say I won't be able to stop them all, they will need protection from the dangers there. I know that the Baron of Akunar wants to be careful about paying the locals for their labor, but I think hiring the locals as wilderness guides and caravan guards could be a fair and equitable trade. They would know the land best and be best armed, and certainly it would be more appropriate to pay the locals than to hire outside mercenaries and give them a sense of encouragement. Also, hey, yes, guess what? The Fogveil is going to be a source of scientific shenaniganery. So, again, nerds can be adventurers too.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I think the idea of a census and a survey is important, so I think it's something we need to take some time before it happens.
It's like, Enos will speak up. I think that would be quite a good idea as well. But we do have to keep in mind that the Fogveil does not have infinite guides and warriors. Like I said, most of the most accomplished are those who are in the vanguards, who travel around the land protecting each settlements, settlements and moving to aid. They actually have a very interesting way of communicating with each other over long distances using giant drums in order to, pass word along of where they are going or where they may be needed. So,
I think Duke Verity kind of chuckles to himself. Then he's, well, perhaps I should contact our esteemed schools of musical theory. Would these groups of the Vanguard perhaps be willing to take payment for lessons in drumming?
Inos chuckles at that. But it's like,
Huh.
so if we wish to employ them, we would probably have to. I am not against having. No, I do not. I should not say that like I'm in a position of authority. Well, I do not think that hiring them would be a bad idea. We should probably not rely on them solely for protection. Like I said, if a combination of self-forwards and natives being paid for their service would work, I think that would work most equitably.
Okay, never mind. I was thinking because I was for some reason thinking it was like in the hundreds, like most.
No. They're like I said before. They are a large village or small town. I typed down there. I don't know.
Okay,
Why. It's almost
okay, that's
why.
important because to me it's like I kept imagining it was like double to triple digits at most.
No. They're that can be a broad spectrum. You guys did not get a full head count of Verdant Sample of the 5 because, again, everybody's like semi-nomadic. They like spread out. They're only all in one place during the like most serious wintry months.
Gotcha. Because I was just thinking if, like
yes.
if we had if like hundreds to like tens of hundreds of people showed up, I just think it would like fuck up everything. But like maybe not as much actually.
Hundreds, dozens, definitely. Hundreds, maybe not. It's the problem is that like, I mean, Tempest is a march now, right? It's a land that's supposed to be in similar scope to your own. Technically, possibly a little bigger because they have to account for adding the hall to the mix. So, like, if your entire block of unemployed sellswords decided to go somewhere, that is still definitely thousands, if not tens of thousands of guys.
Yeah, I just have to think about the scale of it really because of being like I just don't want to have so many people go into the Fogveil where basically we're.
Well, no, and that's what the Lady Warden was talking about. Is basically like, okay, we do need to open the borders because we can't not do that, but we should probably stick, I don't know, guards, watchmen at the borders, some sort of border guards.
Yes, and
ask these people for their papers, please.
Yes, and if sellswords are in accompaniment with scholars and surveyors, and hire guides on the other side, that could work very well, I think.
Yes. The main thing talking about like the sellswords and knights is that like I mean Lord Espada knows better than most people. You don't want a run on mercenary army. No. He could easily move mountains to put 10,000, 50,000. I don't know. Actually, I have to check my military scale. I don't know if 100,000 how big the units go up to, but like he's sure he could move military might and put some, regiments of some brigades of men in the Fogveil. The problem is those guys are soldiers.
Yeah.
Professional soldiers. They're going to need to be fed. They're going to need a place to sleep. They're going to need to keep their boots dry because if their boots are wet, they're going to be very mad. If they get hungry, tired, and have wet boots, they're going to be angry. If they are angry, they own swords. Problems.
Yeah, exactly.
So the thing is we do not want to basically actually move quote-unquote military power into the Fogveil. Like, that's something we want to avoid.
And like I said, I don't think you guys ever brought it up, but I think the Marquess is, well, you have kind of discussed it, but you've talked around the issue. The Marquess Espada does have a point from a historical appearance. A great big blob of guys under House Logi and House Eich banners is, like, technically the source of this previous problem.
Yeah, it was complicated back then.
I mean, it was complicated, but it's not good optics.
No,
but like I said, you guys aren't planning on that big host.
No, but we are going to have
to chime in.
Oh yes, please. We can probably talk more about it later.
Okay, say the Lady Magister is next. She's been mostly silent. She's been pondering. She admits that she has been pondering the spiritual dimension mostly. The cost to revitalize infrastructure would be high to the crown. I must admit that I have ministers, courtiers, and crown appointees among both the royal engineers and the royal artisans who have been waiting their entire lives for such a mission. If it is the will of the crown, I will move mountains, build bridges, and pave roads. If it's a land route you desire, not even the Ivory Islands are out of reach. But Engineers and craftsmen can only do so much. Leaving out, as Count Ferretti discussed, the major mystical issues, the lake at the Knackerhole, the Runewood, and that something about the Swamp of Bones, Mother's Tears, that is an issue that I am not certain how to handle. We have to think of it. I am myself the chair, the dean of the Department of Gold in the Alchemical College. We are the area of... Yeah, it's not the Department of Metal, it's the Department of Gold, but it means metal. Remembering my own
Makes
notes.
sense.
2 a.m.
Sequinar.
I am concerned with the practical and tangible, arts and crafts, the application of alchemy in engineering. For those matters spiritual and even the charity, I would have to consult with the other deans. Water and wood mostly, perhaps earth. I am poised to do the work, but as I say, I warn you, it will be expensive.
So we get
Like I said,
schematics and plans.
she's not wrong. You have royal engineers who are picked by the crown for their engineering prowess. If the king says, I would like you to move some mountains, that her job is to be like, yes, sir, wait one. But expensive.
I think the map and survey before that.
Here's something that Inos would have probably brought up to Leslok beforehand. Do you want to offer our own funds in funding some of these endeavors? Right now, we're pretty
hella rich.
We are.
I think yes. I think we're going to because it's like this is our land. This is technically our country.
Okay.
It's your
then
island,
Inos will bring up then. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Inos will bring up then that due to good fortune and some well-placed investments, House Logi is actually quite prosperous right now and has no qualms about spending our own coin to fund some of these projects as to not put a burden on the crown and the rest of the high houses. Inos will stress that we cannot fund everything, but we're quite literally to put our money where our mouth is in this situation.
Yes.
I think Lady Bijou Aura, who I imagine, I don't think I've described her that way before, but I imagine she's got little pince-nez, like little small bridge-of-the-nose spectacles, just kind of like, folds her arms and just kind of nods and smiles a little. Inos, you suspect that you have, well...
We've opened the
She did say that she can move mountains if she feels. She said that the Ivory Islands were not out of the question, so I don't know,
At least
if you guys go to the Royal College of Engineering later, you guys are going to see.
Well, at least the land route. Everything's going to be written down and budgeted properly, though.
Yeah, we need to make schematics.
We're not giving people blank checks on this.
It's like, honestly, how I see this is like we need to get surveys in. We need to make up order surveys, and then with the survey data, we could then and maps, we can then give to the engineers to actually make the proper projects.
Well, actually, if the Royal Engineers get involved, we might be able to clear out the Shadow Pass a lot faster. Actually,
yeah, that's that. Yeah, the land route.
Yeah, no, that's Move Mountains was in there. We can. Fire sand and some drills. You can do a lot of mountain clearing.
Well, I still want to get the Iron Demons involved if they can.
It just we do that. It also just allows artists to be more accessible.
Mm-hmm. You can team them up. Yeah.
Yeah. But no. Yeah.
But also, by the way, I think it was because this was around the time Ptolemy event was happening. Talking about the Ivory Islands, I'm recalling that one time Alexander did build a giant dirt causeway. There was an island who was like, fuck you, Alexander. And he was like, okay, bet.
Ben, get to work.
So, no, listen, if you have proper application of engineering and funding, nothing is impossible. Yes, the royal physician and as the archbishop standing in for the royal chaplain, they don't have too much to say. The Lord Cursor, by the way, is at the end of this discussion. Surprising, I know. I will chime in for the royal physician. Nicola will probably hem and haw about agreement on there, but she says that she has little to add. I have to remember that the royal physician should be a little French. She is in charge of the physical health and well-being of the realm. I will wish to insist that any expeditions that are given leave, or any expeditions that do travel there, will be given leave to employ doctors and surgeons that are certified under my departments, not just for the locals, but for their own health. Expeditions to Lagartia have experienced hitherto unknown diseases. And when we met the Cauldron folk, we exchanged diseases as well. The Fogveil is not as physically isolated, but it has been closed. It may be possible that there will be unknown pathogens and miasma to be exchanged. Personally, given that comment, I am also against a large military-style operation in the area, even if just to hunt monstrum, until we can be certain of sanitary conditions and that we can begin exchanging medicine and medical knowledge to avoid large risks of infection. Poison and disease kills armies just as much as claws, fangs, and no food does.
The Fogveil hasn't spades.
My way of doing this would be to... I admit, while there would be some volunteers, there would need to be dispatched missions. I would like the Royal Society to begin dispatching doctors into the Fogveil to begin building trust ahead of any major commitments, but I cannot move further. Also true, yes.
Or we don't know
That's
if
why
like
she's
there's like
we would like, I'm like, I know I'm just the royal physician, but my personal opinion is we should be careful about this and not overcommit to large groups intermingling until we can be,
they were
be
an
ready
isolated
to have a
community.
medical support frame. I would like to, begin shipping in doctors right now, if that's okay with everybody.
Honestly, I think that means. Sorry, I'm trying to put in our game plan. I think that means our plan is to get the fucking get the Royal Engineers on the Shadow Pass, get the border fort up and running, and getting the port ready.
And then take down the raiders.
Well, yeah. Well, the raiders.
Well, basically, port and fort are gonna be, because you guys are assembling the Adventurers Guild / the Avengers here. You're gonna need a focal point for that, and while Lady A has talked about opening her border passes as well, their angle on the border is a little different. Like they do have a pass that has a fort on their side, but like it's not like having boots on the ground in the Fogveil. So basically, if you guys are gonna start assembling scholars, doctors, rangers, yes, some mercenaries, shit like that, like you're gonna need a place, adventurers. You're gonna need a place to hold them all, and so
Fogveil front.
Yeah, giving them a place to start, sorting out of is going to be important, even if it is just like, again, the Bosnia joke. It is just that little island that's the Aetherite transition zone,
Eventually, like they'll just rebuild. Starters just get remodeled as people keep going in.
Well, it's also a supply. It's a supply thing. We don't know if we can like get timber and wood and all that stuff, or we're gonna have to ship it all in.
Or the younger Lord Ferretti did warn you that, all of this year's harvest of lumber is mostly spoken for. It's all reserves or lower quality shit.
So
yeah,
we might be able to buy the lower quality stuff and to get some more temporary things going. Because I'm pretty sure people aren't probably gonna. Well, we're gonna any. No, I think the dirt berm was still.
The dirt berm was still intact. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it was a little bit, but like I said, people aren't gonna want this. We're not gonna necessarily want a tent city. Because we're gonna want to gonna want basically something organized and stuff. Same with the border fort. We're gonna have to reconstruct that. Honestly, actually, maybe we can ask the Mountain Kid for some help from getting some stone. It doesn't have to be black stone, but it could just be regular stone.
Honestly, we could probably take the part of like
they are pretty good at construction. They know.
We also try to communicate with the A tier in the Fogveil.
That's also true.
Do they get a free MD in expert construction?
Yes, I do remember this.
Yeah.
So.
Honestly, giant fortifications might actually be a good idea.
Well, we might, and also we do have the. Sorry, it's in Brenton, the college, the one that House Palak has.
The College of Architecture.
Yes, the College of Architecture. Thank you. So, like I said, the Royal Engineers would probably be best for blowing through the Shadow Pass. And maybe putting up some defensive fortifications, maybe, I don't know. But we could probably get the Mountain Kid and our own guys on actual, like building in the stone in the Fogveil.
I have a game plan in my head right now.
That's good, but I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I want
Let's keep going.
Keep going, please. Thank you. I'm trying.
There's 2 more bullet points in the opinions. The Archbishop will speak next, and he basically says, "Well, speaking as both the Archbishop of Teine and the proxy for the royal chaplain, this is all deeply concerning on multiple levels. Ungoverned lands without guidance of crown or church, who are experiencing hardship from monstrum, black magic, possibly heresy, goes against both directly tenets of Scripture, he does nod to Enos, and the general position of the church. To stand by and do nothing would be immoral, unethical. However, I must say practically, this would present much like for the lords and ladies of the council, this presents a point of concern for the role of the pontifex. I will say that the more evangelical aspects of his ministry are not insignificant. The zealous have often pressed for more dramatic missionary work to the cauldron, for reform of folk beliefs local to Troikaron to match the Reformation doctrine, and so on. A land beset by monstrum, curses, and heresy would be a demand that the Hierophant could not completely silence. And while I believe that, as I said, I am a personal associate of the Witchfinder General, I do not think he is of the same overzealous mindset. He cannot refuse a call to expand operations which fall under his purview in the departments of the church. Thus, the church's response would likely be a mirror of the response to the crown. If the crown is seen as lax, the church may be driven to a more proportional response. If the crown's response is strong, they might be more relaxed. As the Diocese of Tyne, I am not concerned with the long term. I believe that he kind of, smiles warmly and nods towards Leslok. The young and mindful and observant Marquess of Tyne has the time and talent to steer things for the march under my diocese. And I would hope that there are some similar generations among the remaining areas of Norlon, which I must now include the Fogveil in. The short term, though, we will have to be careful. As I said, I'm not too proud to admit that our own church has the game of politics and strategy just the same as the crown does. As I said, I think things will mirror but not match the crown's response. If the crown is seen as sufficiently expensive, the Hierophant can say, the crown is already minding the crown's business. There is only so much we, as servants of the church, can do. If the crown leaves space for the church to be called to do more, well, they will be called, and the pontifex will have to formulate some sort of answer. Basically, we're adding priests and missionaries to this list of people who will show up.
Yeah, I just like.
Man, we do have an adventure party. We're gonna have the warriors. We're gonna have the archers. We're gonna
have
clerics,
like these
rogues, rangers,
alchemists,
artificers.
I just think for the priests, it's like probably we'll wait till like we have like a thing established first.
Axe, this may be shocking to you as a person. When it
Let's
comes to
anyway.
religious zealotry,
Let's do it anyway.
there are guys who are like, those people are in need of the light of the church.
The covenants.
I will go. I don't care if I have to sleep in a tent. One of your oaths as a priest, I think, is like, forfeiting earthly possessions. There will be some people who genuinely do not give a shit that the Fogveil is a, lawless, roadless, hellhole. They will be there.
I will go pray to God.
Do they have to swim there? They won't care.
It's like
some of them will if you're not careful.
I mean, it's fair. I know 40K. That's just full of zealots. Yeah,
These
but,
guys. The concern will be, as we said, that there are overzealous aspects of the ministry, and will that cause culture clashes?
I think that's a
Probably.
problem for once we like unfuck
saying
that's like
how much force you move in will dictate how much force the church moves in. The pontifex, not that he's like petty about it, or at least the archbishop wouldn't phrase it that way, but the pontifex is basically only going to move as much as he has to move based on where the crown is at. If the crown moves a lot, it would be, unseemly of him to move with the same amount of volume, right? That would make it feel like he is engaging in some kind of like brinksmanship with the crown. That's not right either. If the crown, though, is like only 20%, then it's like, well, shit, the crown left 80% of the work for us to do. We have to step up, kind of a thing. So you need to figure out what your level of involvement is. And luckily, you guys have a proposition for that. No, I think actually the Lord Curse is probably the perfect pitch. Let's let him pop in.
All right.
Actually, this is funny. I didn't even think about this note. I haven't reread some of these in a while, so it's funny to see some of these naturally come back to the gang. Alias, as the Lord Cursor speaks last, he says, "As I am the master of the king's couriers, it is my job to ensure timely communication and that both the king's missives and the will of the general populace are able to proceed in a timely fashion. In that regard, well-maintained maps, roads, checkpoints, watchtowers, and postal offices are important. The first stroke in the long term must be to reinforce the infrastructure so that activities can proceed swiftly. I believe that other councillors have made several suggestions on that front, but I must stand with them. In the short term, given the Lady Warden's proposal, I would like to attach also senior couriers to the Rangers and have them carry forth proclamations of whatever decision these council pages reaches to distribute to the population." He nods to Neil and says, "I'm quite certain that I can find some couriers who know how to write in runic if we need. Also, I would say that attaching a larger auxilia corps of Apuya couriers to Norlon would probably be most efficacious no matter what.
Yes.
Swift Wing will be most important, and no offense to the Lady Admiral, but even her fastest wind witches can only move a boat so fast. A Harpuya has no need to pause for the wind, only to rest their wings. I will now point out, however, that as in my secondary position as the Crown Prince and the future inheritor of, I think I agree with the mindset, if not the meaning, of what Lord Ferretti says the most. The problem that will matter for us in Troikaron for years to come is the spiritual one. We will need to put our heaviest focus, I will not say our swiftest, or perhaps our most monetary, but our heaviest focus must be on the efforts of researching and solving them with the aid of the local population, as the Master of Ceremonies said, in order to impact the overall well-being of Troikaron. The matter of the future of the Fogveil will take time, and the exact conclusion should not be reached in haste. As we said, both military and logistical operations could lead to significant debt on behalf of the Crown, which would take a long time to correct and could averse all houses, not just the Vale. I do believe that as House Logi has offered to help pay some of these issues out of pocket, that may address that. But it would be just as burdensome for the House of Teine to go bankrupt on this project and thus require the Crown to fulfill their financial responsibilities in the end as well. But, he kind of gets a little twinkle in his eye. He kind of turns to Inos and Leslok. As the Lord Marshal said, I suspect that our hosts have an idea in mind. And that's the end of the council's opinions.
Right,
So,
okay.
Mm-hmm.
let us before it gets to 5.5 hours, the regular 5 hours, let's run through proposal.
So, Enos, we're not gonna roleplay it, but Enos will take that opportunity to bring up the proposal, basically to instate sorry,
A viceroy.
State of viceroy. Enos would suggest, completely unbiased, clearly, that the Marquess Logi fulfill those roles. After all, one, he is very directly connected with this, and has already invested I won't say a lot of resources, but many resources into this. Two,
Promise.
second,
personal risk for sure.
yes. Secondly, he does not actually hold a seat on the High Council, and while he has been moving in his capacity as agent of the Crown, his duties to the crowns is less severe. And thirdly,
No, go ahead and finish your thought.
thirdly, as he has been taking, a personal investor interest in this, he is the most well known to the Fogveilers, and Inos believes that having someone they are at least passingly familiar with and have spoken to and gained the confidence of, it would be better than someone they do not.
I just imagine. I know Dallas typed it, but I do want to acknowledge it for the audio. I just imagine against the advisement of his house physician under his breath when you talk about Leslok's personal engagement with. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So what I was muttering to myself there was I'm like, okay, so you are invited to speak to the Privy Council. So you've offered a proposal. I'm wondering who would jump in to second it first. No. Well, I think that's fair. The Lord Marshal is like. Witnessed, seconded. Shall we, Your Majesty, would you prefer to weigh in directly, or would you like to take a vote among the council? He's just kind of like, Inos, make me, because you are trying to actually, no. No, actually, I think you aimed this to the group. You aimed that statement to the council. I can make you roll a fascinate for one-on-one with the High King in a second. Roll me command plus inspire first.
Ooh, command plus inspire.
To persuade a group of people. If you aren't so confident in your own, we could probably have Leslok take a crack at it because
I have a decent pool for inspire.
Speaking,
I have 7 dice in it, but I think, personally, I think it would be better for Leslok to make this roll, because while I can talk him up, everyone can just look at Leslok and be all like, do I think this man is the right one for the job? So I think it's on Leslok to be like, yeah, I am.
Leslok, you roll command plus inspire.
All right, then.
If we need,
this is the only command skill I have points in.
Personal in there, that would probably be charm plus fascinate for a interpersonal.
Would this apply to
Dallas, you got this.
Would this apply to my mission of have a successful record?
Personally, I don't think so. Because
no, this is not directly involving some recording.
No, this is not directly related to the court. If you had a
wait. Don't you have
I'll put a legacy of my parents.
I think that might do it.
That I think I will give you the die for, because we've talked about this. Leofric Logi was an adventure party who collected together from a bunch of disciplines.
Leofric would have bite down on that prophecy really fucking hard.
I mean, listen again. If what's the word? If things had been different, if Wulfric hadn't died, and things were a little different, Leofric would be the guy who would absolutely be jumping for this position. Hell, even if he hadn't died, I could see Leofric going for this position and being like, yes, don't worry about it. My young son and heir, Leslok, take care of things at home while I, do the business out there.
Oh god, the alternative where it's less a tragedy, more just a lot more political mayhem.
All right, roll your inspire. Tens, baby.
Nice.
All right.
Very inspired.
You are inspiring. You stand up a little straighter. Inos pitches the plan, and you kind of stand up and are like, I'm ready to accept such a position if the crown will do it. And he kind of nods and says, very well. We shall formulate a formal declaration to be distributed in time. But to begin, let us say this. I, High King... He's Roderick, yes. Yes, Roderick, because Rodrigo is named after him. I, High King Roderick, do accept this proposal and name Leslok Logi as the Viceroy, assistant to the Crown of the province of the Fogveil, until such time as normal legal authority can be established to my satisfaction.
Hmm.
In this effort, I say that the crown shall grant him all necessary privileges and authorities when it comes to the division of the Fogveil, or the provision of the Fogveil. That's what we're looking for. And that any of my counselors and peers should do their utmost to aid him in this Fogveil proposition. But of course, also feel free to keep the practical, yes, Strenton, the practical in mind when offering this authority. I do not wish to set the new viceroy and the council against you, but there should be push and pull. Councillors will let you know, Viceroy Logi, what is possible, and you shall ask of them what is required. That should be satisfactory to all.
Of course,
We shall have to hammer out the finer details in coming privy councils and make official announcements in the Curia, but I think this should suffice for a framework. We've been here a long time, and I think we could all use a chance to rest our voices and think about these things. I will say that I, as the High King, agree on the matter with the Lady Admiral that no matter what, our first instant must be securing the naval routes and stamping out these corsairs, as they are both a detriment to the free folk of the Fogveil, which is a detriment to the authority of the new viceroy, and also, quite frankly, they are a human matter. They are criminals, offenders against the king's law, and they must be brought to justice forthwith. Otherwise, what's the bloody point of having a king's law in the first place? I hope, he turns to Neil and says that, I hope you won't find that too callous of me, young Neil, to say that, unfortunately, while it is in my power as defender of the faith and protector of the realm, I cannot exactly send a sanction or clap a monstrum in irons, as it were. Nor does a legal proposal mean much to a volcano which erupts constantly. Those are matters which we must solve, but we will need solutions which I believe that the Viceroy can handle. Additionally, I believe generally that the Lord Marshal should focus the efforts of the Crown Constables on this syndicate situation, wherever it may lie. Perhaps that is related to the previously discussed matters of the smuggling of hashish and opium as a threat to public order. And, as an addendum, I do believe that we will need to develop a new ministry under the Lady Magister in order to investigate this ley line problem. Yes, as you literally type, everybody should look at their own places of power. The king will basically be like, it seems like the structure of the ley lines and the spiritual health of the realm and these places of power is not just an issue for Norlon. She should be present everywhere. And so we should do our best to do it. If the Marquess does not mind this imposition against his house scholar, I believe that the Lady Magister should speak with Professor Starr, and we should make our utmost effort to copy her Aetherlabe design and fund several models to be produced for the Royal Engineers. What we will do with them, we will have to discuss at a later council meeting. Are there any further responses? You guys have anything you want to say in the meeting? Because the High King's next word is, meeting adjourned.
I think I'm good. I think everything else will probably be more private meetings.
I typed in my game plan. That's it. I'm good.
Yeah. I mean, that's you're gonna say that. Okay, guess what? You've just been appointed viceroy. We'll play it out. But the next thing is the High King is gonna be like, "Hey, viceroy, Alex, come talk with me. Let's collab. Let's hang."
Should I put before or after Overlord Logi, the viceroy of the Fogveil?
That's probably the last in your line of title. Actually, no, that's probably before Agent of the. So it's not last, but it's like second.
I forgot to put H.
But yes, hopefully that will give you some time to think. Again, we probably won't be here next weekend, so you guys have a couple of weeks to start planning on this. But yes, you guys have rolled. You've been successfully handled. You are, the line. Probably before Peer of the High King, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
But you guys have time to plan your logistics. You guys have been formulating a plan. You know, you have your inputs. Hopefully, the opinions of every member of the council are known. And you will find that none of them are against helping the Fogveil, but all of them do have their own ideas about how you should best go about it.
We're gonna crush the pirates
And
first, I think.
some of them will want to be putting those ideas in the ear of the viceroy, but that is a matter for next time. So the king, has a big shuffle of papers. He produces a gavel from somewhere, wraps it on a table, and says, "All right, meeting adjourned."
Phantom gavel.
Bring in the dancing lobsters.
That's one of his miracles that he knows.
Summon
King is
monsters.
he knows the phantom gavel.
Summon performers.
All right, but Coolio, that is the that's the Privy Council meeting. That's the Fogveil of it all. You guys have succeeded on your agenda. If you guys have any missions related to close them out, everybody take your EXP for showing up. Everybody take your XP for role playing. I think you guys were pretty good in character.
Yeah.
Also, everybody take a third point because, hey, guess what? Remember that thing about causing complications for yourself? Leslok just got appointed the viceroy of the Fogveil. That means that's officially his problem.
Yeah, it is my problem. I mean, I always treat it as my problem. It was always our problem, so.
But officially, that's now a thing you got to deal with. I know you guys were planning on dealing with it, but now, the High King said that it's going to continue until it's his satisfaction. So that I think is worth a point of EXP for you guys to be like, technically, you guys could have done the uncomplicated thing and just been like, the High Council will form some sort of Avengers and, sort this all out together. Yay. But you chose
I have no
the path
confidence in
where
that.
you guys you'll get a bigger, slice of pie. You'll get a bigger seat at the table, but that means it's your fucking problem.
I'm still gonna hope.
That's going to be the session. Everybody like, comment, and subscribe in this video. I'm going to end the recording before I explode. Good night, everybody.
Yippee!
Good night.
Good night.
Find the calendar again.